The Torn Fairy, an action-adventure fantasy romance, written by Mira Crest, narrated by Ivy Starlight. Chapter 1. It was the end of a long day, in a long week, in a long month, in a year that felt as if it had gone on forever. I put the last book from my cart on the shelf, and all I was thinking about was how nice it would be to go back to my room in the apartment I shared with 2 other girls and to simply be done with the world. Of course, that was when I heard the scream. I turned, every nerve in me suddenly twisted up hard, and instinctively I scanned the mostly empty library for the cause. I found it almost instantly in the form of a little girl seated in the children's area. She was small and chubby with her dark hair done up in pigtails. She had a book clutched to her chest as if she were terrified that it would be taken away from her, her round face screwed up and turning red. "Stop it!" I wanted to shout at her. "Stop it right now! You're gonna get—" A slender woman in an expensive-looking dress hurried over to the little girl, kneeling beside her and touching her hair gently. I couldn't hear what she was murmuring to the little girl, but slowly the girl relaxed, her shoulders coming down and her face opening up a little. When the little girl relaxed, it was even easier to see the resemblance between the two. They had the same dark hair, the same sweet face, and unexpectedly, it made my chest tighten up. "Mom, did you ever touch me like that? Did you ever look at me the way she's looking at her daughter?" I shrugged angrily. What a stupid question. I was 22 years old, and Mom had been dead for 6 years. The years before her death passed in a haze of poverty and sorrow, and more often than not, it had been me comforting her. Is that really true, though? Did you always comfort her? I pushed the thought away. Thoughts like that were dangerous, and thinking about my mother at all, well, that was always dangerous. Sometimes I felt her loss like a great dark hole in the center of my chest, so black and deep that it could suck away everything good inside me, taking it with her when she went. Other times, all I felt was terrible heat, something that would burn me up in a heartbeat if I wasn't careful to keep it cold. "It's all right, sweetie. We can take the book with us, you see. The nice lady at the desk will check out the book and we can borrow it for 3 whole weeks. Isn't that great?" "But we have to give it back?" The little girl was plaintive and I flinched a little. I remembered that too. When I was a kid, it was always bags of government food, fast food when we could afford it, and long nights in apartments that sometimes didn't have power. I loved reading. Loved sinking into the worlds that felt way better than the one I lived in. But if we couldn't afford dish soap, we certainly couldn't afford books. "We do, sweetheart, but if you like the story very much, maybe you can save your money and buy it yourself to keep at home." The girl looked at least somewhat appeased, but then I saw a man approaching. There was a slight frown on his face, and as much as I hated it, there was still a small part of me that measured how big he was, how there was a slight tension in his body, and how easily his large hands could crawl into fists. God, I was a sad case sometimes. I told myself that it was none of my business, but I straightened a shelf that didn't need to be straightened, watching the family out of the corner of my eye. My phone was supposed to be in my locker, but instead it was in my pocket. If I needed to, I could dial the police for help. But as well-dressed as the family was, maybe they wouldn't believe me. Maybe they would think I was just making trouble and it would go all the worse for, "Everything okay?" The man's tone was like a splash of cold water. I had expected it to be irritable or even angry. I had expected some casual cursing and a hand wrapped around the little girl's wrist. Instead, there was only concern in the man's voice as he looked at his wife and glanced down at his daughter. The woman nodded, blowing some air past her lips and smiling at him. Something about that smile dazzled me. She was in love with him. It was a normal day in their normal lives, and this was what love looked like talking in the library. Oh, yeah, she's fine. We're just having a talk about the library and how she has to at least let go of the book to go check it out. The man's face smoothed out, and while he wasn't really my type, I could see how handsome he was in his wife's eyes. He looked down at the little girl with a slight grin, reaching down to tussle her hair. I noticed with a slight pang that she didn't flinch away from him at all. Come on, Pumpkin, the sooner we get that book checked out, the sooner we can be at home reading it, right? The girl's face brightened up, and she nodded, climbing up and giving her father her free hand. All three of them turned toward the circulation desk, and as their daughter chattered cheerfully about the book she had found, I saw her mother slide her hand into her father's free hand. No, Laura, do not do this. Do not cry in the middle of the library. You are screwed up, but you are not so screwed up that you are going to make a scene right at your place of employment. It was a close thing, though. My thoughts were abruptly pulled back from my own screwed-up family back to Franklin. Had I ever touched his hand so very trustingly? I wasn't sure. I remembered time after time reaching for him and him pulling away coldly, or else turning so hot and demanding a response that I couldn't give him. Frigid bitch, he had finally said. You think you're going to get a man without putting out? Even in my memory, I shied away from the crudeness and the brutality of it. It had hurt coming from a man that I thought was going to be my knight in shining armor. In the end, I was left to my tears and reduced to sleeping in the shelter after he kicked me out. Anyhow, I decided he had done me a favor. It's not real. None of it is. And the sooner I get that in my head, the safer I'll be. No more chasing illusions. What's behind them is pure danger. Still, even as I gathered up my things and clocked out, there was a part of me that needed to linger just long enough to watch the family I had spotted head towards their car. They looked happy. Had my own family ever looked so happy? I doubted it. My mother was a mess, married too young, and my father had been a monster. You're better off out of it. Saying it out loud didn't really convince me of it, but I had done it enough that at least it felt convincing. The air was crisp and cool, a welcoming fall after a brutal summer, and I didn't even mind the fact that the cool breeze cut through my skirt and my light jacket easily enough to give me goosebumps. I tilted my head up to look at the moon, and for just a moment, I was contented. I wasn't happy, but who is? I had the moon and a pleasant walk home, and that was all that mattered to me. Of course, that was when the woman stepped into my path. She was old enough to be my mother with stringy white hair that was untidily stuffed under a knit cap. Despite the relatively warm night, she was bundled up as if it was already winter, and she came closer to me, her eyes dark in the evening light. Miss, I'm sorry. I wouldn't ask, but can you spare $2? I swear, I just need $2. Well, so do I. I did, most weeks. I cut things pretty close to the line, and that meant that $2 meant the difference between eating canned tuna and eating a slice of white bread. Sorry, I don't have any cash. Most panhandlers would have been warded off, but this woman looked as if she was going to cry. She didn't budge out of my path on the sidewalk, and she swung her arms restlessly as if she were some kind of fretful tree. Please have a heart, all right? It's been really bad out here, really bad. I'll bet. I just need to get home. I tried to edge my way around her, but she seemed to fill the space. Despite my best efforts to avoid it, she caught my gaze again. Miss, please, I'm begging. It's been so hard, and my daughter, she's sick. Daughter? Damn it, I should have known better than to engage, and she brightened up. Yes, miss, my daughter. She's at a hospital in Belleville. I just need to get bus fare to go to her, please. She's really sick, miss. I knew that was probably a lie. There was something practiced about the woman's tone, like she told this story all the time. She probably would have told me anything if it got her enough cash to do whatever it was she really wanted to do. I couldn't help it. I wanted to cry with frustration, but I reached into my backpack to pull out my wallet. The only thing in there besides my ID was a $5 bill, and without thinking too hard, I snatched it up and shoved it at her. Here, take it. Thank you, thank you. Just leave me alone. She wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, and she took off at a fast trot, as if afraid I might change my mind. Slowly, I put my wallet back in my bag, and I tried not to feel so angry about what had just happened. I was definitely going to be eating toast and beans if I was lucky this week. If I wasn't, it would just be the toast. I tried to shake off the feeling of despair that clung to me, but just as I started to walk again, I heard a low and sardonic laugh coming from the small stand of poplar trees to my right. Chapter 2. Did you want to hear the poor old lady beg then? I turned to look at the guy who was only now moving into the light of a street lamp so I could see him better. He was a big guy, broad through the shoulders but lean, and I was startled by how handsome he was. He was fair, and under the black t-shirt he wore, I could see how his muscles strained the fabric. Good-looking, and from what I knew about good-looking guys, probably full of themselves, thinking the world wanted their opinion. Well, I certainly didn't. I just want to get home. I started to walk past him, but he fell into step next to me as if I invited him to do so. God, why had I stopped carrying mace? Home's a funny thing, isn't it? Is that where you're really going? I eyed him warily. Like you know anything about where my home is. He shrugged, and for a moment some of that tough guy facade dropped, just long enough for me to see something that made me look twice. Then he straightened as if he had never been there, and my guard went up again. I know that home is a long way away and a long time ago for too many people. From the way you treated that poor woman, I have an idea of how far away it might be for you. I felt a hand squeeze around my heart. Some days I felt as if I was just a walking wound, something that I did my very best to hide from the rest of the world. He was right. Home was long ago and far away, and while it might be a shattered place with nothing but pain left in it, I still wanted it and missed it so very badly. Don't think you know me. He shrugged again, and for some reason I had the idea that he liked this conversation as little as I did. Well, then why was he still walking with me? I want to ask you something. Can I stop you? I'm afraid not. How brave are you? I had to laugh at that. What a goddamn dumb question. What a dangerous one. It brought back a tidal wave of memories all rushing down on me as if they had just been waiting for the chance to come crashing down. I remembered hiding from my father, the last dark conversations I had with my mother. I remembered running out of the apartment so that Franklin wouldn't be able to get a hold of me. Sometimes it was a toss-up on whether being on the streets scared me more than being with Franklin, but the truth was I was afraid of both. I'm the farthest thing from brave, but look, if you're gonna mug me, I'm not gonna mug you, calm down. In the history of the world, has telling someone to calm down ever worked? A ghost of a smile wisped across his face, and for some reason it made my heart beat a little harder. I couldn't be this ridiculous, could I? He started to say something, but then a man melted out of the darkness beside us. Suddenly, I could easily compare my reaction to the strange man asking me all the terrible questions with what I would have felt normally, because now fear choked me. I fell back, scanning the ground for anything that I could use as a weapon, but as easily as anything, my companion stepped forward. One moment the man was extending a hand with a knife toward us, and the next the knife was sent scattering across the ground. The man drew back, clutching his hand and swearing, and my companion laughed softly. There was a promise of something dark in that laugh, of broken bones and ruptured blood vessels, and that was enough for the man who would have attacked us. He took to his heels, and my companion inclined his head politely.
Come on, then.
We should call the police.
And have them do what?
They could catch him, arrest him.
Do you truly have faith that they would?
I remembered all those hushed and tearful calls to the police answered with concern, answered with scorn or indifference. But they all amounted to the same thing, precisely nothing. I shrunk back in on myself, wrapping my arms around my body. I felt small and strangely humiliated on the road just then, and I felt at the same time a kind of fury rising up in me. They would do nothing for me.
Most likely you come from a regrettable world, to say the least.
He spoke like a prim schoolteacher disapproving of a class of rowdy children, and reflexively I glared at him. Like where you come from is any better? He spared me a single glance sharp as the best kitchen knife. We were passing underneath a streetlight just then, and I could tell that his eyes were green like cat's eyes. They weren't particularly kind, but I stood my ground. I might not be brave, but I didn't run every single time either.
You know absolutely nothing about where I come from.
I know that you don't learn to disarm a man without a knife unless you need to. I startled him, I could tell. For a moment there was something ugly in his expression, something that almost made me flinch. But then to my shock he looked away. He looked ashamed of himself, and for some reason that only made my heart ache more.
You are not wrong.
Would you even say that if I was right? I didn't know where that insolence came from. If something like that had crossed my lips with my father, I would have found myself on my rear, my face stinging with a slap. Instead, that only made the strange man I was walking with laugh a little with a rueful sound.
No, you're right. My home is not what it once was.
Well, join the damn club, I guess.
I'd rather not. Tell me, what do you believe in?
I gave him a wary look. Is this the lead up to you asking me to join some cult? Was that even a real mugger?
No, and yes, he was real. Would you like me to go back and find him to show you?
I had an image of this big man retrieving my mugger as if he were a cat bringing back a mouse, and I had to choke off another bit of laughter. This night was turning into something more than passing strange. No, God, no.
Then answer, what do you believe in?
What in the world could I say to that? I knew that the answer that I wanted to give was the one that I had been fed to in my favorite fairy tales and the secret movies I watched over and over again late at night and the books that even now were stashed under my bed. I knew the answer, and for one terribly foolish moment, I wanted to give it to him. The good sense inserted itself and I shook my head. I wasn't an idiot, no matter what this man might think. I had been hurt too many times before, far too much, and that was an answer I would never give again. Instead, I lifted my chin and gave the next best answer I could, the one I could almost believe sometimes. I believe in myself.
And what are you to believe in yourself? You look like a small woman to me. Pretty enough with your black hair and rainwater eyes, but you can't even fend off a single man with a knife. Are you so very impressed with yourself?
I gritted my teeth. You are the one who asked. What am I supposed to say? What is the one utterly true answer that you would have accepted? His answer was swift and simple.
True love?
I let out a harsh bark of laughter, even as something inside me lurched unsteadily. Don't make me laugh. His gaze was steady.
You don't look like you're laughing much, Laura.
God, because it makes me want to cry. How the hell can you say something like that? How can you believe in some stupid, flimsy excuse to bind yourself to another person?
What's hurt you so?
The thread of sympathy in his voice was somehow worse than the scorn that had been there before. I knew that I should be getting away from this freak as fast as I could, going up to my sad little room in my apartment to study for a marginally better life, but instead I rounded on him, throwing my arms wide. Well, why don't you take your pick? My mother committed suicide because she married the wrong man. My father knocked me around. My boyfriend was a piece of shit that probably has to wear a tracking device on his ankle. What's true love ever done for me? He was quiet for a moment, and I thought that he might simply drop his tail between his legs and slink away. He looked like he might have wanted to. Instead, he shook his head, and for a moment, he looked almost regretful.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your life has been so hard, and I'm sorry that I am about to make it harder.
What? What the hell? I choked off a shout as his hands closed around my wrist. Some absent part of me noticed how hard his hands were, how callous they were, even as he held me with an odd degree of gentleness. As careful as he was being careful not to bruise me, even as I tugged and tried to get away.
I am sorry.
With that, he stepped backward, taking me stumbling with him. One step was on land, and the next, I was falling, and all around me was a rich green light that made me think of oak leaves with the sun shining brightly through them, of endless summer, of waking up the first day of summer vacation. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out, and then the only real thing in the world was my hand in his, and something in my very blood that urged me forward. I was just beginning to panic, to lose my mind, but then my foot landed on the ground again. Only this time, instead of hard asphalt, it was soft grass, and instead of buildings around us, it was a forest. What the hell? Chapter 3.
Not hell. Far from it. This is Illiros. This is home.
He was still holding my hand, and now finally I managed to tear it away from him, stumbling back a few steps. I stared. On the street in front of my apartment building, he had been a good-looking guy in jeans and a t-shirt. Handsome, sure, but there wasn't anything really special about him. Now in a forest clearing where the only light was a red moon that soared overhead, far larger than the ones I was used to, he was far different. Instead of a t-shirt and jeans, he was dressed like some kind of musketeer in a slashed jacket, tight trousers, and sword at his side. It should have looked ridiculous, like some guy from the Ren Fair with a bunch of posters of hot girls riding dragons on his walls at home, but somehow it wasn't. He didn't look ridiculous. He looked dangerous. He opened his mouth, maybe to apologize again, maybe to tell me something else, but I knew when enough was enough. He had saved me from a mugger, and maybe I owed him, but I did not owe him enough to stand here like some kind of lamb led to slaughter. I spun on my heel and dashed away from him, holding up my arms to protect my face from being slashed by low-hanging branches. My shoes were far too flimsy to deal with the woods, and I had never really been out of the city before. I was terrified of how dark the night was without the light from the city, but it didn't matter. Right then, I had two goals. First, I had to get away from whoever it was that was dressed up like a damn knight of the round table, and second, I had to find my way home. I ran as hard as I could, and my thoughts circled around inside my head like a dog chasing its own tail. It's impossible. It's not possible. I can't be here. Well, here I am. Whether it was my distracted thoughts or my panic that led to what happened next, I couldn't tell. One moment I was running headlong through some kind of fairy tale forest, and the next, something had caught me around the waist and lifted me up off the ground. I shrieked with panic, and I glanced down into the face of something with eyes like lanterns and far, far too many teeth in its wide mouth. It was enormous, twice as tall as a man, though it was shaped like a man, and it stood on two legs. It was covered with a kind of sharp and musky fur that dug into my skin, and when it growled, it was the stuff of nightmares. "Put me down!" I managed to pull back enough to land a hefty kick to where I imagined its midsection was, and to my grim satisfaction, I heard a whiff of air escape its lungs. It dropped me, and for one brief moment, I thought that I had broken free. Then it pushed me to the ground, one enormous paw-like hand planted firmly on my chest as its broad face came up to investigate me. The yellow eyes never blinked, and I flinched as the sharp teeth seemed to snap inches from my nose. I was just getting ready to try to pick the damn thing again when a voice broke through.
Hey, big man, leave her alone. She's not the one you want. She's not the one who you think she is.
I turned my head to see the guy who had gotten me into this mess coming up to us. He moved cautiously like a man approaching a large feral dog. I suppose I had been hoping for another trick like the one that had disarmed the mugger, but there wasn't. Instead, he kept his eyes locked on the monster that had me, his hands open and far away from the sword he carried at his side.
I know you miss her, but that's not her, I promise. Just let her go. You'll find who you're looking for, but that's not her.
For a moment, I thought that the monster that was holding me to the ground was actually going to back off on the basis of what the man was saying, but then it shook its head as if it were shaking off a gnat, and then it roared. I could barely see anything in the rush of tangled fur and the fury of claws and teeth, but then I saw a flash of silver, a sword being drawn as easily as a man might pull out a penknife. There was an arc of flashing light and then a howl of pure despair. I struggled up to a sitting position just in time to see the monster go screaming off into the woods, and my two-time rescuer leaning down, wiping his sword on the grass. There were still a dozen questions in my mind, the most significant one concerning where in the world I was, but at the moment there was only one I could ask. Who are you? For a moment he hesitated. It was strange. It was as if the answer did not come so readily to him, and instead of having it on the tip of his tongue, he had to search some deeper place for it.
I am Mal Amel, and this is Illiros, my home.
He said it as if it should have explained everything. For him, it probably did, but for me, it was just a bunch of words. No, you need to do better than that. Where am I? Why was I brought here? What right do you have to kidnap me like this? He flinched as if I had landed hard blows on him with my fists rather than simply asking him what anyone would have asked him.
You'll get your answers, I swear. But you must promise me that you will not run away again. These woods are very close to the city wall, but they have become very dangerous.
What was that thing that attacked me?
Who?
I beg your pardon?
Not a what, a who. That wasn't some nameless monster.
It sure looked like one. The man suddenly looked sad, and I would feel sorry for him if I hadn't been brought to some dangerous woodland right out of a demented Alice in Wonderland acid trip. I waited, and when he answered, it wasn't in the least satisfying.
He does not sleep, he does not eat, and if the world were different, or if it were not a magical compulsion he is under, he would be dead by now.
And there are others like him?
Many. They used to live in the forests outside of the city, just normal people.
I frowned. Normal people don't just turn into monsters.
Well, these are hardly normal times.
You have an answer for everything, don't you? He hesitated.
I have very few answers, I'm afraid. Will you come with me now?
I didn't want to, but after seeing the teeth on the thing that he said wasn't a monster, I knew that I had no choice, not really. Still, I was reluctant to put my trust into the man Mal, who had, after all, kidnapped me. Give me a reason to trust you. He scowled at me, and while a part of me shuddered at the kind of damage a man with his size and strength could do to me, I held my ground. He didn't seem like he was going to aim a punch or kick my way, not when he could so easily simply grab me and force me to go his way. No, he seemed to want my cooperation more than that, and that meant that I had an edge, however small.
Because I swear to you that you can, on my honor.
What's that worth? He pulled back at me as if I had slapped him, and he glared at me. There was something helpless in that look, however, and when he spoke, there was something slow and determined in his voice.
It's worth my name.
I don't understand.
It's all I have left. I am Mal Amel. I am here to protect Illiros. That is all I know about myself, and that is all I have. Will it suffice?
God, what was he going to do if I said no? In the end, I nodded curtly and came to his side. The cynical part of me wanted to call it broken. Knowing broken, there was something lost in his eyes that I didn't want to recognize but echoed in a familiar way. However, there was more than that. Some part of me didn't want to hurt him. It was ludicrous. He was the one who dragged me to some mystical world. He was the one who had almost gotten me eaten by something that once used to be a person. I didn't want to hurt Mal Amel, and I could only dread the consequences of doing so. I could see right away that the city had once been something really special. The walls that surrounded it were high and made of densely translucent marble carved with figures that were beautifully intricate. That must be beautiful in the daylight. I spoke without thinking, and Mal's smile was slightly pained.
I hope I see that again.
What?
There's been no dawn for Illiros for almost 100 years.
I stared at him. That can't be right. That's poetry, right? Metaphor or symbolism, something like that?
It may be a metaphor or symbolism in your world, something for bards and storytellers to play with. Here in Illiro, it is simply fact. There has been no dawn, no day. We live in night with that red moon overhead.
He glared up at the red moon over us, and I did the same. If I had thought about it before, I supposed I would have said that I thought it was pretty. Now I wondered how pretty I might find it if it had replaced the sun entirely. The eternal night wasn't the only thing that had cloaked the country of Illiros in sickening wrongness. We entered the city by a lower drawbridge, our shoes echoing across the wood. Something splashed in the moat surrounding the wall, and I deliberately refused to look at it, afraid that I would see something just as disturbing as the man I had seen in the woods. Once we were in the city itself, I saw a place of immense beauty and charm. It looked like something from a quaint town in untouched Eastern Europe, things well kept up and tidy. There was only one problem. Where are the people? Mal opened his mouth to answer, but then we both heard a step on the cobblestones in front of us. Mal's jaw tightened.
Here, look for yourself.
She was a pretty girl with dark skin and her hair twisted up into two small puffs on top of her head. She wore a gown that my brain thought of as a Jane Austen dress, gathered under her bust and loose to the ground. She would have fit right into the fairy tale world if it hadn't been for the vacant look in her eyes. She walked as if she were in a dream, slowly like a ship listing across becalmed waters. Is she going to attack us like that man did?
Not in town, not usually.
Despite the assurance of his words, Mal kept himself between me and the girl. As she came closer, I could see that her eyes were half open. She was sleepwalking, moving as if she were underwater.
Arnold. I'm looking for Arnold.
Her voice was slurred and dry, and she walked past us without a glance. When she turned a corner and was lost from sight, Mal relaxed slightly.
The city protects them, at least a little. They do not lose everything.
But why? What the hell is happening here? Mal shook his head, and for a moment, I only want to shake him.
I'm not the one to tell you that.
What? What can you tell me then? Anything at all? Or are you just some kind of kidnapper? He gave me a frustrated look, but he did not give me any more answers. Instead, he turned on his heel and strode off, and with no choice, I followed along behind him, fuming silently. Chapter 4. The city's roads were tight and twisting. In a short amount of time, I was completely lost. It alarmed me slightly to realize that I could not get back to the gate easily if I wanted to, but then that thought made me want to laugh desperately. What was there to go back to? I hadn't seen a door or a spaceship or a teleportation device in the woods. Besides, that was where the monsters were, and no matter what Mal said about them having been men before, I wasn't convinced. It wasn't as if I had such great experiences of men anyway. Not far now. I glared up at Mal. Awfully salacious for a kidnapper. I am not a kidnapper. You took me from my home, maybe even my world, when I didn't agree to go, and you are keeping me here. That makes you a kidnapper in my book. Well, whenever you want to go home, you are certainly welcome to do so. I laughed hollowly at his words. There's nowhere for me to run to, is there? He didn't hesitate. Not at all. There's nowhere you could run to that I could not find you eventually. Not in this world, not on your own. At that moment, I hated him. It flared up like a burning torch, undimmed by the moments of kindness and vulnerability that he had shown me before. Those moments made me feel like a fool, like someone who had to search for the humility within the person who was making her life a living hell. I would be home if it weren't for you. You would be. You might also have been dead from that man who had that knife. I had almost forgotten. In the middle of all this, the man with the knife felt small, almost inconsequential. But Mal was right. He could have ended my life as easily as he took my purse. I hate this. The words slipped out my lips without my willing them to do so. I meant all of it. I meant how exhausted I was from seeing a family at the library all the way through to coming to a city of sleepwalkers who were all looking for someone. I thought Mal would just continue and ignore me because had saying that I hated something ever made it stop? Mal didn't stop the entire proceedings to fix things, but he did pause, turning to face me. He brought his hand up, reaching for my face. I flinched back until I realized that he didn't intend to hurt me, and then I froze as he cupped my chin in his hand. The moment his skin touched mine, my breath stopped. It was heat, if heat could live inside the skin, almost a tickle, but far sweeter. It made me swallow, and though his eyes looked black in the light, I knew that they were green, so very green. I'm sorry about all of this. I hate it too, but, well, maybe we can fix it. I jerked back out of his grasp, my cheeks burning with anger. Was it just anger? No, but that was all I was going to acknowledge for now. Nothing gets fixed, don't you know that? What the hell can I do? This place is ruined. Mal's face went hard, and I realized that he would do a lot more than drag some poor innocent girl away from her home if it meant he could fix this world of his. Honestly, I don't know what you can do. You don't seem like very much to me, but I'm under orders. His line about not seeming like very much hurt like hell, and that hardly made sense. I had been cussed out in just about every way imaginable, and I had heard far worse from people who meant far more to me. Something about his assessment, however, made me want to curl up in despair. Maybe it was because somewhere deep down I didn't necessarily disagree. He led me up to the steps of a beautiful building with walls lined with stained glass. In the dark, they shone silver, and I found myself wondering what they would look like in the full light of day, how they were meant to be seen. What is this place? Was the most sacred place in the city. He would say no more, and baffled, irritated, and more than a little frightened, I followed him into the building. It was a simple place, little more than an enormous room with a large mirror at the very center of it. The mirror was taller than I was, and I guessed that if I stretched out both arms, I might be able to touch either side. It was framed in ancient wood that was carved to look like the walls of the city, and for a moment, I felt a sense of peace that was so intense I was nearly dizzy. There was something terribly familiar about this place, and it made me want to cry. If he noticed my unease, Mal gave no sign of it. Instead, he went up to the mirror, and to my surprise, despite the rest of the room being replicated faithfully behind him, he himself had no reflection. Is he a vampire? Is that something that I really need to worry about in this crazy place? It seemed no less strange than anything else I had seen, and my hand came up to my throat defensively.
Master, are you there? I have returned as I swore that I would.
I had never heard Mal's voice like that before. He spoke like one to a small child or a frightened animal. There was such a degree of gentleness and love in that voice that made me swallow hard against a lump in my throat. There was no answer, and I could almost feel the rising panic in Mal's entire being.
Please, please, I have returned. It has not been so very long. I came back with the girl you sent me for. She's here. Please, don't be dead. Do not be gone.
If this was the spirit who had gotten me into this mess, I wanted to have some words with it, just as it wanted to have some words with me, but that was hard to remember when Mal sounded so lost. I could wish the soft spot I had for him to hell all I liked, but that didn't change the fact that it was still there. It hurt to see him touching the mirror so gently, gazing into its silvery depths as if it held the solution to all his world's woes. I didn't quite know what I was doing when I touched his shoulder. Maybe I wanted to pull him away and tell him to get used to it, that things died and left you alone to cope as well as you could. Maybe I wanted to comfort him. Of course, just as I did, the mirror started to glow, and we both stepped backward in surprise. The formerly cool, dead surface started to emit a warm light, one that made me think of a late afternoon sunlight and the warmth of the sand at the beach. I fell back with a yelp, and I might have actually run away from the witchy thing, but Mal grabbed me by the wrist again, and I might as well have tried to break a steel cuff.
Stay, she needs to see you.
She can go to hell. I snapped, but even I couldn't take my eyes away from the thick mist that was gathering on the mirror. It was as if someone on the other side of the glass was breathing warm air, steaming it up, and I felt an irresistible pull towards the glass. I barely noticed as Mal let go of my wrist. All that I could feel was the pull to the stand in front of the mirror to see what would happen. When I stood squarely in front of it, the mist cleared, and then I saw myself. The disappointment that hit me was intense. I had been dragged into a slumbering otherworld, but the mirror was the first sign that magic was real, that there might be answers for Mal, for me, for all of this. Instead, all I saw in the glass was my own disappointed reflection staring moodily back at me. Nothing exceptional, just a slender woman of 22 with dark hair, dull olive skin, and brown eyes. For some reason, I felt tears coming to my eyes, and I turned back to Mal. Well, was this your answer? Is it too late to send me home and to find someone who might actually be able to help you? Mal said nothing, and instead I realized that he was still staring at the mirror behind me. Slowly, I turned back to look, and with a shiver of fear, I realized that my reflection was inspecting me carefully, watching me right where I was fidgeting. Well, there you are at last. The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling up the air with the sound like sweet bells. It made goosebumps rise up on my arms, and in defense, all I could do was glare at the woman in the glass. I guess I am. You're the one who wanted me here. The woman in the mirror, I can't think of her as me. She's not me. She's too calm, and there's a kind of stern resolve and determination in her eyes that I know I will not find in mine if I were to look in a mirror. The woman, the spirit, looked surprised, and then she nods. Yes, I wanted you here. You are exactly what I thought you would be. Her words are warm, and for some reason, that makes me angrier. What? A mess who can't even get home without getting kidnapped to a la-la land? Someone who has nothing in the world going for her at all? Of course not. I needed you. You are the only one who can find the way to the end of this ordeal. It was a line or a scam or a trick. Of course it was, but there was something so very open and honest about the spirit's words that I have to swallow hard against the sudden lump in my throat. Tell me, why should I care? I don't know anything about you or your errand boy. Behind me, Mal growled, but I ignored him. He answered to the spirit, and right now the spirit answered to me. It is not enough to have the saving of a world. I believe you have seen some of what has happened to our beloved Illiros. It is terrible. It is wrong. It is an abomination, and it must be put to right. I snorted. And I am not the one to do it. I want to go home. I'm not going to. You are the only one who can do it. There's no room for doubt in the spirit's voice, none at all. She might as well be saying that the sky is blue or the sidewalks are hard. No, we need you to save Illiros. For a moment, I just stared at her because surely I had heard her wrong. Then I realized that the picture-perfect calm of hers had stayed exactly the same way, and I started to laugh. It was an ugly sound that bounced off the walls of the shrine, dry and cackling. It was not funny. If I thought about it too long, I would start to cry, so I had to laugh instead. Out of the corner of my eye, I could glimpse Mal, poor Mal, who looked as if he wanted to strangle me. I really did feel sorry for him, but he was looking for heroes. He really shouldn't have started with me. You're kidding, right? I am just an ordinary girl with a screwed-up life. I can't save your world. For a moment, the spirit faded almost from view. Mal uttered a strange sound and reached forward as if trying to reach her. I wondered for one strange and dizzying moment if he's in love with the reflection in the mirror. And when I started to move away to let him by, he grabbed me by the wrist again to keep me close. The spirit flickered back into solid view, but there was a tired look in her eyes. Now she looked more like my reflection, weary and looking at a world that would not mend no matter what she did. Will you tell me something, Laura? I hesitated. I didn't want to give these people anything if I didn't have to. It was an ingrained habit to keep all of my bargaining chips close to my chest. No one gets something for nothing, and if I had to learn that lesson over and over again as a kid, at least I wouldn't forget about it now. If I can. Tell me, why is it that people from your world have lost faith in true love? I don't break into laughter again because I'm too stunned. I could hear Mal saying something about true love, and if I looked far enough back into the dusty halls of my memory, I could hear myself saying it too. There was a time when I stared so hard at my fairy tale books, staring at the worlds that told about princesses being rescued by their one true love, taken away from the terrible world they lived in to a place where nothing hurt them. Love was a shield and a sword and a paradise ready to embrace all who truly believed in it, and my heart had needed it so badly right up until the day I found out the truth. You're kidnapping me, right? Mal couldn't keep still any longer. Don't speak to the spirit of Illiros like that. She dragged me here against my will. I will speak to her however I want. I turned back to my reflection, which, now looked very familiar. Her eyes were hollow, and she had her arms wrapped around her belly as if she could hold herself together by sheer force of will. Her shoulders were hunched in, and at any moment she looked as if she were afraid of getting hurt. I wanted to shake her until her teeth rattled. Of course no one believes in true love. What kind of stupid question is that? You're talking about broken hearts and true love when you've got real problems here? Your people are zombies and there are monsters that used to be people in your woods. What's wrong with you? The woman in the mirror flinched and I shook my head with disgust. Real love is a myth. It's a pretty story that they dress up to tell kids and keep them quiet. The dream of love keeps women with men who are terrible with them, makes kids stay with parents who don't give a good damn about them. I swallowed hard. I hate the idea of true love. The woman shook her head, but it was Mal who spoke. You can't believe that. Of course I do. Why don't you? If that's true, then there's no hope for this world and yours. What do you mean? You were brought here because you, among so many, are the only mortal who still believed in true love, no matter how subtle that belief is, the only mortal who can defeat them. Then we all heard it. There was a shouting far beyond the walls of the shrine. And even in the terrible city that I have walked through, it felt wrong. Mal drew his sword, 3 feet of gleaming steel, and from the way he moved, I knew that he knows how to use it.
Stay here, do not leave this place.
I started to protest, but then he was striding towards the door. A moment later, he was gone, and I was left with my reflection in the mirror. Chapter 5. They are here. The spirit sounded sad. I felt afraid. I felt as if every moment that I had been living in this strange and terrible land, I had learned about some new awful thing that was a threat to me. On the other hand, it was not all that different from the way I felt all the time. Even when things were going well, I felt as if the avalanche was just one misplaced pebble away. What's happening? Who are they? The demons brought forth by the mortals. She studied me, and I sensed something alien in her then. She wasn't me, and I wasn't her. There was some kind of key difference there that I didn't understand, didn't see, but it was there. I couldn't stop myself from shivering a little. Perhaps you will change before this is all done. I started to answer her back, but there was a great crash from the direction of the door. I turned, every nerve in my body screaming with fear, and I gasped at what I saw. I suppose that I had gotten too used to how sleepy this world was. The numbness and the eternal darkness had started to seep into me like frigid water into the cracks of a stone. What I saw in the doorway was the opposite of numbing. There were 3 of them, tall men in red armor. Their armor had an unhealthy sheen to it, making me think of dried blood under a fluorescent light, and their helmets were plumed with gleaming black feathers. Instead of swords, they held maces in their hands, and for a moment, all I could think about was how much force those spiked clubs could drop on someone's head. Oh my God. Be brave, Laura. The spirit in the mirror glowed gold again, and that drew the Red Knight's attention like a dog to a whistle. They turned towards us, and as one, they came marching up the hall. I wanted to shout at her that I couldn't be brave. Why the hell would I be? I was already backing away from the advancing soldiers, scanning the room for exits. I didn't know what they were, and I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew that I wanted to get away from them as quickly as I could. Something about them made me sick, made me feel as if I was burning up inside, and if I looked at them for too long, I might lose my mind with fear. Run! You need to run! The moment the words were out of my mouth, I felt foolish. She was a spirit stuck in the mirror. Where could she go? In a glance, I could tell that the mirror was too large and too heavy for me, and now the Red Knights were even closer. You are our only hope. With every word she spoke, the mirror gleamed brighter, and the Red Knights seemed to come up faster. There was something hollow to them, I realized, something that echoed with metal against stone. There was nothing inside the suits. Nothing at all. The realization came to me in a rush, and I wanted to pull my hair with the sheer illogical nature of it. It couldn't be, and yet it was. This nightmare was real, or at least real enough to make me wary of their boots and their maces. They didn't spare a single glance at me as they marched up to the mirror. 2 of them stayed back, while the first came up to it almost curiously. I could still see a sliver of golden light. Then I saw the empty Red Knight raise his mace. The thing looked as heavy as an anvil, but he swung it as if it were nothing. He lifted it high above his head. He swung it down. I didn't see what happened next. I turned on my heel and fled the scene guilty as any burglar or murderer. I didn't want to see what had happened to the golden spirit who had brought me here. I didn't want to see the mace come down to smash her. I didn't see it, but I heard the crashing smash as she was destroyed utterly. I ran blindly out into the city, my own gasps loud in my ears. I could feel my heart thundering in my chest, my lungs screaming for air. It didn't matter where I was going because all I needed was to be away from that scene of terrible destruction. Call it what you will, a murder. It felt like one. I had only spoken to the spirit for a few moments, but I knew in my heart that she was real, that she breathed and lived in her own way, and now the Red Knight had destroyed her. Finally, I huddled in an alcove shelter from the main street. I pressed tight against the cold stone. I couldn't run much further. I realized with a slow dullness that the night was catching up with me. I had come from a full day of work at the library only to be brought here to a terrible nightmare land. Who knew how long I had been here? I reached up to push my hair out of my face, and I was startled to find my face wet with tears. No, 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 no. I cannot afford to start crying like a baby now. Get it together. Stop being such a wimp. You can't. I couldn't do anything. I didn't know how to get back home. I didn't know how to keep myself safe, and now I was all alone. One thought that cut through the panic that seemed intent on tangling me up and slowing me down. I've been alone before. I can survive this. I've survived everything else. It was true. I took a deep breath and then another. And even if I was still shaking with fatigue, I found it in me to straighten up. I peeked around the edge of the alcove wall and I heard them before I saw them. There was a rattle of empty armored boots on the cobblestones, and just in time I ducked back into my shelter. They marched past me as proudly as any conquering army, and I breathed a sign of relief. I had to get out of here, and I had to do it quietly. When I was sure the coast was clear, I slipped back onto the street. This time I wasn't running blindly in terror. I stuck to the shadows, and with painful care, I made my way back toward the lower drawbridge. It occurred to me that in another time, the drawbridge would have been raised to prevent such an incursion. However, the invading army, whoever they were, had just marched in as if they were honored guests. For some reason, that made me furious, even as I told myself it didn't matter. They'd come to take possession of a city of sleepwalkers. Hell, who knew? They might wake up the city. Even as I tried to tell myself those things, however, somehow in my deepest heart, I knew it wasn't true. Nothing good came out of letting a battalion of empty red armor march into your city, and I was willing to bet on it. It didn't matter. It wasn't my problem. I just need to get going. I need to find my way home. I refused to think about Mal. He was probably fine. This was a problem that he had probably dealt with before. I thought about how easy he was with weapons. He would probably be just fine. My steps slowed. I might have tried to lie to myself about the nights, but as it turned out, I couldn't lie to myself about Mal. One man against two, maybe three, and he would be fine, but the red suits of armor, they seemed terrifyingly strong. What do you think you can do anyway? You don't even have anything to fight with. I ignored that voice. It was one that had been with me since I was a little girl, hiding under the sink from my father's drunken rages. It kept me safe, but right now, I refused to listen to it. I couldn't. As far as I knew, there was only one other living thing and sane human in this entire world, and that was Mal. I could have dressed up the impulse by saying that I didn't want to leave the only man who might know how to get me home, but it wasn't that. It was that Mal was alone, and leaving him behind to be killed by red suits of armor was unthinkable. I turned around and I started to work my way through the streets again. This time I looked for a familiar flash of pale hair, for someone who moved like a human, not a suit of armor or a sleepwalker. I must have been wandering for almost an hour before I found the fountain. It was a beautiful sculpture of a woman holding a vase in her arms. Clear water flowed from the vase, and I realized with a pang of how thirsty I was. I made sure that there were no knights around, and I made my way to the fountain. The water was cold and sweet, and I had to keep myself from swallowing enormous gulps of it all at once. Instead, I drank in slow, small sips, and I almost had enough when a hard hand landed on my shoulder. That was familiar, too familiar, and in a panic, I spun around, my fist coming up. I registered that it was Mal far too late. My fist landed square on the point of his cheek, and he let me go, staggering back slightly. Mal!
7 skies, woman, but you hit me like a mule kicks.
He rubbed at the wound for a moment, and then he turned to me.
Come on, you need to stay with me. What's the matter?
I realized that I had cringed back against the fountain, trying to put its stone bulk between me and Mal. I couldn't help it. Every time that I had ever tried to defend myself in the past, I had gotten beaten worse for my pains. Mal wasn't lashing out at me. He was only looking at me in confusion, impatient perhaps, but without all the encompassing fury I had grown used to. You're not mad?
No, I ache, but that was my fault. I won't grab you from behind. Now will you come?
He held out his hand, and I didn't think I was going to take it until that moment. I did, and that electricity that I had felt before when he touched my chin came back. I could see from the look in his eyes that he felt it too, but then we both heard the boot tread of the Red Knights again, and he swore.
Come on, we need to take cover.
He tugged me down an alley I hadn't seen, and then into a small crevice between two buildings. It was so narrow that I was surprised Mal didn't get stuck, but we waited with bated breath as the knights marched past. When they were gone, Mal finally relaxed.
Laura, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this. I'll find a safe place for you, and then I'll go consult the spirit again.
She's gone. They destroyed the mirror. He stared at me as if I had started speaking another language.
What?
They, 3 of them, they came marching in and they went right for...
That's wrong. They couldn't have. They're dull and senseless things. Laura, you must be wrong. The spirit won't let them.
I bit my lip. Why was telling him this so hard? I could see now that he had been busy since he left me in the shrine. There was a darkening bruise on his jaw and a gash across his left arm. The wound had bled a little, and it was mostly sealed up now, but I could tell that it would pain him once this adrenaline wore off, even a little. She didn't hide herself. She stayed as if she was talking to me, and they found her. Mal shook his head. Whether he was trying to deny my words or get the image out of his head, I didn't know.
But that makes no sense. She knows the soldiers of Hastia. She wouldn't let them.
Well, she didn't. She glowed up like the 4th of July, and she was still talking to me when they came for her. I couldn't stop my voice from spiraling higher. I took a deep breath because the last thing I wanted to do was bring those terrible things down on us.
Master.
Mal shook his head, and before I knew it, he had grabbed my wrist again. He was striding off with a kind of demented speed, and I yelped with surprise. Let go of me!
Will you come? You'll die if they find you. Your best chance is with me.
I know that all right. I'll follow. Just stop dragging me around like a dog. He let go of me, and I'd admit the first thing I thought was that I should run again. However, there was a big part of me that knew he was right. My best chances to stay alive in this rotten world was with him, and I fell into step. There's nothing that we can do. They shattered the mirror. He was silent, and I realized that I was wasting my breath. Maybe the sooner he saw that I was speaking the truth, the sooner he would realize that we needed to get out of here. We got to the shrine, which I was relieved to find emptied of any marching suits of armor. For a moment, I wanted to believe that what I had heard wasn't true, that the Red Knights had only broken a window or something. Then I saw the mess at the center of the shrine, and it was somehow worse than what I was expecting. The mass of wood and glass reminded me uncomfortably of broken bones and crashed ships, and that was before Mal uttered a deep and gutted sound, as if someone had taken that mace to him. Moving like a man hypnotized, he approached the wreckage of the mirror, and I followed behind him cautiously. He came to the very edge of it, kneeling down, and before I could stop him, he reached for the shards. He was cutting himself as he grasped the bright, shattered bits of mirror, trying to gather them up. I could see the bright red blood welling up from the cuts on his fingers, and somehow that hurt me terribly. Mal, come on, stop. We need to go.
It can't be. It just can't be. She was the very last part of...
I tugged harder at him, but I might as well have been tugging at a statue. A cold and cynical part of me told me to leave him, that if he couldn't walk away, then he was a liability, but I refused to do that. He was grieving, and as much as it hurt to see, I couldn't leave him either. There was a scraping of metal on stone, and despite his grief, Mal rose up quicker than I would have thought possible for such a big man, his sword drawn and one arm pulling me behind him. Don't pull me around. Shh! We waited, and the sound came closer. With a curse, Mal tugged me towards the door, but the sound was louder there. Before we were even halfway to the door, it opened and it revealed a sea of red. There were more red knights, masses behind the door, their motions as smooth as automations, and they flooded the room. Mal raised his sword, but then the red knight in front, identical to all the others, pointed. We looked behind us and we could see more of them as well, marching in front of some door I hadn't seen previously. We were surrounded. For a moment, I thought that Mal wouldn't stop even then. There was something in him, a fearlessness of death, if the cause was right. Then the red knight pointed again, and this time I realized he was pointing at me. The message was too clear. Mal might manage to survive what would come of his death or glory charge, but I wouldn't. Mal stood back, the tip of his sword lowering, and after another moment, he let the sword slide from his hand. Even in defeat, his spine was straight, and when he took my hand this time, I let him.
I'm sorry.
You're always saying that to me.
I know. I still am.
Chapter 6. It should have occurred to me that if they were bargaining with Mal, they would want to keep us alive. At least they didn't rough us up more than they had to. It was a strange kind of relief when they didn't reach for us. When they surrounded us, it was easy to see that there was nothing inside those suits of armor, and if one had touched me, I didn't know what I would do, but it probably involved a hell of a lot of screaming. Instead, they used the blunt ends of their maces to push and prod us out of the shrine. I saw Mal give one last anguished look at the shards of the mirror behind us, but then he took a tighter grip on my hand. It should have frustrated me, and I should have been angry at him. He had no right to be so protective of me when he was the reason I was in this mess, but the truth was that I was so fatigued, so worn out by the sheer foreign quality of the world that I had been dragged into, that all I could do was hang on to him. He was the only human in a sea of clanging metal, and no matter what, that was a relief. We were both silent as they herded us a short distance out of the city. I was so tired at that point that I was stumbling, and once I tripped and would have fallen badly if Mal hadn't propped me up. I saw how the red knight directly behind me had stepped right into the spot where I had been just a moment before and shivered. I don't know how much longer I can walk. The admission was unwilling but true. I couldn't hold it back. I had a terrible vision of myself being trampled underneath those marching feet, and I wondered if the red knights who did it would even notice. Mal looked as if he could read my mind, but he nodded grimly.
If you think you are going to fall again, let me know.
And what are you going to do about it? A slight smile whisked across his face. It made him look younger and even more tired. I had to squash that momentary pity I felt for him again. Right now, it was difficult to blame him for the mess I was in.
You still have the energy to be angry with me. That's good. Anger can keep you strong sometimes. And if you're going to fall again, I'm going to carry you.
You can't! In response, he leaned down without breaking stride, lifting me up in his arms in a perfect bridal carry. He walked forward as if I weighed nothing at all to him in a few strides, and then he set me down again. As we hadn't hung back or tried to run, the red knights marched on as if they had not noticed, and I stared at him. How strong are you?
Less strong than I need to be, but I can promise you that I will not let you be trampled.
There was a simple sincerity to his words that twinged a chord deep inside me, and I shrugged it off because, after all, I had bigger things to worry about. For a little while, I thought that the red knights were going to march on non-stop. I was almost ready to tell Mal I was done. The only thing holding me back was my pride and my anger. I hung on to them grimly, one foot in front of the other, only looking one step ahead, because if I looked farther, I might give up. The world narrowed to the ground directly in front of my feet, and the warmth of Mal's hand was in mine. I ignored the red knights, the moon that floated above us, showing no sign of setting or rising further. I was lost in a haze of exhaustion and pain, and when we pulled to a stop, I looked up in surprise. They had marched us to a clearing in the woods, and in the moonlight there was a curious structure at the center of it. At first, I thought it was a tiny house no bigger than a garden shed, but it was cloaked in dark velvet. One of the knights pulled up the edge of the velvet, tugging it aside, and I stared. There was a solid floor to the structure, but instead of walls, there were bars. It was a cage, and before I could begin to shout a protest, we were being prodded into the narrow door. I turned to try to squirm back out, but it clanged shut, and I heard a lock snap shut before the velvet was dropped back down again, shrouding us in total darkness. I let go of Mal's hand and grabbed the icy-cold bars, and just then the ground lurched underneath me. I yelped, and Mal caught me as neatly as he might a falling cup. This time he didn't let me go as the floor rocked and tilted before righting again, lifting the structure into the air. They're carrying us. Mal nodded tightly.
They are.
Where are they taking us?
To Hastia. They serve Hastia's king.
The questions circled through my head like cats, yowling and chasing each other, causing such a cacophony that I barely knew what to ask first. Somehow Mal sensed the turmoil that racked through me because I felt his hand come to rest on my chest. At first I squawked, misunderstanding entirely, but then I felt his palms press down against the place where my heart was beating so fast.
It's not all right, but be calm. Rest. Nothing bad is going to happen to us right now.
It was so close to what I had told myself to get through the day when I was a kid, and I wanted to laugh. He was right, though. No one was hurting or smashing us with a lethal-looking mace either. I took several long breaths, and I sat down on the floor. It was cold, but it was better than being on my feet. My legs felt like jelly after our long march. In the darkness, I could hear Mal sit down too. I started to ask him what this was really all about, but then my stomach growled. I had skipped lunch, and now that the adrenaline had worn off, I could feel it. Before I could say anything, Mal sighed, and I heard him wrestling something around in the dark.
Here.
I reached out blindly, and he took my hand firmly in his before placing something soft in it. I could have been more wary about whatever it was, but by then I was so hungry I took a bite. It was cold and slightly greasy, but I quickly recognized it as some kind of baked dough wrapped around a sausage. I probably wouldn't have liked it much if I was at home, but now I devoured it. It wasn't until the sausage was crumbs when I realized that I hadn't heard Mal eating. Wait, was that your last sausage thing?
What would you do if I said it was?
That you were an idiot for giving me all of it? He chuckled, and though it was probably just the sausage, I felt a little warmer.
Well, you're honest at least. No, it's not my last. I have a few more.
Why haven't I heard you eating it?
We should probably save them.
I snorted. That never does any good. If they find them, they might take them. It's better if you eat at least one now. There was a long pause, and mercifully, Mal didn't ask how I knew that. The important thing was that he pulled out his own sausage and I heard him eat it. Despite the terror that lasted for what I felt like hours, I could feel my eyes drifting closed. Then Mal spoke, and his voice was so calm, I knew he had to be forcing it.
Tell me what happened.
What, right now?
No better time. The Red Knights don't care about anything but their mission. They don't have the wits to report back to their master what's said, and I need to know.
I wanted to know about this master that Mal spoke of, but there was such an edge to his words that I knew that I couldn't get around it this time. You left, and the spirit in the mirror and I talked.
What did you say?
I hesitated. For all my anger and all of my pain, I didn't want to tell Mal what had passed between me and the spirit in the shrine. It was too personal, too strange, and I didn't want his eye on it, turning it over, analyzing it. In the end, she told me to be brave, that only I could find a way to stop them.
In the end?
There was a hollow quality to Mal's words, and I winced.
When they shattered her, you mean?
Yes.
What did you do?
He kept his voice level, but underneath it, I could hear an echo of what I was feeling deep down as well. I was furious at my cowardice, and I bristled. What the hell do you think I did? I ran.
You just left her there completely helpless in the face of those red knights of Hastia.
You're damn right I did. I didn't know who or what they were, except they were jerks running around with weapons that looked like they were going to do some serious damage. I made it a personal policy not to stand around and ask them what they were doing. Mal shifted. There was a snapping sound and a flash of pale green light. Now I could see that he was sitting close to me, his face drawn and stern. In his hand were what looked like a few seeds fallen from a broken seed pod. They glowed with an unsteady light like a candle, but before I could ask Mal about them, he spoke.
Do you have any idea what you've done?
No, I really don't. My voice spiraled out of control. I have no idea because no one is telling me anything. You dragged me here and this spirit sent me on a quest to save the world? This isn't real. None of this is real. This is all insane. Mal laughed and it was an ugly sound.
If one of the knights had struck you with his mace, you would have found out how real this all is very quickly. The spirit that you abandoned to her destruction is the very spirit of Illiros, the life and guiding force of this city.
The spirit of a city full of zombies, that must have been fun for her. Mal's head jerked back as if I had slapped him, and he snapped his teeth at me.
Keep a civil tongue in your head. She was there when Illiros dragged itself up from the mud. She guided us, protected us.
And she was doing a piss-poor job from what I have seen.
She was the one who sent me for you.
And that's working out well for all of us, isn't it?
She said that you were special, that you were the one who had the power to fix this. I believed her, I trusted her, and maybe in the end, you were right after all. Because all I see is a coward who ran when someone helpless was killed.
His words struck me sharp as fists, and I pulled back from him in the green light in his hand. Stop it! Stop saying this to me! I don't want to hear it! He fell silent, and that was worse because now I could hear the echoes of his words in my own head. For all that, I wanted to tell myself that the spirit's fate was no one's fault but her own, but a part of me said that I could have stopped it somehow. I could have halted what happened, at least watched so she would have not perished alone. We sat in silence for a long time. I was curled up in the corner of the cage facing the bars. My body howled desperately for rest, for sleep, but I couldn't lie down. Not when the spirit's golden glow and last words to me haunted me. I wasn't ready to feel Mal's hand on my shoulder. I flinched, but I was getting used to him. I would have never dared shout it like that at a man as big as he was before. I was getting used to him, or I was too tired to defend myself. Either way, it was a disturbing thought. I don't want to hear you say you're sorry again. Not unless it's followed by, and now I'll help you get back home. Mal's chuckle was rusty but real.
I can't do that. You still have your part to play, and I will not dishonor Master's last wishes so heedlessly. But it must have been terrifying when the knights came in, and you did what you had to do.
For some reason, that was worse than when he had shouted at me. He wasn't forgiving me, but he understood, and I had to squeeze my eyes tight against the emotions that I felt as if they were swamping me. When I finally managed to speak, my voice was small. You called her Master. How do you know her?
I don't really remember. It's been so long. She was there from the very beginning. She's very old and very wise, but these last years have been, well, you saw.
I had. I felt my muscles start to relax, and I turned towards him again. He smiled at me. I hope she's still alive somehow. That's enough for now. Are you tired?
I'm honestly surprised I'm still sitting upright.
I watched as he stripped off his jacket. Underneath, he wore a white shirt that had seen better days, the new slash across his arm being the only latest insult to it. He spread the jacket out on the hard floor of the cage, and he gestured me closer.
Come on, we really don't have much room to be shy, and some padding is better than none.
I was just too tired to protest. In another world, another time, I might have been too fearful to rest so close to a man I barely knew, but right now, well, it was hardly as if things could get much worse. I came to lie down on the jacket. It was actually not all that much better than laying down on the hard metal floor, but then Mal came to lay down behind me, his large body curled around mine and one arm curled over my hip.
All right.
I wanted to tell him no, of course I wasn't. Then I heard the exhaustion in his tone, and I knew that he had been pushed to his limit just as I had been. We were both caught in a metal cage covered in velvet being carried to who knew where, and in this moment, we only had each other. Yeah, it's fine. He nodded, pulling me a little closer to him. He was warm, and if I was being perfectly honest, he felt so ridiculously good next to me. He was right, this was better than just laying flat on a metal floor. Next to my ear, I heard his breath slow and even. Without thinking about it, I matched my breath to his, and I breathed with him until I dropped off into a strange and stuttering sleep. Chapter 7. In my dream, I was an adult, but I was back in the little house in Bayview, the first place I could remember. The light coming through the window was a soft gold, and I knew that on the tall bookshelf, the two lowest shelves were filled with the books I loved best. Something in my dream told me that it was too dangerous to linger, that if I stayed too long, things would go badly for me. Despite that warning, I couldn't help but kneel down next to the bookshelf on the rag rug that my mother had told me she had made out of old clothes with my grandmother. I ran my fingers over the tattered cloth-bound spines of my fairy tales. It occurred to me how old the books were, how some of them came from my mother's collection and some of them came from garage sales and rummage sales. They had all been well taken care of before they got to me, and that thought filled me with a longing ache in my chest. How many of the girls who read those words had their own fairy tales and happily ever after realized? As I knelt on the floor contemplating that sad idea, I heard the sounds of arguments coming from the other room, my father's voice as loud as thunder and my mother trying desperately to placate him. If I were awake, I would have known that that wasn't right. They didn't fight that badly until we lost the house in Bayview. This was a fight like the ones at that little apartment at Burley, the ones that got so bad that the neighbors threatened to call the police. I cringed when my father stormed into view. He looked like the time I saw him last, all ropey muscle on a nearly skeletal frame, eyes bloodshot and mouth slightly slack. It's your fault. We're not here anymore. Your fault, you little coward. I started to protest and my voice came out high and sad and scared, so very much the voice of the little child I had been, and I wanted to scream. No, this wasn't me anymore. I wasn't this small, this helpless. I woke up in a cold sweat and there were strong hands on my shoulders. At first, it only made me thrash harder, trying to get away from what was happening, but then slowly, so slowly, I came to myself. The first thing I noticed was that the darkness was a little less than it was before. I could see shapes even now that Mal's seeds had spent their light. Mal, of course, was the one who had awakened me. He leaned over me, haloed by a soft light. He looked young was my first thought. He did. I must have woken him up because he still looked slightly confused, slightly wide-eyed. At most, he looked a bare handful of years older than I was. Without thinking, I reached up to touch his face gently. There was a slight prickle of stubble on his jaw, and when I cupped my hand over it, he turned slightly as if he was going to nuzzle my palm. He stopped himself at the last moment, pulling away. I'm sorry, I must have woken you up.
No matter. You sounded distressed.
I was sure I had, and even if he couldn't see it in the dark, I was self-conscious about the blush that stained my cheeks. I didn't like revisiting those old days in Bayview at all, and the fact that I had a witness for that terrible dream didn't make me feel any better. It was just a dream.
What was it about?
Why do you want to know? He heard the taut quality of my voice and shrugged.
I have heard in your land that dreams don't mean much of anything. Things are very different here.
I supposed in a land where suits of armor walked and a whole city could be turned into sleepwalking zombies, that was true. Still, that didn't mean that I was very keen to share much of anything with Mal, not like this. Outside, I could still hear the Red Knights marching, their steps clanking and monotonous. Did they stop at all?
No, they don't need to. They're hasty as shock troops. They can be beaten, but hunger, thirst, and exhaustion will not do it. They could keep up this pace for centuries as long as they did not run into an obstruction of some sort.
Hastia, you mentioned that last night.
I did.
Now it was Mal's turn to go sullen and uncommunicative. I supposed it was fair. Instead of answering me, he turned slightly and gave me what looked like a hairy bag with a carved wood nozzle on it.
Here, one of them passed this into the cage while you were sleeping. It's safe enough. If they wanted to kill us, they would have done so long ago.
I took the bag warily, but I could feel water sloshing around in it. It took a moment to uncork the water bag and a few more to figure out how to drink from it without spilling it all over myself. Before long, I was gulping the water down greedily. I needed water more than food, and I could feel my body crying with relief from it. Mal laid his hand on my shoulder.
Slowly, or you'll make yourself sick.
I knew that was true, but the only thing that kept me from trying to down it was the realization that it had been full when Mal gave it to me. He hadn't had any yet. Reluctantly, I laid it aside, and as I suspected, he only began to drink when he realized that I was done. We sat in silence for a while, and when I spoke again, it was quieter, calmer than I had been the night before. I felt calmer. Sometime during the night, perhaps in my dreams of home, I had come to accept what was happening to me. This wasn't a dream. Whatever Illiros was, I was here, and if I wanted to get home, I would need to start accepting that. You know that you can't hold out on me forever. Mal gave me a wary look. I suppose that I couldn't blame him. Nearly the entire time he had spent with me, I had been wary and out of my head with fear the rest of the time.
I'm not trying to hold out on you.
Well, even if that's not what you were thinking of, it's what's happening. I don't know what's going on, and all I have gotten from you are hints that I should, and that I should be doing better than I am. He gave me a stony look and I shrugged. That's not my problem right now. Right now, my problem is that I'm in a velvet cage and I don't know where we are going and what is going to happen to us. If you have any knowledge, I would like to hear it.
I don't want to scare you.
It was the truth in his voice that made me laugh. Are you kidding?
No, I truly do not want you to be afraid.
Then you are doing a terrible job. I've been afraid since you grabbed me on the street outside my apartment. Nothing that has happened here has put me at ease, not even once. The flash of guilt that crossed his face made me realize that he had not considered it. It was good, though. That meant that at least he was not somehow enjoying my terror. I gentled my voice slightly. The worst fear is oblivion, so if you can help with that, I would really, really like to hear it. I thought at first that he would refuse to tell me anything. He might have felt guilty about his part in bringing me to Illiros, but he certainly wasn't prepared to do something to fix it.
Hastia is one of the countries bordering Illiros. It is ancient like Illiros, and though hostilities have ebbed and flowed, neither side is on friendly terms with the other.
And they chose to wait until Illiros was full of sleepwalkers to attack and occupy. Mal frowned.
No. Even in the best of times, Illiros has nothing that Hastia wants, and vice versa. As countries, they have usually done their best to ignore the other's existence.
I thought of the troops marching through the silent streets. But obviously that has changed.
Yes, they have decided that the need to coexist is over.
Mal's voice was bleak as a barren desert, and I flinched. There was nothing I could have done to prevent the Red Knights from shattering the spirit's mirror, but a part of me wondered. Why are they bringing us back to Hastia if they've destroyed the spirit of the city? Mal shook his head.
I don't know. I don't know why they chose now to make their move, and I don't know what the king is planning at all.
I imagined an ancient wizard with a long white beard who had animated these suits of armor. What could someone like that want with us? I started to ask Mal another question, but I was distracted by a strange sound. It was soft but abrasive, hard and demanding. It took me a moment to realize what I was hearing, and then I realized that it was the clash of sword on sword. I looked at Mal, and there was a strange look of dread on his face. When he spoke, his voice was hushed, and I thought of two children sharing stories under a blanket late at night, when their parents expected them to be asleep.
I can tell you that Hastia is a violent place, one that has nothing to do with compassion or pity. That will never prepare you for what Hastia is.
We lapsed into silence, and because it was more comfortable to lean against each other than to slump on the floor, I curled up under Mal's arm. I dozed off, but every bump in the road, every startled bird call could jolt me to a nervous wakefulness again. Every time Mal assured me it was nothing, and he pressed back down against me. To my surprise, I let him. I guessed that I was feeling too tired to fight him any longer. I woke a final time and I realized that I could see my breath hanging in the air. There was a distant chill that hadn't been there before, and the velvet curtain could not keep it out. It felt like summer in Illiros.
Hastia is a different land.
He said it as if it explained everything, and perhaps it did. I had noticed that the light was shifting as we were carried farther into enemy territory, so obviously Hastia had not plunged into eternal night. The clashing sound had grown softer and louder at times, but now I noticed that it was louder than it had been before. It felt as if it were coming from all directions, and I shrank against Mal, the only thing I knew in this strange land.
Should I tell you it will be all right?
I gave him an acid look. Is that true?
I hope it is.
Then no, save it for when you know for sure. He looked amused at my snapped remark, but it was so much better than the lost look he had before that I could not bring myself to mind all that much. There was no warning. Instead, the Red Knights only set the cage down with a loud clank, and then the velvet covering was ripped away. I gasped at the shock of cold air that hit us both, and Mal swore under his breath. I was briefly blinded by the bright light glinting off the snow around us, and as my eyes adjusted, I could see more of the place we had come to. It was a bright winter day, and we were still surrounded by a battalion of Red Knights. We stood on a stone bridge that led into a densely cluttered city in front of us. I could hear the clash of steel on steel again. Who could live in such a place with that sound always in their ears? I realized as one of the Red Knights pointed his mace at us that I was going to find out. I shivered again, taking a tottering step forward. The cold cut through my thin clothes like a whip, and I could feel every step of the march the knights had taken us on before. I stifled a yelp when the knight with the mace prodded my back again. I got the message. Keep walking or suffer the consequences. I was not ready for Mal to thrust himself between myself and the knight, glaring angrily at our captor. He stooped down to gather up the velvet covering, which now I could see was several pieces joined together. He tore one piece free and threw it around my shoulders like an improvised cloak.
Remember, I won't let them trample you.
Thank you. I don't know why that's a comfort, but it is. Mal's smile was quick, there and gone, and then he only looked grim again.
They're going to march us through the city like prizes of war. Keep your head up.
I wondered if it was for pride that Mal told me that, but then we were marching into the city and I saw what he meant. Illiros had been a ghostly tomb. Hastia was a war zone. I could see now that the city had once been quite beautiful, with low and stately manors that grew living gardens of beauty all around them. That had been destroyed, however, and now 1 house in 4 was destroyed, utterly pulled down to timbers and char, while the houses that remained had a desperate look to them. Even as I watched 2 men chased another down an alley, sword drawn, and when I heard the screaming, I turned away hurriedly. The Red Knights were not ruffled by this display, and even if there was a hard light in Mal's eyes, he did not look at it twice. No matter how good Mal's advice might have been, however, I couldn't comprehend the violence around me. I saw men dressed up in armor and they had painted red in imitation of our guards marching along the streets with deadly purpose in their eyes. I saw a woman with a spear fending off a man shouting bloody murder and no one helped her. The moment that broke me happened just short of the long march up the hill to the castle above. I heard a shriek of childish laughter, and dread bloomed in my chest. A child darted out from a ruined building, and heedless in the way that children can be, she darted through the ranks of the Red Knights to crash into me. I staggered a few steps but managed to keep my footing hanging onto her. She looked up, her small face pinched with fear, and I followed her gaze to the edge of the battalion where two boys roughly her age waited for her with sharp stones in their hands. Instinctively, my arms tightened around her. She was so small, so ridiculously small. I couldn't let her go back to those boys. They would murder her. She clung to me as well, and though her eyes stayed dry, her chest heaved with exhaustion and terror. I remembered what it was like to be too worn and terrified to cry. The Red Knights rustled around us, and I could tell that they weren't happy. One of them stepped forward to give me another hard prod with his mace in my back, but this time I didn't budge. I couldn't. I had let the mirror be destroyed, and now this little girl had all but fallen into my arms. No, let me bring her along. It'll be fine. I'll carry her. I was babbling, but I didn't care, and the Red Knights gave me no indication that they had any idea what I was saying at all. The knight behind me prodded me harder, making me stumble, but I only shut my eyes tightly, refusing to let go of the girl. I didn't care what happened to me at this point, but I couldn't let her go back to the nightmare that was Hastia. To my shock, the hands that pulled her from me were familiar. It was Mal, and he was strong enough and fast enough to unwind her fingers from my makeshift velvet cloak and to pull her away. Mal, no, she's just a child. She can't.
If they figure out that she's the reason that you stopped, they'll kill her to make you move again.
The brutal logic of Mal's words made me swallow hard. I watched as he carried her to the edge of the battalion farthest away from the boys that watched her with jackal's eyes. A head start. That might have been the best we could do for her, the best anyone in this damn city would do for her. For a moment, it looked as if Mal whispered something to her, but then one of the Red Knights landed a heavy blow against the back of his right shoulder, making him stagger slightly. He put the girl down, and she was off like a shot, lunging away with the boys in hot pursuit. Mal fell back into step with me as we started to make the ascent up to the castle that waited for us at the top. I saw him throw aside a scrap of leather, dropping it to the ground. What was that?
My eating knife. It's not much, but it was the best I could do for her.
Mal's voice cut me straight through. He was as lost as I was, and for a moment all I wanted to do was throw my arms around him and let us both just grieve for a moment. Then a protective rage swamped me, and just as much as I wanted to comfort him, I wanted to fly at him, howling and kicking and scratching and biting. The best you could do better. He flinched, and the rage inside me flowed like an undammed river. It sort of made sense, a feeling fashioned after this terrible place. In that moment, I could see why people might want to chase after each other. Their sole purpose was to hurt and kill one another.
Laura.
Shut up. You let her go back into that hell. I have nothing to say to you. I did as he told me to do at the outskirts of the city. I looked straight forward as we climbed up, and I refused to even look to see whether my words had made a single mark on him. There were Red Knights all around us, and above us waited the castle of the King of Hastia, squatting like a spider ready to devour us. Chapter 8. I remembered reading somewhere that a brave man dies only once while a coward dies 1,000 deaths. I must have been a coward then, because as they led us into the castle, I imagined a dozen different painful fates that might be in store for us. It occurred to me that someone else in my place might assume that their innocence of any wrongdoing would carry them through, would protect them from whatever crimes they were accused of. I hadn't been that innocent in a very long time, however, and I knew how very little innocence would protect you. The Red Knights marched us into what looked like a grand receiving hall, and there was a throne at the head of it where the wizard king of my imagination would sit. The Red Knights lined themselves up along the wall, and somehow they became just armor. They stood still and silent, and Mal and I were left at the center of that great cavernous space. We waited tensely, and then as the seconds ticked by to slow minutes, we were both confused. Nothing was happening. There was no one who had come out to greet us. No torturer, no sneering villain. Instead, it was just the two of us alone with a battalion of guards that had become little more than 2 rows of rather ugly decorations.
Hello?
Mal's call made me cringe, but it echoed through the hall and was met with no answer. What's going on? Is this some kind of weird mind game?
I suppose I wouldn't put it past Hastia, but
Mal ventured up to the dais where the throne stood. For a moment I thought he was going to sit in it, and I braced myself for whatever lightning bolt would strike him if he did. Instead, he looked around the dais and then at the wall behind it.
look.
When he pointed it out, I could see it. The stone behind the throne was paler than the rest, as if an enormous picture had been removed from that area. What's that?
It's where the personal banner of the king should hang.
And what does it mean that it's not there?
That the king is not in residence. That banner is hung where the king sleeps, and wherever that is, right now, that is not here.
The relief that I felt at Mal's revelation was tinged with a kind of dread. There was a part of me that had perhaps hoped that whatever was going to happen would at least happen quickly, that there would be some kind of resolution after all those hours we had spent bumping around in a cold cage. Now the wait was extended and I felt something inside me break just a little more. Pretty damn sadistic, I muttered.
What was that?
I ignored Mal, taking a chance and striding back towards the door we had entered. The red knights rowed on each side of the receiving hall had made no move at all to stop me, and further encouraged, I pushed hard. I might as well have been pushing against stone. They didn't even budge. I hadn't realized that Mal had come up behind me, and then he was lending his strength to mine, pushing as I did, but it made no difference. It might have been a door installed over a stone wall for all the difference it made.
Enchanted to keep us in, he growled. We could try. Wait, Laura, where are you going?
Away from you. I saw a small hallway leading out of the receiving hall, and it looked far more humble than the hall itself. It was a corridor used by servants, I guessed, and that made it a better bet than trying to get through the main door. I heard Mal's footsteps, and then his hand landed on my shoulder again. It was one indignity too many in a short period, and I spun on him, my face contorted into a mask full of fury. Stop it, don't touch me again, don't you dare. Mal fell back with an expression of hurt on his face, and that just made me angrier. I knew that this was the same man who had made me a velvet cloak for the walk up the castle, who had woken me up out of the worst nightmare I had in years, and despite his role in landing me in all of this, had protected me the entire time. I knew that, and I didn't care. It was all less important than the rage that flowed through me right then. The rage was hot and clean, and God, but it was so much better than feeling afraid. I had been afraid for so long. Just leave me alone. I can't stand the sight of you. I spun around and started walking down the corridor, unsure of where it would take me, but certain that it had to be better than where I was. I half expected to hear Mal's footsteps behind me again, but there was nothing but the sound of my own footsteps, the hard beat of my own heart. I explored the castle of the King of Hastia for days. It was enormous, and I figured that it might take weeks or months to truly take it all in. It was beautiful in its own way. It was a beauty captured by stonemasons. Raising high arched ceilings over sleek black tiled floors. The stained glass windows were scarlet and gold, casting deep shadows across the corridors, and the scenes they depicted were ones of great loss and grief. I couldn't stand to look at them too long, no matter how beautiful they were. I learned fairly quickly that the castle was sealed as well as a safe. No door to the outside city budged for my hand, not even the tiny one in the kitchen that I suspected had been a milk door at one point. I even plucked my courage and hefted a heavy kitchen stool to one of the gorgeous glass windows. When I threw it against the glass, it bounced back at me so hard that I got a bruise on my shoulder. The place was utterly inescapable from top to bottom. At first, I was only concerned with the rumble of thirst and hunger that had plagued me since the road. I wondered if that was the Hastia King's plan to make us starve to death in the midst of all this terrible beauty. It seemed surprisingly passive for a man who ruled over a land as violent as Hastia, But what did I know? Quick enough, however, I found the kitchen, a broad and low-ceilinged place that was half-timbered and far more welcoming than anything else I had seen. To my surprise, there a fire crackling in the low hearth that stretched from wall to wall, and my stomach rumbled at the smell of roasting chicken. "Excuse me, I'm here to—" An old woman and a girl appeared from a door I guessed was the pantry, and for a moment I was so relieved to see other people that I nearly hugged them. Then I saw how slack their faces were, how their arms simply hung uselessly at their sides, and I wanted to shout. Their eyes were closed, and they reminded me of the sleepwalkers in Illiros. They must have been under some different kind of enchantment, however, because when they saw me, they moved to their places in the kitchen. Eyes closed, their hands moved with ease, and at that moment the old woman has presented me with a plate of roast chicken as well as a small round loaf of bread, and the girl offered me a fork and what I thought was a small dagger, which was probably an eating knife, like the one Mal had given the girl. I hesitated, but when they made no other sound, I took the food and the utensils. They did not move, and slowly I backed out of the kitchen, letting the door close behind me. When I was gone, I could hear them move again, and felt slightly ill. Were they real people? Had they been once? The food at least was good, and sitting on the steps of a nearby staircase, I ate hungrily. It tasted delicious at least, and at this point I was far too starved to worry about contamination or any other tricks. I had food at least, and water as well, drawn from a spring that poured through a small room near the kitchen. The water was icy cold, but it was clear and so good I could have cried. When my meal was done, my thoughts strayed to Mal, to telling him about what and who I had found, but I shook my head. The rage that ran through me was still too overwhelming to think about speaking with him, and instead I continued my explorations of the castle. I found a wing full of elegantly appointed bedrooms and baths carved out of marble and fed by the same spring that supplied the water in the kitchen. It looked like the kind of luxury I had dreamed about since I was a small child, but the place was simply too creepy for me to indulge in even a simple soak. There was a haunted feeling about the palace, and the idea of stripping down to sit in one of the swimming pool-sized baths was tainted with the idea of unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. Instead, I found a small room of the enormous library. It was where a librarian might have made her home once upon a time, with a bed, a desk, and a basin underneath to draw her bath. Even as clumsy as I was, bathing in a small copper tub, I felt a certain relief from finally being clean. My clothes were filthy, but when I investigated, I found a rack of simple dresses in the wardrobe in the librarian's room. She had been taller than me and rather curvier. The green dress I chose came close to hitting the floor, and it hung off of me in odd places, but it was clean clothing, and I wasn't going to protest. I knew there were other servants around. The stool that I had thrown was swept up the next day and put back where I had taken it from, and once in a while I caught steps moving in the halls close to the one I traveled. Otherwise, though, I might have been alone, and I admitted that I preferred loneliness to the close-eyed servants of the King of Hastia. Of Mal, I saw nothing at all. On the 7th day of my captivity, I took a deep breath and opened an enormous door that seemed to be made of strips and iron, giving it a nearly wicker-like appearance. Behind it was a set of stone stairs that led down, and after lighting my lantern, I went down them. I knew that I was going down into the dungeon, and what the dungeon of a place like this might look like was probably nightmarish. However, it was the only place that I had not examined closely, and if I wanted to get back home, I would need to be thorough. The light of my lantern was faint against the oppressive darkness, and the steps were steep and slightly damp to the touch. When I came to the floor at last, I realized I must be hundreds of feet below the surface. I braced myself for the first cell on the right, little more than an alcove in the wall with bars set over it. It was empty, but it was painfully obvious that anyone who had been locked inside would have barely had enough room to sit down, and lying down would have been impossible. I shuddered, but just as I moved on, I heard a whisper. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." I told myself it was my mind playing tricks on me, and I kept walking. The cells were much like the first, and as I went by them, I heard the same whispers. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I couldn't have. All my fault. I am to blame. I wiped tears from my face. I hadn't even noticed that I was crying. The voices were too much, overwhelming me to the point that I wanted to scream. But then I came out of the corridor to a wide, flat space. There was something about the echoes that seemed wrong, and I frowned, holding my lantern up high. When I finally realized what I was looking at, my stomach dropped down to the neighborhood of my shoes. It wasn't a large, flat room in front of me at all. The corridor led to an enormous pit with narrow walkways all around the edge and absolutely no guard to prevent someone from falling in. No, why would they want to prevent someone from falling in after all? I shuddered, taking another step back from the edge. I didn't want to go back past the voices in the cell, but I certainly couldn't stay here either. This was ridiculous. I should have known there was no way out through the damn dungeon. I turned back, but before I could, I felt something coil around my wrist. It wasn't a hand, or at least it wasn't a human one. Instead, it felt as if it was made of mist and chilly vapor, but it was as strong as iron. You are still alive, you are still hot and powerful and angry. In a panic, I tried to pull away, flailing forward and away from the edge, but the cold hand dragged me back, my feet skidding on the rough floor. Come live with us, warm us with your fury as we were once warm. A dense panic started to crawl up through my throat. I knew that if I went into that hole, there was no getting out of it at all. I cried out, a strangled sound, and then my feet were pushing against nothing, and I felt more than heard a triumphant cackle from the void. I was falling, and there was nothing in the world that could stop me or save me. There was a rush of air and a brief sense of weightlessness, but waiting for me at the bottom was a life-ending crash. But that wasn't what happened. A hard hand grabbed me by the wrist, and even as the nightmarish voice beneath me cried out at having its prize snatched away, I was hauled back above the edge to safety. There was no movement where I realized that it was Mal who had saved me. One moment I was falling into the darkest place I had ever known, and the next I was wrapped in his arms, his scent, and he was dragging me back while swearing at the monsters in the pit. He dragged me back to the corridor, and placing himself between me and the pit, turned to look at me.
Are you all right?
Yes, you saved me. By the light of the lantern that was still inadequately lit and clutched in my hand, I saw something flicker across his face. Before I could recognize it, it was gone and he looked away.
The spirit said that you would find the broken heart of Illiros. You can't do that in the oubliette.
The oubliette? He nodded back at the pit, though I saw that he didn't seem to want to look at it any more than I did.
They call it the forgetting place, where they throw the ones the king doesn't want to remember anymore.
I shivered. It's terrible.
It is. Come on, we won't find a way out down here.
Almost hesitantly, he offered me his hand, and we went up into the light. This time, though, I could still hear the voices of the prisoners who had once lived in the cells. They seemed softer now, and I gradually forgot them as we went up together. Chapter 9. As it turned out, Mal had been bunking in the captain's quarters in the empty guardhouse.
No use for real guards once you have those red terrors, I suppose.
At the very least, raiding the guards' quarters had allowed him to put on fresh clothes, and as we shared a meal of cold chicken and apples acquired from who knew where by the kitchen staff, I couldn't help looking at him out of the corner of my eye. In clean clothes and bathed, he was shockingly good-looking. I had never trusted good-looking men, but there was something about the way that Mal wore his looks that was intensely disarming. When I thought about it, I wanted to laugh a little. He already knew how to use a sword. He didn't need to weaponize his looks at all. So you've just been following me?
You said you didn't want to see me, and you didn't.
I scowled at him, but the anger that had flamed so very bright inside me before was now diminished down to low coals in my belly. I could ignore it for now, and it occurred to me that if I didn't focus on it, it might just fade away entirely. What was happening to me? Getting annoyed over everything. You know what I meant when I said those things to you.
And do you still mean them?
My pride alone wanted to tell him yes. He was terrible. He had failed to save that little girl. He had pulled me into all of this. Instead, what came out was the truth. I was so angry. I had to lash out at something. I'm sorry that you were the nearest person and got the brunt end of it. For a moment, I thought he would only nod, and we would continue to eat, but he smiled a little.
Thank you for that. I forgive you.
That's it? Mal gave me a quizzical look.
What else should there be?
I knew what apologies brought. They brought more blame, more fury, more blows. Mal was different, and I realized that I should have known that by now. Nothing. Tell me, have you learned anything from shadowing me around? As it turned out, he hadn't really. He had looked at the same doors that I had, tried talking to the silent servants just as I had. He had gone to the receiving hall one terribly restless night with a guardsman's sword and challenged the Red Knights to combat, but they hadn't responded.
Just stood there immobile like dolls as I shouted myself to exhaustion. I could knock them all over, but I doubted it would matter until their monster returned and told them to stand again.
There was something about the image of that, Mal alone in a hall with a sword, practically begging for a fight, that broke my heart. I put my knees up to my chest, resting my face in my arms. What in the world is going to happen to us? Are we just going to be stuck in this place forever? Unexpectedly, Mal came to sit closer to me, draping one arm over my bowed shoulders. It reminded me of the times he had brought me close in the cage, and as I was then, I was comforted by his presence. Don't tell me it's going to be all right.
All right, I won't. But this won't go on forever. I know that. Sometime, likely very soon, the king will return.
And what then?
Then we figure out how to get out of this.
I started to chide him for his optimism, but then I noticed something strange. Mal, look at those shadows. We were sitting in the rear courtyard behind the castle. The front part was seen by the dignitaries and ambassadors. The steps where we sat led to the kitchens and the servant quarters. Hastia had a proper day and night, unlike Illiros, and being this close to evening, the shadows were long. What caught my attention was a tall shadow where there was nothing but a crenellated curtain wall. We looked up in unison, and there was nothing to cast it. Mal was already rising.
Stay here.
No. He gave me an irritated glance, but he made no more complaints as I followed him. I could have said that I felt safer with him and his sword than I did without, but the truth was there was at least something different in this strange shadow. The shadow described a tower, taller than the wall, but there was no tower there, at least none to see. As we grew closer to where the base of the tower was, however, we both felt something thrumming in the air, like what it might feel like inside a violin where a string was plucked. Mal, look! The rest of the courtyard was groomed to sterile perfection, but back in the rear corner, there was an overgrown feeling, weeds and wildflowers sprawling everywhere.
Someone very much wanted to hide something, but this is not a very good job. Stay back.
It wasn't safe here, so I obeyed as Mal drew his sword and started tapping the ground in front of us. He had only tapped for a few moments before there was a different sound, and we both realized that the tip of his sword had hit something that neither of us could see. Mal paced along an invisible border, touching what seemed like air. He was either a world-class mime, or there really was something there that we couldn't see. There was a part of me that balked at all of this. Of course, people didn't hide things by turning them invisible. Of course, there was the stuff of fantasies and delusions. Then another part of me asserted that I had been living in an invisible world for almost a week, and that if I wanted to make anything of it, I should get with the program. I stepped around Mal and reached for the same area he had been tapping. Sure enough, instead of empty air, I felt cold stone. I reached further, and then instead of stone, I realized I felt wood. Mal, it's a little different over here.
You know, I distinctly remember telling you to stand back.
He came to touch where I indicated and frowned.
A skilled magician would have covered her tracks better. This is almost childishly obvious.
You don't need to get very subtle to fool suits of armor and people who walk around with their eyes closed, I pointed out. But I had an idea what Mal was talking about. There was something stranger at work here than an invisible tower, and that was saying something. Mal grasped something at waist height, and then the door fell open, not even locked. It was like looking at an optical illusion. Standing in the forgotten corner of the courtyard, there was a sliver of a room, stoned and empty. It was shadowed, and I could feel a puff of cool air from inside.
There's something strange about this,
Mal muttered. Is it going to stop us from checking it out?
No, unfortunately.
We were both thinking and hoping the same thing, I knew. This strange and forgotten tower might be our way out of the castle, and no matter the risk, we had to at least take a closer look at it. Mal went first, stepping into the empty tower with a slow step, his sword drawn. With the door open wider, I could see him turn around slowly in the round chamber. It looked empty and harmless, but it was another few moments before he nodded to me, sheathing his sword.
It looks safe enough. Unfortunately, it also seems there's nothing of much use here. Come in if you want to.
After a moment of hesitation, I crossed the threshold. From the inside, it looked like a round and empty tower, hollow all the way up except for some crossbeams of timber. There was a narrow staircase that spiraled up the wall, and all along the walls were arrow-slit windows, sending through piercing beams of late afternoon light. There was no way a full-grown adult could slip out of those windows, and I felt a pang of disappointment. This isn't going to help us at all, I said, and Mal nodded. My policy has always been to look after myself first and foremost, but right then, he looked so sad and disappointed that I instinctively moved closer to him, bringing me to the center of the room, and that's when I felt it. It was what I imagined getting hit with a car was like. It felt as if a terrible force struck me right in the chest, relentless and unstoppable, and it took me a few moments to realize that it wasn't a physical sensation that had struck me at all. Distantly, I could hear Mal shouting with shock, see him reaching for me, but it was all so far away. He was far away, and instead the specters of the past ringed around me, and I felt as if I was on fire. All of those memories came back to me. I remembered the time when I came home and found my mom motionless on her bed, the days right after she passed away, and the time when Franklin turned from a prospective soulmate to a monster who only wanted me for one thing, the same thing all men want with girls. The feelings were so intense that I found myself stepping back almost instantaneously to get away from whatever it was that was at the center of the tower. The tide of emotions cut off as I had come to land like a woman saved from drowning. I coughed and sputtered and gasped, my entire body sore and aching as if I had been beaten.
It's all right. I have you. It's all right.
Mal probably wasn't even aware of what he was saying, and it all faded into a mush for me. Instead, I focused on his tone. The panicked fear for my plight, the resolve to help, the kindness underneath it. It was so warm and compassionate. He carried me away from the tower and to a small bench next to what had likely been a fine stable. Instead of setting me down, however, Mal sat me on his lap and kept me close to his chest. He took my hand and laid it over his chest where I could feel his strong and steady heartbeat. He was showing me how to calm down, and I took a deeper breath and then another. Slowly, I could feel myself coming down from my peak. A periodic shudder ran through my body, but I was otherwise limp against Mal's chest, taking in his warmth and his strength. His free hand rubbed soothing circles over my back, and his touch further soothed me. Finally, I was able to sit up, but I made no move to climb down from his lap as the unsettling sensation had barely left me and had made no move to dislodge me either. "What was that?" I asked finally. My voice was hoarse, and I was sure my face was a swollen mess, but at least I spoke steadily enough.
I was going to ask you the same thing. You came to the center of the tower, and then that happened.
I frowned at him. "You didn't feel anything?" He shook his head. I felt sad. The word was too small for the torrent of emotion that had ambushed me. Too small by far. No, it was grief. It was overwhelming. I couldn't handle it at all. Suddenly, there was nothing to protect me. I felt sad. I blushed to state it so baldly, cringing at the weakness I was revealing, but Mal only nodded, a troubled look on his face.
If it would hurt you, you don't need to say, but Laura, would you tell me what it was you felt?
I didn't want to. Of course I didn't want to. Unearthing those terrible things felt like ripping myself open. In the tower, I had felt like I was coming apart. The only thing that made me open my mouth was the fact that I wasn't in that tower anymore. I was sitting with Mal, who I knew wanted to protect me and learn more about what had happened. Still, I hesitated. Everyone's got some sad story.
Not me.
I stared at him perplexed. He had figured it out before I had, but it was obvious. My grief had hit me like a truck in that tower. Nothing had happened to him. What?
I don't have any grief that isn't bound up in Illiros. I don't have any memories of what came before I was Illiros' paladin.
No memories, nothing to feel grief over. Mal nodded tersely. I had always thought that if I could cut away the parts of me that were so sad, so hurt, I would. But would I want the emptiness and echoing abyss that I could now sense in Mal? I shied away from the answer. "What happened to you?" I whispered.
If I knew, I would tell you.
Even if he hadn't suffered what I had in the tower, he was still suffering, and I couldn't bring myself to make him suffer more, not after the master he had served all his life just left him. I nodded. All right. Well, I guess for me, it was my mother, my whole family. We were all right for a while when I was a little girl, but then my father lost his job. Same old story, I guess. I tried to be flippant about it, but Mal's serious gaze wouldn't let me off the hook. I took a deep breath. Mom and Dad were a loving couple, almost inseparable, and I thought I was the luckiest girl on earth, but one day, my dad got laid off. He lost his job, and everything changed after that. He had trouble finding another job. He hardly stayed on one for months. He started drinking and borrowing money from Mom, if you could even call it borrow at all. His so-called business venture never worked out. They would quarrel at the slightest disagreement, and every night. That was just the beginning. He would even beat my mom sometimes. But my mom endured, and every time after a fight, I would console her. She said she was lucky that she still had me. Every now and then my dad would soften up as long as his mood suited him. But that peace never lasted, and I knew it won't. The quarrels and beatings worsened until one day my mom couldn't take it anymore. She killed herself. I was 15. Seems like another lifetime. Then it was just me and Dad until I had gotten myself emancipated at 17.
You saved yourself.
I laughed harshly. I thought I was anyway. I was even doing sort of okay, if okay means sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with 4 other people. I had plans, full-time work, my own place, and Franklin, who I thought was the only good thing left in my screwed-up life. God, I hate thinking of myself at that age. It made me angry at how hopeful 17-year-olds can be. We met after my mom died, and slightly before I was free of my monster of a dad. Franklin was good-looking and fun. He was the only person that made my life less unbearable. Things were starting to look up finally until I moved in with him, and things went poorly.
Poorly?
I lurched off Mal's lap, glaring at him. The question made me angry, but now I could see underneath it too. I was angry because I was afraid and humiliated, and afraid of being seen as the trusting and loving idiot I had been. What do you think? He stole my money, he humiliated me, he said he loved me when the thing he actually loved was sex. He even threatened to kill me if I left him. I was lucky to get out of that pathetic relationship before he put me in the hospital. I had thought that Mal would flinch from that, mutter something about how it was my fault for staying so long or not knowing better, but his eyes were calm.
I'm sorry, that should have never happened to you.
Tears started to well up in my eyes at his soft and serious words, but I shook them off. I wondered wildly if something in the tower had broken me after all. I felt like a raw wound, and I couldn't stand it. Stop! Just stop! I can't take it anymore, not now! Mal nodded as if he understood. Though with a hole where his memory should have been, I had no idea how he could.
I'll stop not because I don't have any more to say, but because you asked me to. But please believe me when I say that I do not hold you in any less regard because of things that were beyond your control.
Beyond my control. That was the crux of it, wasn't it? So much of what had happened to me was beyond my control, and I had always thought that infuriated me. Now I could see that it had hurt me as well, leaving behind a legacy of sorrow and pain. I shook my head. I'm sorry, just not now. Mal nodded and took my hand gently. To my surprise, he brought it to his mouth, pressing his lips gently against my knuckles in a courtly kiss. It should have been ridiculous and showy, but instead, something about it made my heart squeeze just a little.
We will speak no more about it until you say otherwise. But come on, we should get you some cold water, or your head will ache much worse than if you had been drinking mead on an empty stomach.
He was right, and even as he led me to the fountain close to the kitchen, I wondered why, despite everything, I felt a little lighter. Chapter 10. I woke up the next morning to the door of the small room that I had wrenched off its hinges. I cried out in shock at the pair of red knights in the doorway right before they stomped into my room. Over the past few days, I had gotten so used to them behaving like actual empty suits of armor that I'd forgotten how terrifying they actually were when they moved. One of them grabbed me by the wrist while the other prodded at the pile of clothes I had left on the floor the night before, as if wondering if I was there too. I had never been more grateful that I'd gone to sleep in a white nightgown I'd found in the wardrobe rather than naked. The red knights dragged me down to the receiving hall where they had left me and Mal in the first place, and the first thing I realized was that there was now a banner hanging behind the throne. It was black with a bold red tower painted on it, and I remembered what Mal had told me. The king of Hastia had returned to his palace. The red knights dumped me in the middle of the floor before returning to their places, and a moment later 2 others dragged Mal in as well. He only wore a pair of trousers, his blonde hair sticking up at odd angles. He had been sleeping as well, and he looked like hell. However, I saw him relax when he laid eyes on me, and I wondered why. It wasn't like I could get us out of this. They dumped him next to me, and he looked me over quickly.
Did they hurt you?
No.
Good.
Before he could elaborate, there was a commotion, and the doors that we had come through on the first day were ceremoniously thrown open. A burst of cold winter air came through, making me shudder uncontrollably, and with it came an enormous figure. I had thought the king of Hastia would be some sorcerer-like figure, but instead he was twice as tall as Mal, and Mal wasn't a short man. He moved slowly in his suit of black armor, less fluidly than the Red Knights did, and when he took his place on the throne, I was surprised it didn't buckle underneath him.
"Bow before the King of Hastia."
The voice boomed not from the face of the helmeted figure, but from its broad chest. Without thinking, I bowed, but Mal stayed stubbornly upright.
"I am the Paladin of Illiros, and I do not bow before usurpers."
Oh, God damn it, Mal, I thought, but before I could say anything, 2 Red Knights broke ranks and approached him. I cringed as they grabbed him, and he fought, bending him into a deep bow their king demanded. I wanted to think that he had brought this pain onto himself, but suddenly I remembered his confession of the night before, how he had nothing in him besides being the Paladin of Illiros. I caught sight of his face, determined to the point of madness, and it did make a terrible kind of sense. When this was all he had left, he would fight his enemy to the end. The problem, of course, was that I couldn't take it. Mal, please, please don't. He heard me, he hesitated, and then like a miracle, he bowed. The Red Knights backed off immediately, and Mal straightened up. I could see what it had cost him, and it hurt, but it would have hurt more to see him injured. The king, of course, was less than impressed with this display.
"Exactly the kind of petty defiance I would expect from a conquered vassal."
Mal's face darkened.
"I am no vassal of yours." "Of course you are, you and every citizen of Illiros, and that means that the actions that you have taken against me are treason, are they not? Including going to get your little prize from the other world."
It took me a moment to realize that he was speaking about me. The helmeted head turned towards me, and one gauntleted hand rose, beckoning.
"Come here."
I didn't want to risk being further handled by the Red Knights. I went, stopping short of the dais where the king sat. He came forward in his slow and slumping stride, and behind me, I could almost feel Mal tense. The king in his armor towered over me, even bigger when I was close to him, and a sensation like crawling insects shivered over my body as he examined me.
"So you are what the fuss was about. You were the one the boy broke so many laws for."
I don't understand. The king's laugh was dry and papery, almost querulous. Strange inside such a big body.
"You wouldn't, would you? Well, know this then, daughter of the other world. There are laws here, and crossing the boundary between the worlds is forbidden, and bringing someone back is doubly so. Our laws are not yours."
Mal, unable to keep quiet, shouted this, and with the king gestured. I turned my head just in time to see 2 Red Knights take hold of Mal, but then the king's enormous hand was on my head, turning me back to him.
"You see how it is, of course. Illiros does not accept the rule of Hastia. Illiros must be dealt with."
I felt his rising fury like a change in the wind. He let go of my head, but he was pacing on the dais.
"Illiros has resisted our rightful rule for too long. Illiros will finally be taught a lesson. It cannot resist. It must not resist."
I felt that terrible familiar stillness come over me. I had learned it young, and it didn't always work, but sometimes if you just stayed still enough, just made yourself invisible enough, these things might blow right over you. Of course, it wasn't a lesson that Mal had learned, and I heard him shout with fury.
"Illiros will never bow before you. You can't take it for yourself. You have no right."
It was exactly the wrong thing to say. The king of Hastia roared like a wounded boar, and he stomped past me towards Mal.
"You will not speak to me like this! Not in my own hall, not in my own country."
I wanted to cover my eyes, but I couldn't. The king picked up 2 Red Knights that held Mal, and with another roar, he threw them into the wall. They shattered like poorly made toys, and then he grabbed up Mal himself, shaking him hard.
"You will not speak to me like that!"
I saw Mal try to break from his grasp, but before he could do that, the king threw him hard to one side. If Mal had hit the wall, I was sure it would have killed him, but instead he was thrown into another set of red knights, crumbling them as well. For a moment I thought he was dead anyway, but he moved weakly, struggling to sit up. I couldn't stop myself. I knew that I should stay still and silent, but I dashed across the hall to reach him, as if I could help or protect him. He moved with difficulty, but his eyes were lucid.
Get back, he might.
We both stared at the king, whose rage seemed to have maddened him. He tore through the hall, wrecking the red knights as if they were trash, tearing down the banners on the wall, even ripping up some of the floor. It should have been terrifying, and it was, but all I could think of was a toddler denied exactly what he wanted, throwing a tantrum. I was always too scared to notice, but was this what Franklin looked like then? The crashing of metal on metal and metal on stone was terrible. I drew closer to Mal, who put his arm over my shoulder as we watched the king.
I might not be the safest person to stand next to right now.
I don't care. Mal smiled a little at that, but the king was slowing down. Finally, he came to a stop, and for a moment he was entirely still. He reached up to take off his helmet, and I stared. Inside the armor was a man far smaller than I had thought. He was old and frail, and his seamed face ran with sweat. He must have rattled around in the armor, or his feet would never have even reached the floor. Magic again, I thought, and he turned to glare at us.
Hastia's might will never be questioned. Hastia will rule over Illiros, over the other lands as well, and you too will be an example. You will be executed in the morning. No!
That came from Mal, and he staggered to his feet.
No, I will. Not her, please. Execute me. I'll bow to you before you do it. I'll say what you want, but not her.
I stared at Mal, wondering if this was some kind of trick, but all I heard was dread in his voice and sincerity. The king shook his head, pleased with Mal's plea, but his love of cruelty was too strong.
No, tomorrow you both die in front of the people. I will have my red knights tear you apart for the crowd, and it will drive them mad with victory.
It struck me how terrible it was that he considered madness a virtue for his poor people. He gestured to two of the red knights remaining.
Take them to the dungeons. If they leave their cell, tear them apart.
The two red knights marched us off, and behind me, I could feel the king's dreadfully satisfied gaze. Chapter 11. They brought us to the dungeon, which was just as terrible as I remembered it, but there was a kind of desperate humor in the fact that they didn't lock us in. Although the barrel door was sound, the lock was rusted out, and the red knights stationed themselves in front, facing outwards. When I pushed experimentally at the door, it didn't budge, and the red knights stood like stone. Mal did the same, with more strength, but he couldn't budge them either. And we were both silent in the cell, staring at our captors, contemplating our fate. For some reason, though, I couldn't focus on the execution that was in front of us, the terrible way that the king had said we were going to die. Instead, I looked at Mal, clinging to the bars of our cell. Did you mean it?
Mean what?
That you would say anything if he would spare me?
Of course I did.
Why? Mal turned to me, and I couldn't explain how he looked then. There was a mixture of desperation, of need, of fear and pride, and faith all at once rolled up, and it made me want to look away. This was the very core of him, and it felt wrong that it should be on such display.
Because you are going to save Illiros.
I stared. And you believe that?
I do. She said you would.
I felt a tide of anger roll over me. My hands clenched. Are you serious? You are staking your life on a spirit in a mirror. One that, mind you, I abandoned to be destroyed by the soldiers who are right now guarding our cell? Are you utterly insane? Mal's face turned to stone.
She is the spirit of Illiros, and I am her paladin. She directs me, and I believe and obey.
I can't believe this. Do you know that you sound like a damn cultist right now? Can't you think for yourself? Don't throw away your life because some spirit tells you to do it. Mal glared at me.
At least I live for something. Isn't it better than hiding in the shadows and hoping the monsters don't get you?
It hurt more than I thought it would. I bared my teeth at him. At least I know who I am. You can't even say that. If you were who you were before, did you choose this? Or were you just taken and brainwashed into thinking this is all just dandy? Mal looked furious, but I didn't care. I knew he wouldn't hurt me physically. Besides, we were going to die in the morning. What did it matter?
I would rather die for something than live for nothing.
Then you're an idiot. We lapsed into silence on opposite sides of our cell. The problem with the quiet was that it allowed the anger to ebb, and I could find what was beneath it. I was afraid. I was terrified when the king had struck Mal. When Mal had refused to bend, I felt sick with fear, and of course I couldn't shout it out at the king. Now the fear was gone, leaving me afraid and shaking, and tears beaded up in my eyes. Somehow, despite the turmoil, I fell into a restless sleep. I closed my eyes as long blinks became shallow dreams, and it felt as if at any moment I would repeat the day, woken from my bed by a pair of red knights at the door. I awoke with a start. I couldn't tell how long I had been asleep. Mal sat tailor-fashioned across the cell from me, eyes open, but a bleary look on his face. He gave me a wary look as I came across the cell to sit close to him.
I'm not going to listen.
Well, you should. Lean close. Frowning, he did as I asked, and I put my mouth as close to his ear as I could. How do they identify us?
What?
The Red Knights. How do they identify us? They don't have eyes.
Through the king's powers.
No, that's too easy. There is something they use to locate us, to catch us, right? When they came to my room, one of them was confused enough to poke at my clothes as if it thought I was still in them. Mal's eyes narrowed as he thought of what I said.
In other traditions, people are located by their hair or their spit or their clothing, something from them.
So, does that mean they can be confused? The Red Knights hadn't moved during our whispered conversation. They had no ears to hear us, and probably more importantly, no orders to listen. With a wince, I tore some hair from my head, spat on it, and then wrapped it up from a twist of fabric torn from my nightgown. Mal pointed to a gap in the Red Knight's armor, right where the base of the neck should be. And slowly, carefully, I crept up to the barred dungeon door. I reached up, expecting at any moment to get my fingers broken, and with my breath held, I pushed the disgusting little packet of hair, spit, and cloth into the gap in the armor. I stepped back into the relative safety of the cell, watching. For a moment it seemed as if nothing was happening. Then the other knight's head turned toward the other, and lifted its mace. Mal stepped forward, less slowly and subtly than I had. We had guessed right. And these strange monsters couldn't think. They could only follow orders. He shoved his own packet into the gap in the attacking knight's armor, and suddenly it was as if a switch had been flipped. The Red Knights stepped towards each other, and in a blur of motion they tore at each other. Metal clanged against metal, and neither had the upper hand. For a moment I only watched, hypnotized, until their relentless attacks hammered the cell bars and broke them apart. At Mal's call, I joined him at the door. Together we threw ourselves at the gate, pushing the now moving knights aside enough to squeeze through the gap. Mal shoved me in front of him, and we both ran up the stairs, expecting at any moment to hear their footsteps behind us. Instead, we only heard the clatter of them destroying each other, and a shaky sense of victory fell over me. We're free!
Not yet. We still have business here.
What are you talking about?
The king of Hastia attacked Illiros, and that can't go unanswered.
You can't be thinking of fighting him. Mal didn't answer. Instead, he led me on a circuitous route to the guardhouse where he had been sleeping.
When I face him next, I'll be armed and he won't have so many guards to call on.
But
he still has a hold on this place. No one gets in or out without his say-so, not unless he's dead.
It was true. For all our searching, neither of us had found a way. I gritted my teeth. Hiding would only delay the inevitable, and I didn't like to think about how long I could run from a mad king in a palace, no matter how large. I watched as Mal armed himself, dressing in a padded jacket and then in armor that looked terribly light to me. He saw me looking and grinned.
It may not look like much, but it's strong. I don't want to take a chance with the heavier stuff. It looks far too much like what the Red Knights are made of. And if he can control it...
I shuddered, nodding. The king looked like he was somehow puppeteering the giant suit of armor around himself. I didn't want to know what would happen if he could control armor that Mal was wearing the same way. He handed me a tunic, boots, and leggings that were at least somewhat my size, and then after a moment of hesitation, he handed me a small ring. What's this?
It's something I picked up years ago. Do you see the sliding panel on the back?
The ring had a simple red stone set on a band, but when I flipped it around, I saw the panel that Mal was talking about.
Don't open it now. If you need it, however, there's a map inside showing all of the local realms. Use it to get back to Illiros. Get to Berringham or Maiden. They're still somewhat free of the blight that hit Illiros, and you can hide there.
He gave me a curious look. He hadn't missed the blush on my cheeks.
Why do you look like that? It's just a ring.
Rings mean... Never mind. Are you serious about this? Are you going to fight the king now?
No better time. Put on the ring. Be safe. Watch for an opportunity. If I can make the king falter, it might be enough for you to get out of the palace. If you see a chance, I want you to take it.
I don't want to. His bare hand cupped the side of my face, making me look up at him. My breath caught in my chest, and I wondered wildly how he could look so good even when the world was falling down around us.
You have to. Master swore to me you were the solution to the troubles that were plaguing Illiros. You have to survive and escape, no matter what happens to me. Do you understand?
I had no choice but to nod. It should have ended there. He should have let go of me and kept getting ready, but for a moment we only stood there looking at each other. For a moment I wondered what he saw when he looked at me. Tired, grubby, dressed in clothes that didn't fit, and angry as hell, but it didn't matter. When I looked at him, I felt safe, and it was the first in a long time that I felt this way. My hand came up to touch his, and that woke both of us. He pulled away from me, turning to the rack on the wall and pulling back a sword that looked nearly as tall as me.
All right, are you ready?
No, I admitted, but we have to try this anyway, don't we? He flashed me a bright smile. Had he looked like that before something took all his memories and made him into the paladin of Illiros?
I'm afraid so.
Chapter 12. The sun was just ascending into the windows of the receiving hall when we entered it. The piles of the Red Knight's armor had been cleared away, and there was a stillness in the air as if the whole world was waiting for what came next. Mal directed me to stay close to the doors.
If you see any chance to get out, take it, all right? No matter how slight, no matter what happens to me, you get out and you go where I told you.
The ring he had given me, the one that made me feel like such a fool, was on my hand now, and I nodded. I still wasn't quite sure if I was going to obey him, but he wouldn't continue if I didn't.
All right, remember, if I can, I will come find you. I will protect you.
Because of Illiros. He hesitated, and I nearly wanted to know what he was going to say next. But then there was a terrible roaring in the depths of the castle. Suddenly I was a 10-year-old again and listening to my father tear up our living room because he had been turned down for another job, or because the cable that had been cut off, or because we were out of beer.
Be brave.
Hearing the words the spirit had spoken right before she was destroyed cut me to the bone. But then there was no time to consider it. Mal was striding to the center of the receiving hall, and the King of Hastia had entered it from the side, enormous, terribly fast, and incredibly destructive.
"What have you done? You will be executed!"
Mal swung his sword in an easy arc. Suddenly, he looked far more deadly than he had a moment ago. But still, he was so small compared to the king in his armor.
"If I am to be executed, O King of Hastia, I invite you to do the task yourself."
Someone else, someone wiser, someone who thought for a moment before he allowed rage to push him forward, would have called for reinforcements. Surely there were more red knights somewhere in the castle, or he might even have called his close-eyed servants, whom Mal would have hesitated to hurt at all. Instead, rage had filled him, and he charged at Mal with a terrible roar. Armor met steel in a terrible clash. But somehow, instead of being grabbed up to be crushed to death, Mal danced out of the way, his sword flashing towards the king. I saw what he was trying to do. The tip of the sword darted towards the gaps in the armor, looking to reach through the hollowness inside and the fragile flesh the shell was protecting. The king roared and twisted, and Mal had to fall back, but then he was dashing forward again. I had seen his speed before, but now he was breathtaking, moving in and out of the king's reach with ease. He still moved stiffly from the blows he had been dealt the night before, but there was something so natural and instinctive about the way he moved that it hardly mattered. I held my breath as they fought, and I gasped out loud when Mal came out of a crouch into a perfect leap that took him up to the knight's head. With one crashing blow, he struck the king's helmet off, sending it ringing to the floor. Now the king's face was revealed, red and sweaty and human, and even if his body continued to rage with a terribly destructive power, there was something ridiculous about it, about his rage and the desperate strength that he was using to try to prove himself.
"You cannot kill me!" "I can sure as hell try."
Mal redoubled his efforts, trying to get close enough to strike a fatal blow to the king's exposed head, but that meant he had to get close. The king batted him away more than once, and every recovery seemed to take a fraction longer. Mal, as strong and as fast as he was getting tired, and I knew deep in my heart the thing I had tried to ignore. He was going to lose.
Hate you, kill you. I will kill you and show your body to the damned country."
On the final word, the king managed to catch Mal up in his arms, and Mal's sword went clattering to the ground. I didn't know if Mal would have fought his way free. If I had time to think about it, I would have said yes. From what I had seen, Mal was tough and strong, and he likely had plenty of tricks up his sleeve that would have allowed him to deal with the King of Hastia. In that moment, however, all I could think was, he can't hurt Mal. He's not allowed to. I'm not brave. That had been proven time after time. However, the idea that Mal might be terribly hurt, even killed, right before my eyes was unbearable. I must have shouted because the knight looked up at me, eyes narrowed with hate.
"No, Laura, don't."
"Put him down. It's not him you want, it's me." The king scowled at me, and I could see the gears turning in his head. He might have been the strongest thing that I had ever seen, but he was far from clever, and I knew in that moment that he was like every bully that I had ever encountered.
"What are you?"
People talk about you. They say that you're weak and pathetic. They say that the only reason that you can hold your throne is because of magic men in armor. They laugh at you. The King of Hastia made a lone noise like a warning growl. It terrified the wits out of me, but right then, it didn't matter at all. It mattered far less than keeping him away from Mal, who even then was trying to struggle out of his grasp. I couldn't look at Mal. Instead, I held the king's eyes, and he in turn could not look away.
"You dare!"
Of course I dare. I dare because you are nothing, and Illiros was finally so tired of your bullshit that they sent me to put an end to you. I had no idea who would look between me and Mal and see me as the real threat, but as I said, the king wasn't thinking rationally. I could see the very moment when the mechanisms in his brain became overloaded with my taunts, and then the moment after that, when the mechanisms snapped entirely. With a roar like a steam locomotive, he threw Mal against the wall and lunged for me. If I had been standing where I was a moment ago, I would have been smashed. It was a good thing then that I wasn't there at all. The moment I saw the snap, I started running. A lifetime of cowardice had taught me that much at least. I ran, and no matter how strong the temptation was, I didn't look back. If I had caught sight of Mal hurt or bleeding, I might have hesitated. I couldn't afford that right now, so I just ran. The king was strong, but a man in a magical suit of outsized armor can only run so fast. I heard him clanking behind me. He wasn't slow enough for my taste, but the present lead I had would do. Fortunately, I wasn't running aimlessly in the palace hoping to lose him. I had a destination. I really wished I had this plan in mind earlier. I would have left more doors open for myself. The doors opened easily, thank goodness, and as we dashed past the close-eyed servants, I prayed to anything that would listen that I wasn't doing something incredibly foolish. By the time I burst out into the dawning winter morning, my breath burned in my lungs, and I was nearly dizzy with exhaustion. Staying ahead of the king had cost everything that I had, but soon enough I would figure out if I'd won or lost my bet. There was nothing in the courtyard to tell me that the tower was there, and not just a figment of my imagination. Despite that, I ran for it anyway, and I was painfully relieved when my groping hand crashed against hard stone. I didn't need stone, I needed the door, and as the king came up behind me, roaring terrible threats of what he was going to do when he caught me, I finally found the latch. The door swung open and I threw myself inside. This time, I could feel the effects of the tower almost immediately. I ignored the grief that tore at me and forced myself up the spiraling staircase, pounding up the stairs and hugging the wall because the climb was so treacherous and steep. Mom is gone. I have nothing left. There's no more purpose in life. You're pathetic. You deserve to die. All of my emotions that had hidden underneath my anger came out to tear at me. And though I wanted to scream at their strength and their intensity, I didn't let them stop me. I climbed, and with his form too bulky for the narrow staircase, the king lurched to the center of the tower. For a moment, I think he was too consumed with his rage to notice what was happening. He raved and snarled, shaking his fists at me. Then he stilled, frozen in one spot, and even from my vantage point high above, I could see a look of shock cross his face. His mouth opened and I saw tears start in his eyes. "No! No!" His cries started as whispers and rampaged up to screams, and in that moment, he forgot all about me. I crouched next to the wall and I covered my ears against his tortured cries. I couldn't stop myself from watching, however, as the pain deep inside him started to come out. The pieces of his armor started falling apart one by one. It was as if he couldn't get away from the pain no matter how he struggled. A rush of grief took me, and so many times I was tempted to run out of the center of the tower to get away from it. It was the emotions that consumed me when my mom died, and I was faced with a lifetime of hopelessness and desperation. I never wanted to feel that way. It disgusted me. And so I turned to anger, because only then would I feel alive and in control again. But in truth, the grief of my mom's death and my tragic life was the cause of my anger, the urge to lash out at the world and the people in it. And the Hastia King was a being powered by rage, a rage so familiar to mine. So I thought grief might be his undoing. I had thought that he had a body that was somehow suspended in the suit of armor, but I was wrong. There was no body at all, and in the middle of the disintegrating and screaming, every trace of him disappeared. He was reduced to metal parts. Though it seemed to take hours, I knew that it was less than a moment before silence reigned again. I saw Mal enter, staring around at the wreckage in bewilderment, and I who was drowned in tears. He pulled me away from the center of the tower as quick as he could. The effects of the immense grief nearly made me collapse, but I felt the strength of his arms supporting me. Safe, he's safe. I kept him safe. The relief combined with the exhaustion was so great that I wavered, and when I started to descend the staircase again, my foot slipped. As I stumbled down the side of the tower, I wasn't outraged or even frightened. Instead, I was bemused, wondering if this was how it was going to end after I destroyed the King of Hastia. I closed my eyes tight, ready for a bone-breaking landing, but instead, I landed straight in Mal's arms. The impact took both of our breaths away, and he fell to his knees with a grunt. I had been expecting the shock of impact, and when it did not appear, I looked around in astonishment, staring up at Mal. "Why did you—"
You don't get to ask me that, not after that stunt you pulled in the receiving hall.
I looked at him, bewildered. He sounded almost angry, and for the life of me, I couldn't imagine why. "Stunt? That wasn't a stunt, Mal. It worked."
I don't care if it worked. You deliberately decided to taunt a sorcerer king who bespelled his entire kingdom. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?
Yes, I was still exhausted as the effect of grief gradually lifted as we left the tower. To my surprise, the strong urge to talk back to Mal had weakened. Maybe it was because of the demise of the King of Hastia.
Are you all right?
Mal asked, a little puzzled at my unusual portrayal of patience. "You know," I said slowly as I recovered my focus, "I saw him grab you up like he was going to pop your head off, so yes, I have some idea of how dangerous that was." Before I would have said this out of spite, but now I did that more as a tease. Mal glared at me, a little confused at my sudden change of reaction, and I took the opportunity to squirm out of his arms. I felt too raw to be close to him, but at the same time, I didn't want to get too far away either. I contented myself with staring at what was left of the king. I couldn't let him hurt you. Mal stood up beside me, and after a moment, he placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. I could see that his knuckles were raw and bloody, likely from one fall or another.
That's what I'm for. I'm supposed to protect you. And at least I know how to fight.
And I know how to run. That's worked out pretty well for me so far. Mal removed his hand. Good. He should remember that I wasn't some hero like him. I had run from the destruction of the mirror, too. It was just that this time, my running had served us well. Mal let it go, and he went to kneel next to the wreckage of the king.
What happened here?
The king met his maker. I think he was the one who put the illusion on the tower to shield it from the eyes of others, including himself. He couldn't stand to look at this place. It was the one place he was born from, the one place he could be destroyed. I took a deep breath. I could still feel the grief nagging at me, and if I listened to it too deeply, I knew it would drag me down. Right now, however, it had quieted, and I could ignore it. I think that if you are that angry, that furious with the world, it is hiding something else. In the king's case, it was hiding something else that he couldn't cope with. He never wanted to see this place, so he hid it from himself. It was just that I made him so angry that he didn't care anymore. Mal shot a concerned look at me.
The last time you were here, it hurt you.
It still does, but I had to face it because it was the only way to destroy him. It was, and some part of me exulted in being stronger than the king of this place. Mal picked through the wreckage of the armor, and to my relief, he didn't turn up bones or worse, a severed head. Instead, when he stood up, there was a ruby in his hand as large as a human heart. What is...
I know this. This is part of the treasure of Illiros. A part of Illiros's heart. It was lost long ago.
Part of Illiros' heart? It seemed as if I were being dragged into the struggle of this place whether I liked it or not.
I don't know. I don't remember a time before Illiros was the way you had seen it.
And yet you fight for it anyway. Instead of being angry with me, Mal smiled. It was a small smile, and there was an unspoken sorrow that I could not allow myself to feel. If I did, I suspected it might be worse than the grief in that tower.
Of course. It was what I was made for.
I wanted to tell him no, that he didn't have to fight for a doomed cause if he didn't want to. That he was worth more than some sacrificial knight on a chessboard. The words stuck in my throat, and finally, I just shook my head and walked out of the tower. Chapter 13. With provisions, clean clothes, and the ruby that Mal had taken from what was left of the king, we stole out of the palace like thieves. All around us we could see signs that Hastia was waking up from the rule of their maddened king. The incessant clashing of metal had stopped, and in the city I could hear wailing. The sound made me shiver. It made sense. There would be deep wounds to heal after the violence committed under the king's influence. Underneath it all, every citizen of the city would have to decide how much of what they had done was the king's will and how much of it was their own. Mal spared me a sympathetic look.
It will be terrible, it will be painful, and there will be days when they wish to have the oblivion of the king's rage again. But there will also come a time when they have put it behind them and be healed.
It sounded optimistic to me. Something so dark and powerful that it could pull you under and you wouldn't even want to fight your way to the surface. Then I remembered what he told me about being nothing beyond the paladin of Illiros, and I wondered if emptiness was all that much better. He certainly didn't seem happier for that hollowness. We walked away from the palace, and the further we went, the winter seemed to peel back like the skin from an apple. The air grew warmer, and it was as if the light mellowed to something rich and gold. Your world's insane. I hope you know that. Where I come from, you don't change seasons just by crossing a state border. Mal glanced back at me with a slight smile.
I didn't spend much time in your world, but it hardly seemed much saner. Just a little farther now.
Where are we going anyway? This doesn't feel like we're headed back to Illiros.
I've traveled through this territory before. There's a good place to camp not far from here, and we can decide our next course of action.
We kept walking, and I thought about what Mal had said. I thought about my life, working at the library, scraping together the time and the money to try to go back to school, all of the crap that I had seen and gone through. It felt almost disloyal to the world that I had never cared for all that much in the first place to wonder at Mal's statement. I realized with a bit of shock that I hadn't thought of home in a while, not really. I was still angry at Mal and the spirit pulling me away from it, but I hadn't thought about what my roommates might think of me being gone, my boss firing me for going MIA for more than a week. When I thought of where I had come from, there was a misty quality to it all, as if it were a dream I had once. I pushed the feeling away because whatever it meant, it didn't mean anything good. We walked until I was almost ready to drop. I was watching the rocky ground under my feet, taking one step after another and simply following Mal's lead. My mind had gone into a tired static, and I jumped a little when Mal put a gentle hand on my shoulder.
Look.
I did as he said, and I gasped. He had led us to a small clearing at the base of a cliff face, and the roaring sound I had somehow ignored during our hike turned out to be a waterfall, torrents of water throwing itself from the cliff above. The water turned into a deep round pool that the afternoon sun turned to gold, and there was something so beautiful about it that I was struck silent. I had lived all my life in the city, surrounded by concrete and blinding lights and urban sounds that never stopped. It was a sense of wonder that I had heard other people talk about but never experienced before. I mean, I had seen trees, and there were plenty of fountains in the city, if you were in one of the nicer parts. I thought those were pretty enough. This was something different, and for several long moments I simply looked around with pure wonder and pleasure at the simplicity of it all. Then I realized that Mal was watching me with a slight smile on his face, and I colored. It's just, I'm not used to it, all right? I don't get out of the city much.
Don't be embarrassed. It's only that you're lovely when that suspicion and fear drop away.
From someone else, it might have been a taunt. Someone meant to make me feel rotten about how deprived I'd been. From Mal, there was something almost wistful about it, and I hesitated before I rebuked him reflexively. Before I had time to make one decision or another based on the issue, Mal strode ahead. To my surprise, he went up to the sheltering rock face where he grubbed around at the base of the cliff for a few moments before coming up with a bag made of oiled leather.
Good the scavengers didn't get it all after all.
It turned out to be an impressively complete field kit, equipped with a tent, water bags, food, money, and dry tinder sealed in wax. You really are prepared for everything, aren't you? Mal tilted his head toward me, and the slight smile on his face made my heart beat a little faster. The man really was too handsome for his own good.
That sounds like praise.
So what if it is?
Then I would thank you for your kind words. It is good to hear.
Despite my protestations of being a confined city girl, he got me to help him set up the tent, and sooner than I would have thought possible, he had a fire going. I reached for the food we had swiped from Hastia, but Mal shook his head.
No reason to dig until we have to. I chose this spot for a reason.
To my surprise, Mal stood, and as easily as he might wave hello, he stripped off his shirt and hung it over one of the poles of the tent. Warn somebody before you do that. He blinked at me, standing there barefoot in nothing but a pair of trousers.
Why?
Because. I waved helplessly at him, unable to resist taking a peek at the body he showed off. I knew he was strong, but I guessed I hadn't thought of what he might look like. Mal wasn't sculpted exactly. You could see the muscles, but it was as plain as day that he had gotten them from use and work rather than from preening in the front of a gym mirror. He moved with a kind of athletic grace that would have inspired the Greeks to make sculptures, and I couldn't keep my eyes away from the fine lines of golden hair that rained down his flat belly.
Laura?
Go do what you are going to do. I'll watch the fire. He shrugged and went into the water, and though I did poke at the fire in a haphazard attempt to keep it burning, I was really watching Mal. He stood still in the rushing water, bent and with his hands in the current. He was as calm as a statue, and just when I was beginning to feel a little drowsy, he erupted into movement and a large fish landed on the bank. I yelped with surprise, and he came out of the water as well, grabbing it up by the tail with satisfaction.
There, that fine fellow will be a good dinner for us.
As he prepared the fish, I couldn't keep my eyes from his body. That was when the setting sun hit him just right, and I blinked. The scar was old enough that it had sunk into his skin and was nearly invisible. However, when it was fresh, it must have been deadly, because even from where I sat, I could see how wide it was. It cut into his left side and continued up to his sternum, twisted and pale.
It almost killed me. You're looking at the scar, are you not?
Mal's voice was clipped, and I was shocked to hear some stiffness in it. This man had faced off against a king who wanted to execute us with a single moment of fear, but now he sounded almost nervous about what I might say. I'm sorry.
It's old, from back in the wearing days of Illiros. I don't remember exactly which battle it was in when I got it, but I do remember how long it took me to recover.
He paused.
It was the longest time I could remember being abed, just resting.
For some reason, that made me angry. He was the paladin of Illiros. Did that mean that the spirit of Illiros never let him take a damn break? It's not so bad, you know. He shot a look at me, bringing the fish fillets back to the fire and sticks and propping them over the fire.
I do know. I see it every day, so I also know that you're lying.
I scowled at him. Oh, I see. This is just another one of those things where what you say goes, and of course no one else can have an opinion on it.
I'm really not.
You are. And maybe you're this world's version of a warrior Eagle Scout, always prepared whether you're dealing with suits of animated armor or wandering around in the woods. But listen, you're not right. Not here. You see it every day. I don't. And I say that it's fine. Not monstrous, not disfiguring, just proof that you survived. My speech left me feeling oddly drained, and I half expected Mal to dismiss me out of hand. Then he smiled at me, a bright thing that warmed me all the way to my toes, and bowed his head slightly.
Thank you, Laura.
I blushed a little and was silent as the fish cooked. By now I was half starved, and by the time he pulled the fish out of the fire, I might have been ready to eat it whether it was done or not. He came to sit on the ground next to me, handing me one of the skewers, and we ate the hot fish gingerly, trying not to burn our tongues. From Mal's muttered swears, he was hardly doing better than I was, but the fresh fish was too delicious to resist. Finally, we set the empty skewers aside, and for some reason we didn't pull apart. The night had set in properly, and there was a chill to the air. Sitting close made sense, or so I told myself. We watched the fire, too tired to do anything else, and then Mal lay back on the grass.
Come here.
I was too full and warm to do otherwise, and as comfortably as if we had been doing this all our lives. I lay down in the curl of his arm. When I looked up, I saw that the sky glittered with stars, more than I had ever seen before. After a moment, I realized that the constellations were different as well, and the real distance between me and home was profound.
Do you see that blue-tinged star right above the tip of the pine with the smallest star beside it?
I sighted along his pointed finger and nodded.
Illiros legend says that those two stars are really the two heroes, Callus and Martinus, who loved to fight so much that they refused to die and instead went to fight in the heavens.
That hardly sounds pleasant. Tell me another. Mal laughed softly.
Another and a more pleasant one, perhaps. All right. Almost straight up from where we lie. Do you see the cluster that's almost a perfect curve? Look, the largest star in the sky is at the center of it.
Yes, I see it.
We call it Dara's necklace. Her lover gave it to her, and it was stolen by the dark dwarves who dwelled beneath the ground. She got it back, but then she was so afraid to lose it that she set it in the sky for safekeeping.
That's not so great. Does that mean she never gets to wear it?
No. During the fall, the necklace drops out of sight beyond the horizon. And in Illiros, we say that Dara is dancing with the Winter King.
Pretty.
And there, almost directly above that notch in the tree, two stars so close they are almost one. Do you see?
I thought they were one star at first, but then when I squinted, I could see that they were two. I had read about stars and constellations in school, of course, but here in this world, I suddenly understood why there were so many stories about the stars that sparkled above. They were so beautiful that of course there must be stories about them. Yes, I see them.
They are called Rhea and Lachlan, the first queen and king of Illiros. They ruled well and proudly until the day Rhea learned that Lachlan was unfaithful to her.
Bastard.
Mostly the way we tell it, yes, he is. She ran from him, ready to leave him forever, but he ran after her, swearing that he had an explanation.
Does he?
Who knows? I'm not the king of Illiros.
There was something practiced about the way Mal said it, and suddenly I could imagine him telling the story to children to pass a winter night. So he's chasing her?
Yes, he left his throne, his wealth, everything he had to find her. Not, as I was told, to bring her back, but to explain.
Did he ever catch her?
Not from what I heard. They say that the distance between them grows less every year. Maybe he is catching up, maybe she is letting him catch up.
I wouldn't stop, not for nothing.
Then perhaps you have not loved anyone as much as Rhea still loves Lachlan.
I started to give him a tart answer, turning my head quickly, but he was far closer than I thought he was. My head was pillowed on his shoulder, and I realized when I turned that he was already turned toward me. For a moment, I almost pulled back, but then it was too late by far. His lips were on mine, and we were kissing. The stars, the woods, the stories of queens and dwarves and heroes fell away, and the only thing that mattered in the world was how his lips felt on mine, how good he tasted, how warm and safe I felt in his arms. His tongue parted my lips almost shyly, and without a moment of hesitation, I opened for him. My hand was tangled in his shirt, as if I might die if he moved away even a tiny bit, and the fire that coursed through me was molten, bright and gleaming in the night. I only came to myself when I reached his free hand to smooth a curl of hair back from my face. For some reason it was his touch, and not any of the ones that came before it, that startled me. Suddenly the heat was gone, leaving in its place a lifetime of chilly fear, and then I was on my feet backing away. Mal half rose, eyes alarmed, but I gestured sharply at him, waving him away as I took a few steps backward. No.
Laura, what's the matter? Did I hurt you?
No, you didn't. Just, I can't do that. I need... Mal hadn't budged since I said no, but in the firelight his eyes were nearly black with worry. I suddenly saw that he wanted to pull me into his arms, to comfort me and to understand, and I couldn't take that. Franklin had wanted to comfort me too, but I always paid for it later, one way or another. Mal wasn't Franklin, and I knew that on a surface level. Underneath it, however, there was a throbbing fear, a terrible premonition. I couldn't stand it. I needed to get out. I'm going to walk for a little while.
I'll come with you.
No, just stay. I'll be back soon. I won't get into any trouble. I just want some space. Mal sat up, and the wounded look in his face cut me to the quick.
Are you all right?
Yes. He started to say something else, but I couldn't stand it. I turned on my heel and walked into the darkness before the fire. I was barely out of sight, and I started to walk faster and faster until I was nearly running. There was enough light to see by. I wouldn't hurt myself. However, as tangled as my thoughts were, it was only luck that kept me on my feet, and I just ran faster. My thoughts crowded at me like grabbing hands, and if I just ran, I didn't have to think about them. It took me several strides before I realized I was only touching the floor with my toes, and then when I tried to stop, I saw with shock that I wasn't touching the ground at all. I was hovering a foot over the ground, and rising all the time. It was as if I had shed all the weight that kept me bound to the earth, and now I was floating off. Mal! Mal, help! Before I could do more than shout those words, however, the wind whipped up, carrying me high into the sky, and I sailed up towards the stars. I saw the forest beneath me, and somewhere in there was Mal, whom I told to stay. Chapter 14. As I sailed over the dark forest, my first thought was sheer panic. I liked to pride myself on being a person who was prepared for everything, who was always ready to cope with whatever life threw at me. I might not get out of things gracefully, but I would inevitably get back on my feet. Life might have thrown a lot of curveballs at me, but it had never sent me lofted high into the air and then carried along like a spinning maple seed. Not literally, at least. After the first panic, all I could do was stare down at the ground far below, wondering at the beauty and strangeness of it all. No matter how I writhed or struggled, I couldn't change my direction or my elevation at all. I couldn't swim down to the ground, and staying as still as I could, I didn't seem to do anything at all. I was so high up that the wind was terribly cold, making my teeth chatter even as I wrapped my arms around myself. I thought of how warm I had been next to Mal, and I nearly choked on the memory of our kiss. It was too much to think of, too hard to think of him waiting for me if he hadn't heard my cry of panic. Would he think I just ran away? There was a part of me that insisted on believing that Mal would think of himself well rid of me, no matter how much trouble he had taken to find me and to keep me close. It'd be better for me if I assumed that I was going into whatever came next on my own. I couldn't keep depending on him. I was traveling so fast that even at a dead run, Mal couldn't keep up. The world beneath me was spinning by a ridiculous rate, and from my height, it felt as if I could see the curvature of the land beneath me. I suddenly realized that I was picking up speed just as I was losing elevation. My stomach lurched, and whatever invisible force it was that carried me forward sped up. To my surprise, the sun was coming up already when it had been early in the night when I left Mal. Was this an example of this world being just damn weird, or was I actually racing the sun? Neither thought comforted me, and then it seemed as if I was traveling even faster, and the freezing cold wind whipping past my ears with a high, shrill whistle. I was moving so fast that I started to be genuinely afraid that my body wouldn't hold up to it. Surely people weren't meant to travel like this. For some reason, the moment of panic upset my balance, and I was tipping forward with a shout, dropping a few feet in the sky. Something about the change of pressure disrupted some kind of delicate balance, and first I was aware of a blinding pressure across the crown of my head, and then there was only blackness.
Is she awake? Thank goodness! I thought she might have been hurt landing here.
I heard the words first, and they guided me through a dark maze to a light. Slowly, careful of the throbbing pain in my head, I opened my eyes to a dim amber light and the soft scent of a sweet incense. There was something beautifully decadent about it all, but it was so different from anything that I knew that it made me sit upright in shock. The moment I did, I wished I hadn't. The throbbing in my head abruptly increased to an intensity as if someone was playing a bass drum in my skull, and I gasped, afraid for a horrid moment that I was going to be sick. Then there was a gentle hand on my shoulder guiding me back down onto the soft mattress. I whimpered a little as the same hand rested against my forehead, easing some of the pressure and cooling off just a little.
No, you need not excite yourself. You've had quite an ordeal and you need to rest.
The voice was male, which alarmed me, and despite the ache between my temples, I turned my head to look at him. It took me a moment to focus on his face in the dim light, but when I did, I blinked in surprise. The man who had sat next to my bed like a kindly old nursemaid was almost astonishingly handsome. He had the high cheekbones you usually only see on models, and his dark hair was cut short and curled naturally, almost inviting a gentle touch. From what I could see, he had a slightly vampiric paleness to his skin, which made his bright golden eyes almost gleam. He was lean and well-muscled, something I could easily see from the light white shirt he wore. Who are you?" My voice came out soft and wobbly, making me scowl. Despite the aching in my head, I sat up again, glaring at him. When he reached for me a second time, I pushed his hand away. "No, tell me your name." He nodded, not pressing the issue.
I am Callian Astergath, first of my name and Prince of Syro.
"Prince? You're a prince?" He smiled, his teeth shining white. He seemed amused by my shock.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Why would you prefer me to be ministered by a king? My people did not keep them.
In spite of myself, I smiled a little bit at his joke. "What's a prince doing ministering to me, as you say?"
Well, perhaps we can figure each other out there. You can tell me how in the world you came to Syro, and I'll tell you about what's happened since. How's that?
Seems fair, I suppose. Felt strangely cautious about this man, oddly wary of someone who had been relatively kind since I woke up. You start.
Very well. I woke up a few hours ago when my servants were sending about a great hue and cry. They said that a burning light was coming towards the palace from the sky, as if a star were falling towards us. The court astronomers had predicted no such thing, so I took up arms and went to the open tower to see what it might be.
So, you heard of some crashing star coming towards your palace? And went to, fight it? He smiled at me, shrugging slightly.
It's my duty to defend my people. I'm their prince for a reason.
Man, I wondered what it would look like if our politicians back home took on that view. All right, go on.
Well, finally I came to the top of the tower. I saw the light they were speaking about, but of course now it was much closer. I waited with my sword in case whatever was causing the light should attack. But then I realized that it was no monster, but a mortal.
Thank you for not killing me with a sword, I guess.
You're welcome. Believe me, I'm glad I did not have to kill anything either. But as you tumbled towards me, I saw you were a woman, and an unconscious one at that. I dropped my sword, and I caught you instead.
I stared at him. You caught me? Like a ball?
Yes, your speed seemed to have slacked off considerably by then, or you might have thrown us both off the tower. I caught you, and though I was driven to my knee quite hard, I managed not to drop you.
There was a simple sincerity to his words that warmed me. It was too easy to imagine this man catching an unconscious woman as she tumbled towards the ground. I could only wince when I imagined how hard I might have hit the ground if it were not for him. I noticed that he was looking at me expectantly, and I took a deep breath. All right, so I was walking in the woods, or rather I was running, and suddenly it felt as if the wind had picked me up and started carrying me away. It blew me high and fast, and it just kept going. No matter what I did, I couldn't move in the breeze. I couldn't go faster or slower. And in the end, I just had to let it carry me wherever it wanted me to go. And at some point, it started to go faster and faster. And I suppose that's when I passed out. And here I am.
I see. And there was no other with you? I shouldn't expect an envoy of people floating into my kingdom as if on soap bubbles?
There was that slight humor in his voice again, and almost against my will, I smiled. No, as far as I knew and as far as I saw, it really was just me. No need to worry about a trend for migrants showing up by error.
Ah, well, it's such a shame.
It is?
Yes, I find that I could become quite used to having beautiful women delivered to my tower on a regular basis.
He winked at me, and I found myself laughing a little at his joke. Really, he was surprisingly charming. Abruptly, I remembered Mal, and I shot up in bed, making my head ache even more than it had before. Prince Callian, I supposed, made a weird noise, but I shook him off. Please, there is a man who's waiting for me. I need to get a word to him, to tell him where I am. Callian looked at me, his head tilted to one side.
A man? A husband or a lover, perhaps?
No, neither. Mal is, well, he's hard to explain, but he will be looking for me. I am sure of it. Callian shrugged, looking almost irritated by the suggestion, but when he spoke, it was with a degree of gentleness that I was not used to hearing from a man.
All right, I'll send out my riders to look for him. We'll travel in the direction you came from, unless you can give us better directions.
I shook my head, realizing with a sinking stomach at how far I had come. No, I'm sorry, I really couldn't see much, and I don't know how long I was unconscious. To my surprise, Callian took my hand.
Laura, will you look at me?
I did, and his gold eyes were like the best honey, deep gold.
I don't want you to think that anything you ask me is wrong, all right? If you want us to find your friend, we'll find him. Simple as that. I only ask one thing in return.
Suddenly, I was painfully aware of how vulnerable I was. I was in a closed room with a man who might be the most powerful person in his country if he was going to be believed. I was weakened from my ordeal in the air. I was exhausted and without friends. What is it?
I want you to drink some water and get some rest.
Whatever I had been expecting, it wasn't that. I blinked. Is that all?
Tell me something. Are you the type to get up against a doctor's orders to assume that stubbornness will carry through when your native health does not? Are you prone to deciding for yourself when you are healed enough to do what needs to be done?
I smiled a little crookedly at him. Maybe princes don't get fired when they take too much sick leave, but library clerks absolutely do.
That's unfortunate, so I assume that simply telling you to stay in bed and rest will not go as well as I wish, but perhaps your honor will keep you down to rest. I will do as you wish if you will do as I wish.
Something about this powerful man bargaining with me to stay in bed was enough to make me smile. My head ached so terribly that I dared not laugh, but the smile made me feel better at least. All right, fine. If you send riders out to look for Mal, I'll get some rest.
Very well. Let me pour you something good to drink, and I will get my men together. It will take some time, but I think they will be gathered enough for you to give them a description when you wake.
That was so reasonable that I couldn't come up with a reason to argue with Callian. So I nodded, watching silently as he poured me a tall glass of something that shimmered in a glass pitcher. Hell, for all I know, it was cut crystal instead of simple glass. When I took a cautious sip of the liquid, it wasn't water, it was clear, but there was a sweet taste to it, with something very faintly spicy at the back of my throat. What is this?
A traditional drink that is made in Syro for generations. It's a curative for many things.
He must have seen my wariness because he poured himself a glass as well, lifting his glass to mine in a toast.
To new friends.
Warily, I clinked my glass against his, and I waited for him to down his glass before I took a sip again from mine. Despite my suspicions, the drink went down easily, and once it was in my stomach, it started to warm me from inside out. I lay back on the mattress with a sigh, and when I felt Callian smooth my hair away from my brow, I was already so comfortable that I didn't stop him.
Sleep well, little beauty.
I heard him cross the floor, and I heard the clink of a door opening and shutting, followed by a key turning in a lock. Then I was asleep, my body finally demanding it due to all the stress I had put it through, and oblivion took me. Chapter 15. I woke up sometime later to a timid knock on the door. I sat up at first, unsure of where I was, but then my memories came rushing back. The knock came back, and I threw on a long red robe that was hung by the bed where I slept. At some point, someone had stripped me down to the loose white shirt I had been wearing, leaving my jacket, trousers, and boots folded at the table nearby. Clutching the robe tight around me, I answered the door, and I stared at the women on the other side. One carried a basket of what looked like soaps and sponges, and the other pulled along a rolling rack of the most beautiful clothing. What made me stare, however, was that they were both ridiculously beautiful. The girl with the soap was slender and blonde with large blue eyes, and the girl with the rack of clothing was tall and curvy with deep brown eyes and dark hair that curled past her hips. I had thought Callian was ridiculously good-looking, but perhaps it was simply the condition of Syro to be so beautiful. "Good morning, my lady. The prince set us to help you dress and bathe." The brunette spoke in a rather shy manner, but while I tried to find the words to politely refuse, She pushed right past me, leaving me mumbling excuses in her wake. The brunette was Shahan, and the blonde with the soaps was Vicky. In the end, what I wanted mattered far less than what Prince Callahan wanted, and I suppose that since he was their employer, that certainly made sense. As Shahan started laying things out on my bed, Vicky herded me into the bathroom, which was bigger than my entire apartment at home. There was a sunken tub installed on a tall dais, and as it filled with fountains of steaming water, Vicky undressed me with the calm and expert hands of a professional. She moved so quickly that I barely had time to be embarrassed. Within a few moments, I was sitting in the tub, mercifully covered up with a thick layer of soft, pale pink bubbles. And Vicky sat behind me, scrubbing my back and washing out my hair. I can do this myself, I swear. Only the best for Prince Callahan, my lady. You'll learn that. I wondered what she meant about that, but then she was massaging something that smelled like mint into my scalp, and I sighed with pleasure. Well, they're just doing their jobs, right? They're just doing what Callahan says. No need to feel guilty. To my surprise, Vicky came around and started to pluck and shape my brows, making me yelp with surprise. I forcibly declined having her help me with any other areas, despite my gentle disapproval. I'm not staying that long anyway. I wouldn't want you to waste the effort. In the main room and wrapped in the red robe, Shahan asked me over to see what I liked. Given your coloring and your general sizes, I would think either the orange, the midnight blue, or perhaps the cream would be the most flattering on you. If someone at home had asked me how I felt about fancy dresses, I would have laughed at them. Fancy dresses didn't pay the bills. They didn't last when you needed to work, and I never went anywhere that required one. However, with the choices in front of me, no bills involved, I could give in to the secret longing I realized had always lived inside me. There was no cost to think about, no worry about choosing wrong and living with the consequences for months, if not years. It was incredibly freeing. The cream was lovely, but reminded me of a wedding dress. The orange would make my skin glow, but I worried it was too gaudy. In the end, I chose the midnight blue dress, the most simple of the three. It was made of an elegant rustling silk, tied under my bust to give me a rather Grecian look, and there were small perfect stars embroidered all over the skirt. Something about the stars tugged at my memory, but I let it go as Shahan and Vicky helped me get dressed. Shahan braided my hair and pinned it up into a coil around my head, and while I kept Vicky from putting as much makeup on me as she might have wanted, I still gave my eyelids a delicate coating of powdered malachite and my lips a little bit of gleam. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. I was no great beauty like Shahan or Vicky, but I looked so much more than what I knew myself to be. Did we do well? Asked Shahan nervously, and I turned to hug her impulsively. I've never looked better. Thank you. You are both amazing at this. They grinned at me, relaxing. I realized for the first time since they had come into my room. I wondered if they had been nervous about working with someone who was so very obviously less beautiful than they were, or if they were afraid of strangers. Of course, the prince has put us at your disposal. You may summon us at any time to help you dress for an event or a meal. I started to laugh at the idea that I might need to change all my clothes for a meal, but then I stopped. For all I knew, that was the way things were done around here. Instead, I only nodded. Thank you so much. I mean that. I will call you if I need you. Just then, there was another knock at the door, and a man I didn't know was there. He wore the same blue as Vicky and Shahan, and he told me that the prince had requested my presence in the green dining room. I bid my two new friends a friendly farewell, and I followed the man who had waited to lead me. At this point, it was still a surprise to see he turn out to be incredibly handsome as well, but it was far less of one. When the footman had mentioned the green dining room, I imagined a spacious and elegant room that was painted green. Instead, I was confronted by a room that was mostly glass on 3 walls, and there were dozens of plants decorating the space. At the center of it all was a small table where the Prince of Syra waited for me, laden with all sorts of good food. Callian rose when I entered, dismissing the footman with a nod. And I smiled a little shyly as he pulled my chair out.
"And how are you doing this morning, my dear?"
I really would rather you not call me that.
"Ah, very well. Do you prefer to be called my chérie, my cabbage, my little cat, my sweetheart?"
I shook my head, straightening up a little in the chair. There was a small voice in the back of my head that told me to go with the flow, to let him have his way, but something else stiffened my spine. I'm sorry, but I really don't like nicknames much at all. I especially don't like them from people I don't know. For a moment, I thought Callian was going to fight me, but then he smiled understandingly.
"All right. I should let you know, though, that I have no such prohibitions. You may call me whatever you like."
I laughed at that, as I think he meant me to do. And then he distracted both of us from the stiffness of that encounter by telling me about the food we ate. The meal went by in a blur, but I knew that it was some of the most delicious food that I ever had. Light and sweet and savory, all melting on the tongue, all prepared with ingredients from the most distant parts of his empire. I was curious about Syro, and so he took me on a brief walk down a long row of paintings. He introduced me to his forebears, great generals, cunning tacticians, and skilled diplomats. As I looked at the paintings, I almost wanted to tease him about how plain his relatives looked in relation to him, but I decided against it. The entire time we ate, and as we walked down the long corridor of Callian's history, there was something tugging at the back of my mind. It was like a fly buzzing around when you were trying to enjoy a good meal. From time to time, it even felt as if I were seeing something real buzzing out of the corner of my eye. The feeling of having forgotten something was that strong. Callian caught me frowning, and with concern he asked if I wanted to lie down again. It occurred to me that even if I should have been tired, I was more curious than anything else about the rest of the country and what Syro was like. Well, I know that you must be busy, so please don't let me keep you. I can't imagine the Prince of Syro himself running around after me, so I can take in the best tourist traps your country has to offer.
"I can't imagine anything that the Prince of Syro would like more,"
he said, an amused look on his face. He accompanied it with a gentle touch of the tip of his forefinger to the tip of my nose. It seemed, as I noted distantly, that casual touching was just the way he did things. He must have grown up in a family that loved casual, gentle touches like this. They still made me nervous, however, but it felt as if it was too ingrained to stop now, even after spending less than 24 hours here in Syro. 24 hours? You'd already noticed the seasons ran at strange times in this bizarre world. There's no reason that time wouldn't. The idea made me feel oddly unbalanced. And at the same time, it made me wonder about home for the first time in what seemed like forever. All of the worries at home were mundane, even if they could turn out to have disastrous consequences if we didn't pay attention to them. However, home felt farther away than ever. And even I could tell that Callian was doing his level best to be incredibly charming. The man already seemed to be naturally charming by default. But when he turned the focus of his attention on you, when those honey gold eyes fell on you, it was easy to feel as if you were slightly stunned. He took me down to the stables where the groom, also quite handsome, harnessed a team of horses for us, hitching them to a light conveyance with no top. The horses were light and sprightly, and before we knew it, we were flying down the golden roads of Syro. If Illiros was sunk in night and hasty a loss to winter, Syro was locked to spring. There was a coolness in the air and a paleness to the sunlight, but all around us, things were bursting to life. In a few places, I could see snow in the shade, but otherwise the rolling hills of Syro were a pale green, a countryside coming to life. Syro didn't seem to have a capital city. Instead, there was only the castle rising out of the land, stately in a pale gray stone. Callian took the carriage up a winding path to a mountain he called Grandfather, and on Grandfather's head we could see the whole of the country spread out below us. "It's so very beautiful, Callian," I said softly, and he came up behind me, wrapping his hands around my shoulders. For some reason that made me tense up, and sensing that, he let go of my shoulders quickly.
"Thank you. I have ruled this place for almost 14 years, ever since my mother, the previous princess, died."
"Oh, I am so sorry to hear about your mother."
"She was a fine ruler and a fine mother as well. She was very well loved and well respected in Syro."
Callian spoke as if he was reciting that information from a screen. And I felt another surge of pity go through me. 9 years was a long time, but I knew enough about grief to realize that its effects could linger for a long time, especially when there were so many strange variables in play. It was all too easy to see that Callian's relationship with his mother had been troubled, even if he had seen it as mostly good. Impulsively, I reached for his hand, squeezing it a little. It was cooler than I thought it would be, and he looked at me with surprise. "Hasn't anyone ever squeezed your hand before?" I asked. I intended it to come out teasing, but there was an oddly hollow sound to it instead. It made me think of sitting at my own mother's funeral, the chairs empty after all her family had been driven away by my father's rages, my father himself gone on an epic bender that took him away for most of the service. Ignore me, I'm just being stupid."
"You're not being stupid, I mean. And beautiful girl, I could never ignore you."
I laughed, feeling that strange sense of being off balance again. "You flirt like you breathe."
"Is that such a bad thing?"
I don't know."
"Well, what do you know?"
That was a very good question. Syro was beautiful. Its crown prince was as charming as a human could be. But at the very bottom of it, I felt as if something still wasn't quite right, as if underneath all this beauty, there was something else, something I was forgetting. "I know that I don't know you very well yet," I said honestly. "I know that I like you, though." For a moment, Callian's face was utterly still, and then he smiled. That smile was as warm as afternoon sun on the beach, and I couldn't help sighing just a little.
"I'm glad you like me. Will you come and sit with me for a little while? It's not good for the horses to go without rest, and I had the kitchen pack us some food."
Time in the shade with some food sounded amazing, and as the horses grazed nearby, Callian and I spread out a picnic fit for, well, a prince. There was cold chicken, something Callian told me was rabbit, and so much fresh fruit perfectly ripe and gleaming. There was the same drink he had given me the night before, and this time we shared a cup, passing it back and forth between us. It struck me in an absent sort of way that Callian was the image of the princes that I had imagined when I was a little girl. He was handsome, but more than that, he was kind. Plenty of my friends and acquaintances had rhapsodized about the appeal of the bad boy, but I had always thought that I would prefer Prince Charming. It was easy, so easy to lean against Callian as the sun started to set, pretending just for a moment that I was princess to his prince. What would it be like to live in Syro as his princess, to rule over a land of sheer beauty, and to have for a husband a man like Callian? "Like a dream," came the answer, and I smiled a little, turning my face to Callian's shoulder. He stroked my hair gently, and I found myself leaning into his touch.
What are you smiling at?
What the world could be. The words popped out of my mouth. I usually wasn't so unguarded, but something about Callian made me so. I felt good with him, and I shooed away the worried feeling as if it were a bothersome gnat.
The world is what we make it, my love. And the world could be shaped to your wishes as easily as you saying it.
I laughed a little at that. Spoken like a prince.
Well, you might be right about that. I do live very close to my own desires.
Something about the way he said desire sent a pleasurable shudder through my body, and I curled up a little closer to Callian. My heart was beating faster, and my cheeks were flushed with heat. I swallowed hard. Callian, I've had sort of a difficult history with desire. I tried to summon up the memories that had given me that wariness, but I found them faded and foreign, almost as if I was seeing them on a television screen. I remembered shouting, and I could almost feel a ghost of pain, but then it was gone, and Callian was leaning in. He smelled so good, a combination of warm sunlight and cedar cologne. His lips were on mine before I could think of anything else to say, and the pleasure that flooded my body made me gasp. It was as if I had grasped a live wire. There were parts of me aware and alive that I had never felt before, and his kiss left me raw and aching and wanting. Callian's hand came up to my cheek gently, holding me still as he kissed me. I couldn't think while he was doing it. All that mattered was that he didn't stop, that it kept on feeling this good. The world went away when Callian kissed me, and I nearly whimpered with how very wonderful it was. Callian made a soft noise of satisfaction, kissing me deeper. He was the entire world, every sensation, every moment of pleasure, and he was all I could focus on. I might have sunk down into that pleasure and never climbed back up if his hands hadn't moved from my face down to my side, resting with familiarity on my hip. Oh, hey, wait. He pulled back immediately, and I felt slightly contrite at the guilty look on his face.
Are you all right? Did I hurt you?
No, not at all. It's just... I felt a dull blush that had nothing but pleasure crawl up my cheeks. Really, what was my problem? When it came to the Prince Charming fantasy, even I had to admit that it did not get better than this. Still, I couldn't shake the ringing alarm in my head that went off when Callian touched me more intimately, and no matter how much I tried to shut it up, it kept going. I was touched when Callian stood up, offering me a hand up as well. He gave me a gentle kiss on the forehead and squeezed my hand.
I never want to do anything that would make you afraid, my dear. Come. We should return to the palace anyway. I have a surprise waiting for you.
I felt a rush of gratitude at his words, and I let him lead me back to the carriage. My memories of shouting and pain were very brief, but I knew enough to know that saying no to a man could have terrifying results. That wasn't Callian, and as he drove us carefully down from the peak, I found myself leaning against him as I let my eyes drift shut. Chapter 16. Shayhan and Vicky got me changed for dinner into a glittering gown of something sheer and black. They had my measurements now, and this gown fit me like a second skin before falling down to a wide, full skirt around my ankles. Shimmering threads of something green were woven into the fabric, and every move I made, the fabric shimmered. I had never felt more beautiful, and Callian appeared at my door, dressed in severe black himself. He offered me his arm with a smile, and I took it, feeling as if I were floating on air. When the double doors to the dining hall were opened for us, I gasped. The walls went high into the air, and I couldn't tell if we were dining under an amazingly well-painted ceiling or under the stars themselves. The hall was hung with bright blue velvet, and it seemed as if the throngs of guests that had come out to greet us were all dressed in blue as well. The moment we entered, they turned to us to clap and cheer, and I felt myself shrink against Callian. "Oh my gosh, what are they all here for?"
"For you,"
he said with a smile, and in my chest a thrill wared with the fear of those eyes on me. If it was just me on my own, I might have fled, but I couldn't do that to Callian. Instead, I drew myself up as straight as I could, hung onto his arm, and stayed close to his tall frame as we made our way through the crowd. The people of Syro were as beautiful as their prince, but they seemed completely unaware of it. I wondered if their beauty had some kind of sameness to their features, as if their beauty had a single definition. We were seated at the head table at the banquet. "Now what?" I asked in a voice barely above a whisper, and Callian smiled.
"Now this."
He snapped his finger, and the floor cleared to reveal a half-dozen tumblers, all dressed in blue and gold. I gasped as they performed increasingly dangerous feats, climbing up and down human ladders, balancing on each other's hands, and leaping from great heights only to tuck and roll to safety. The tumblers gave way to a white horse, carrying a woman standing on its broad bare back, who in her turn gave way to 3 enormous lions, all under the control of a man in tie and tails. The acts were each more wonderful than the previous, and I smiled and clapped until my hands hurt. Whenever I glanced at Callian, I saw that he was watching me instead of the entertainment. There was a smile on his face, and every time I saw it, I couldn't help but smile wider. I felt higher than the mountain peak, and when the final act finished, a magician made his assistant appear and disappear as easily as a man might pocket a handkerchief. I felt as if I had never had a night like this one. It wasn't until the clapping and cheering of the crowd faded that Callian stood, gesturing for silence. I looked at him with a smile, but as he started to speak, that smile dropped from my lips.
"My dear people, I am beyond grateful that you could be here with me for tonight's entertainment. Our country is well known for our entertainers and skilled artists, and it is always good to remember how very skilled and beautiful we can be. I did not bring you here today, however, to marvel at our acrobats and our lion tamers, as skilled as they are, however. Instead, I brought you here to make a very special, very important announcement."
Even at that point, I knew. I told myself that I was being foolish, paranoid, and afraid, but my heart had dropped to the vicinity of my belly, and the smile on my face felt frozen.
"Today will be a day remembered throughout all the realms. Today will be a holiday that will be remembered long after you are all dead, celebrated by your children, and your grandchildren will marvel that you were right there when it happened.
Oh my God, he can't be thinking.
You will all remember the day that the Prince of Syro announced his wedding to Laura, the treasure of all the realms."
Amidst the wild cheers from the crowd, my face alternated between hot and cold. I felt as if my heart would beat right out of my chest, and at the same time, I couldn't get a deep breath. No, this couldn't be happening. Why would Callian do such a thing? What in the world was he thinking? Callian offered me his hand, and without thinking, I took it. He guided me to stand and to face the clapping crowd of Syro nobles, and they began to blur. I would focus on one face only to see another that looked just the same next to it, and the effect began to make me feel sick. Why were they all so beautiful, and why did they look so similar to one another? Why were they cheering for me? They didn't know me at all. I squeezed Callian's hand hard to get his attention, and when he turned to me, I let the smile drop from my face. Callian, we can't. I need to talk to you.
It is all right, Laura. It is our engagement dinner, darling. Turn to face your people. They want to see you. This is a great moment for them.
No, I can't marry you.
Of course you will.
What struck me like a hammer was how very confident about it all Callian sounded. There was absolutely no doubt in his mind at all. Of course I would do what he said. Of course I would marry him. The worst part was that there was a portion of me that wanted to go along with his plan. Some insidious little voice in my head whispered how easy it would be to just go along with the flow, to accept the world the way Callian had set it up. He had gone to all this trouble. He had spent so much money and brought all these people to see. It would be humiliating for him if I just stopped it. Then he should have asked me. The answering rage came up out of some deep part of me, a place that I had thought buried and gone. I had dug it a deep grave because if I had expressed it at the wrong time, it could have gotten me killed. Hell, it could still get me killed, but right now, it would not be denied. I pulled myself away from Callian, tearing my hand from his with a violence that could not be mistaken even from a distance. The look of fury on my face must have been similarly visible because the crowd fell into a loaded silence as I turned to the Prince of Syro. No, I am not marrying you. You never even asked me. Callian shot me a confused look.
My darling, why in the world are you acting like this? Of course you are going to. All of these people here came to see.
I don't care. I don't care how much money you spent or who you brought here. You never asked me, and I'm telling you no. A dark shadow fell over Callian's face. He was still almost achingly handsome, but when he wasn't smiling, I could see a coldness in him that I had never seen before. And why would you have seen it? You've known him for less than 2 days. Surely that couldn't be right, could it? It felt like I had known him for much longer, but now I remembered that it had been that way with Franklin, too. Franklin had come on like a truck, full of loving words and pet names and adoration and grand gestures, and then just as abruptly, it had been replaced with snarls and blows and cursing and, oh God, this is just like Franklin.
How dare you act like this? Do you know how humiliating this is? I brought all these people.
I might not be the sharpest crayon in the box, but at least I usually only need to learn things once. I took a careful step back, watching Callian carefully. There were guards around me, but somehow something told me that Callian was the thing to worry about. That's not my problem. None of this is my problem, and I am done with you.
You kissed me. You lay in my arms. You accepted the dresses, the luxury.
He was like an expert harper plucking on a well-known string. I felt the guilt coursing through me. I couldn't stop myself from glancing around at the hall, the people, the entertainers. They must have cost a fortune, but it was a fortune I had never asked him to spend. Which I never asked for. You never asked me about any of this, and it is not my responsibility. It felt amazing to shout that, to truly believe it, and the people around us were starting a migration to the door. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see how afraid they were, and I realized that they wanted to get out of the blast radius of whatever happened when Callian lost his temper. I thought it was going to happen when I shouted at him, but instead, he went still and smiled again. How had I never noticed how sharp it was, how merciless?
My darling, you don't have to ask. I'll always give you what you want.
I opened my mouth to shout at him, but he moved with almost terrifying quickness. He pushed away the chair that was still between us, closing the distance between us in a stride. In another moment, I was in his arms, and one strong hand was in my hair, dragging my head back.
You don't even have to ask,
he whispered, and then his mouth came over mine. The kiss felt like fireworks bursting through my body. The pleasure coursed through me, frantic and wild, and this time I couldn't stop myself from moaning at it. Whatever Callian was, because at this point I wasn't sure he was human, was designed to drag pleasure out of me. I had never felt that kind of pleasure before, so intense it was almost pain. Suddenly I could understand how addicts felt, how they might be willing to do all sorts of horrible things to get their next fix. When Callian pulled back, a smug and superior look on his face, I could see myself begging for more of that feeling, for a pleasure so intense it could eradicate every terrible thing I had ever felt. Certainly from the look on Callian's face, he expected that I would just fall into line. It occurred to me that he probably liked it better this way, despite all the crowds and dresses and entertainment. In that moment, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I knew that he preferred his lovers crawling desperately for the pleasure he could give. Even as he looked at me, I felt my body tug towards him again. The problem was, of course, that the pleasure didn't mask everything. I might have been out of my head with how good he felt, but now that the wool had been pulled from my eyes, I could remember the last time I had been seduced by a guy with a handsome face and a bad temper. I remembered where that had gone, and the memories in their own terrible way protected me. Never, ever touch me again. Callian looked so astonished at the fact that I could resist his charms that I almost laughed out loud. I wanted to tell him that if he wanted to turn me into a sensuality-struck ninny, he was far too late. When his eyes darkened and he started for me with his fists clenched, I was ready for that too. Callian lunged for me, and my hand came up, a knife snatched from the table, gripped so hard that my knuckles turned white. I had taken it up when he pulled me for a kiss, and I knew that if he were anything like Franklin, I was going to need it. I didn't stab, but instead I slashed wildly at his face. Callian drew back, but not before I felt the sickening sensation of the blade skate across his cheek and the bridge of his nose. I was shocked at how silent he was in the face of a wound like that, but that was nothing compared to how I felt when he smiled, and the bloodless edges of the wound writhed and then knitted themselves together. "What are you?" I didn't know that I had spoken those words out loud until Callian laughed.
"Far older than you will ever be, and far more powerful than you could ever dream. And you will not wound me with a little knife."
He reached for me again, and this time I turned on my heel and started to run. I leaped off the dais, following in the wake of the nobles who had cleared out at the first sign of Callian's displeasure. I could hear him, feel him behind me, and then I shouted as my toe caught in the hem of my dress and I went tumbling to the hard ground. For a moment, I simply lay on the ground stunned, and then I twisted around, slashing blindly at the shape coming over me with the knife I had never dropped. Callian, who looked far paler than he had before, dropped back slightly, but it was only so he could knock the knife from my hand. Now that there was no need to pretend, he looked less human than ever, taller, more gaunt, more sharp than a man should be.
"You should have succumbed, Laura. It would have been easier for you. And besides, it all ends the same anyway."
Before he could tell me how it ended, or worse, show me how, there was a great shattering of glass as Mal crashed through the window, sword in hand. Mal! My memories hit me so hard that I might have fallen if I wasn't already on the ground. Somehow Callian had erased all thought of Mal from my mind. The strange doubts that I had felt, the hesitation to give way to Callian's charms, I realized all at once that it had been my memories of Mal trying to assert themselves. Mal attacked Callian with a graceful swing of his sword only to cut through air while Callian shifted himself without moving his body, his expression stone cold and calm.
Do you think a paladin of Illiros can defeat me? Let's find out. Very well, let this be a challenge in the old way. A duel. And as the challenge, I declare it for tomorrow, an hour before dawn, with swords.
Mal nodded reluctantly, and to my surprise, he sheathed his sword. Mal. He shook his head and I quieted, resolving to get answers after. Callian didn't even look at me.
Tomorrow, then, make peace with whatever gods you worship this night. It may very well be your last.
Callian laughed at Mal's threat, and I realized I hated Callian as I hated very few people in the world. Callian turned to me, and I shuddered thinking about kissing him. I couldn't explain it. He hadn't changed that much. If I had looked at him without knowing what he was, I would probably still think of him as a reasonably attractive young man. Now that I did know, however, it felt as if I had been kissing something that swam in dark water with too many teeth and eyes that could see through the mud.
You could throw yourself on my mercy if you like, Laura. I would allow it. I might only cripple and blind the paladin if you swore yourself to me, if you would be mine. That's better than having him dead, isn't it?
Mal started to growl, but I stepped forward, lifting my chin up. There was no thought in my head of running away, not from him. I might if I didn't realize your mercy was worth precisely nothing, if I didn't know that you lie like you breathe. Callian was not impressed with my declaration, and instead he only laughed.
I don't breathe at all, my dear. In the morning, then.
One moment he was standing before us, and the next he wasn't. The hall echoed with silence, broken and trampled, and finally I turned to Mal. I was suddenly struck with a sense of shame. I had run from him, and though I couldn't blame myself for what I now knew was Callian's trap, I had forgotten him. It felt a little like forgetting my own arm or leg. Impossible, but I had done it. Mal, I'm so sorry. My stumbling apology was cut off when Mal simply pulled me into his arms, and in the middle of that cursed and haunted place, he held on to me tight, saying nothing. Chapter 17. In the end, there was nothing to do but take him back to my room. There was no escape for us while Callian lived, and when I wondered if Callian might attack Mal in the night, he shook his head.
The bastard invoked the old laws, and that means he's as bound as I am. We're safe.
Until you try to kill each other like civilized men in the morning, I guess. He flashed me a tired grin, but there was some real humor to it.
Exactly so. I don't make the rules, I just follow them.
There was a platter of food left in my room, fruit, cheese, bread, and smoked meat. I nibbled at it absently as I watched Mal roam the space stretching out. Why?
What do you mean, why?
All this paladin stuff, the protector of Illiros, why do you do that? He frowned at me uncertainly.
Are you serious?
Yes, I genuinely don't get it. Ever since I've met you, this job looks terrible. Unless there are some serious perks that I'm not seeing, I don't know why you do it. For a moment, I thought he wasn't going to answer me, and then he sighed.
Because some things are more important to me than anything else. Because sometimes sacrifice is required to preserve what is important to me.
And Illiros is that important to you?
Yes, Illiros, the people in it, the spirit, you.
He uttered the last so fast that I almost thought that I had imagined it, but he ducked away, his face flushing slightly. He pulled his shirt over his head, hanging it on a hook on a wall.
I should bathe. I had to bargain with the swamp witch to get here, and well, it's not like they live in incredibly clean areas.
I guess not, swamp and all that. Despite the strange and dangerous situation we were in, I could still appreciate seeing Mal's bare chest as he walked by me, avoiding my look. The scars were what I remembered, and I knew in my heart that no amount of beauty could ever be more entrancing than the signs that Mal had lived and survived. I sat in the window seat for a moment, listening to the tub fill up. I knew how very hot the water got, and I imagined Mal sitting in the water, muscles relaxing after everything that had happened, eyes drifting closed. I padded quietly to the door, walking into a room filled with steam. I thought I was being fairly quiet, but I heard a splash.
Laura?
Yeah, it's me. Sit back down. Another splash, and I found my way to the sunken tub, sitting down on the top step. In the murky water, Mal gave me a wary look, and I smiled at him. Don't tell me you're shy.
Fine, I won't. What's the matter, Laura?
Nothing, I just felt too alone in the bedroom. That was at least partially true, and Mal nodded. You don't mind if I stay? I'll wash your hair for you. I was still being surprised by my own nerve when Mal responded.
You don't have to.
However, he still came to my side, sitting with his back to me as I experimented with the bottles on the edge of the tub. I found something that smelled like snow over pines, and as I worked the lather into Mal's hair, he sighed with pleasure, his sharp green eyes drifting closed. The silence was restful, and if I were honest, I took longer than I necessarily needed with the shampoo. His hair was silky and thick, and I realized almost absently that it was nearly the same color as Callian's. I didn't want to think about that monster right then, so I pushed it away. Peace was too hard to come by, and I tried to enjoy it as best I could. It was Mal who spoke first.
Laura, I know I keep saying it to you, but I am so sorry.
Are you going to take me home after this, then?
No, not about bringing you to Illiros. That needed to be done.
Well, thanks.
But what happened after Hastia? I shouldn't have frightened you. I shouldn't have touched you.
For some reason, that made me angrier than it should have. For a moment, I tried to control my temper, but then I asked myself, why in the world was I bothered? It wasn't as if being silent about my emotions and my needs had gotten me anywhere particularly good. I placed my hand flat on top of Mal's head and dunked him under the water. He was too strong to stay under long, but I did manage to get him dunked in a satisfactory way before he popped back up again, sputtering.
What in all hell's, Laura?
Thanks for thinking I don't know my own mind. I mean, sure, I got spooked. I got nervous about kissing a man who, in all fairness, kidnapped me from the only world that I have ever known, and then put me in front of a mirror that said I needed to be on some kind of one true quest or something. That's kind of a loaded proposition, right? Maybe think twice about kissing your kidnapper.
Laura.
But I'm not going to sit here and let you tell me sorry for I don't know, tricking me into a kiss. I'm confused about a lot, including what's happening to me and why I feel the way I do, but I'm not confused about that. We were silent for a few moments as Mal wiped the water out of his eyes, sitting up in the water. God, but the man had nice shoulders. There was a short scar cutting across the side of his neck, as if someone had managed to fail at cutting his head from his shoulders. He was handsome, but it was more than that. I wanted to know the story behind that scar, behind all his scars.
I see.
Do you? Do you really?
So what I'm taking from this is that you enjoyed that kiss?
I blinked at the slight smile on his face, the way his head was tilted down just a little so he could look at me with a slightly mischievous glint in his eyes. I blushed hard and I reached down to splash him with the water. Yes, I did, all right. Don't rub it in.
I'm not going to rub anything in, but I will note that you seem terribly fond about playing with water.
He uttered that sentence so gravely that I didn't realize what he was doing until it was far too late. Mal came partially up out of the tub, shedding great sheets of water and making me yelp as I got wet. Before I could protest, however, he wrapped his arms around my waist and fell back, dragging me into the tub with him in a terrible splash. The transition from dry to completely soaked was immediate, and I came up sputtering angrily. Before I could do much more than demand what in the world he was thinking, however, he pulled me in for another kiss. I suppose that I had been worrying a little about whether the intense pleasure of Callion's sensual embrace would haunt me. It had been so powerful that it felt almost as if it had changed me, given me something that would live in me all my life. Now, with Mal's strong arms around me, my dress weighing on me like a ton of bricks and my hair in my eyes, I realized that Callion's kiss was nothing compared to this. When Mal kissed me, I could feel myself becoming the center of his world just as he was the center of mine. He kissed me like he needed it to breathe, and I could feel him shake slightly as he held me tight in his arms. Callion's kiss was nothing. This was everything. In that moment, nothing in the world mattered except Mal's kiss and how close we could get. All of the things that separated us, his role in this strange and deadly world, the fact that tomorrow he was going to duel something that was not necessarily human, was revealed as somehow inconsequential compared to the importance of being in each other's arms. Mal pulled back a little, searching my face for something. It occurred to me how lovely his eyes were, a green that made me think of summer. At some point in his life, his nose had been broken. There was a slight crookedness at the bridge, an imperfection that made me smile a little. How in the world had I ever thought that Callion, with his plastic perfection, was beautiful? Mal's hand came up and he rubbed the ball of his thumb across my cheekbone, almost as if he were wiping away a tear. "Are you all right?" "Yes," I answered honestly. "Better than I have been in a long time." He leaned in close, not to kiss me, but instead to rest his forehead against mine. And it was a different kind of intimacy, and for a moment, we were simply still. "I want more." His words were stark and simple, and I was struck by how calm they were. They could have been sexual or sensual. Instead, they were just a statement of how he felt. When he said those words, I could feel a deep thrum inside me, an answering heat that I hadn't felt with Callion. With Callion, I was coming to realize it was all his own desire reflected on me. Mal brought out something far more real. In that moment, I was so tempted. I wanted to know what it was like to touch him, how he might feel moving against me, what it would be like to be with him fully. At the same time, I knew what a wretched idea that was. He was facing a duel with a demon the next day. He had no memories, and I knew that the matter of being taken away from my world without even a warning would show up sooner rather than later. "I can't, I'm sorry. I really do want this with you." To my surprise, Mal smiled, sweet, perhaps a little wistful, but understanding. "If it's not right for you, then it's not right at all. Come on, we should get you out of that dress before it becomes even more waterlogged." I breathed a sigh of relief, and it was only when I did so that I realized I was braced for him to argue with me. I didn't think Mal would shoot at me, call me a tease or anything like that, but I had expected some kind of protest. It wasn't just Franklin's fault either. My father had also had problems hearing the word no, even if it was something simple and unimportant. Mal was different. He had simply accepted me. I felt ridiculously close to tears. I had to stare at the ceiling, blinking hard for a while before I could move forward dry-eyed. Mal had dried himself off, wrapping a towel low around his lean hips, and then he turned to me questioningly. "That dress looks heavy. Shall I help you?" I nodded, and I was glad he offered. The dress fell off my shoulders like a dead weight, but before either of us could get awkward with my naked form underneath, Mal pulled another towel from the rack and wrapped it around me. While I was still trying to thank him for being so kind, he dropped another over my head and started briskly drying my hair. After all of the stress of the day, I couldn't stop myself from giggling at this treatment. You're treating me like I'm a puppy.
Oh? I've never had a dog, but you're certainly at least as cute as a puppy.
I remembered Callian's extravagant compliments, as empty as the rest of him. Yes, I would choose Mal over Callian any day. In the end, we were far too tired to try to offer the single enormous bed to one another. Instead, we simply fell into the beautifully soft sheets. It was then I sensed something odd in his silence. His eyes seemed troubled. Is something the matter? I asked.
Laura, will you promise me something?
What is it?
Promise me you will carry on this journey no matter what happens.
What do you... I was about to say before I began to understand what he was saying. Aren't you coming with me?
Of course I wish to, but Callian is very strong. I might not...
That's not true. You are going to win, and you will win. You defeated even the enormous Hastia King. Callian should not be an issue.
Callian is different. He might not bear an indestructible armor, but that's because he doesn't need one. He's a blood wraith, a powerful being that powers the desires of mortals and feeds off them. A master of seduction. It is said he lives off the blood of unfortunate mortals, making them do his will. The desires of the mortals have empowered him through the ages and made him a most terrifying enemy. He must not be underestimated.
A vampire? I muttered.
What is that?
Mal asked. A vampire? Well, an immortal being that feeds on blood to survive. At least that's what the movies say. They're super strong and usually have looks that kill. I mean, they are very attractive.
Interesting, Mal said. So the blood wraiths are known in the mortal world as well.
The blood wraiths, Callian must have some kind of weakness, like sunlight, holy water, or a stake through the heart. The vampires can't stand those.
I'm afraid they don't. Although I haven't fought one before today, I know that sunlight certainly is out of the question, as the people of Syro love the sun. As for holy water, there isn't any in this world. A stake through the heart might work, but the hard part is getting to his heart in the first place. You saw how fast he moved.
Mal was right. The way Callian dodged Mal's attack, it was like he was nigh uncatchable.
Promise me, Laura, please.
No, I won't. You will win this fight, and we will continue our journey to save Illiros.
Will you want to?
Yes.
Thank you, Laura.
He fell asleep a moment before me, and as I drifted off, I smiled to hear his low and even breath. Chapter 18. Despite what was coming the next day, I slept very well. One moment I was drifting off, the next I was opening my eyes, confused about what had awakened me. The bed was empty, but when I touched the place where Mal had lain, it was still warm. The sky was still dark outside the window, and the room was lit with a single lamp in the corner. As I sat up, Mal came out of the bathroom, his hair wet and dressed in his light armor. For a moment, we only looked at each other, and I found myself enchanted with the slight smile on his face. For a man who was going to be facing death in just a short while, he looked remarkably cheerful. What do you have to smile about?
You.
He turned away to fiddle with a bucket at his hip. And I only grinned at him a little, though my heart was heavy with fear of the worst. I was learning him the way I might learn a new route or a language, and I was finding that there was a strange streak of shyness in him. I climbed out of bed holding the sheet around me, and in the wardrobe in the corner I found a simple cotton dress of serviceable gray. It was far from the extravagant dress I had worn the night before and ruined in the bath, but it felt better too. With a pair of leather flats that I found in the bottom of the wardrobe and the ring with the map in it that Mal had given me, I felt ready to face the day. However, when I looked up, Mal was frowning at me. "What, did you prefer the evening gown?"
Not even the slightest, but you're unarmed.
I shrugged. "I'm willing to throw a punch if someone gets too close. I've always heard that weapons were more trouble than they're worth if you don't know how to use them."
That's true enough, but I hardly want you close to the Prince of Syro with nothing to protect yourself.
From his own gear, he found me a small dagger, dainty, no longer than my hand. It was the same size as the dagger he had given that poor girl in Hastia. And I flinched a little as he secured it to the leather belt that I wore low around my hips. "Is this what you do?"
What do you mean?
"Do you protect people where you can?"
And it preys on me when I can't.
Mal shrugged, and I wondered if I could sense an eternity of weariness in that gesture.
I am the paladin of Illiros. It is my role to protect the country first.
I shivered a little at how flat his voice sounded, and I wondered all over again who he had been before he took on his role, or if he had been anything at all, if the spirit of Illiros had simply created him from the whole cloth to serve his purpose. Either way, it was disturbing. Then a footman knocked discreetly on the door, ready to guide us to the dueling ground, and it was too late to ask about anything else. Mal took my hand gently, squeezing it once before letting go. He had never felt so far away from me, and if I didn't hate Callian for everything else, I could hate him for this. Distance between me and Mal didn't feel right. Instead of going to the Grand Hall or some random clearing in the woods, the footman led us to an open field surrounded by rows upon rows of bleachers. I stared. "Are you kidding? Callian turned this into some kind of sport?" Mal nodded grimly. It made sense to me, and I put away the thought of all those people falling on us in a frenzy for daring to lay a hand on their prince. It was near dawn and the sky was getting lighter, but the makeshift arena was lit around the perimeter with lanterns. There was something terribly gladiatorial about the whole thing, and I bit my lip.
Don't worry, I'll keep you safe.
That wasn't what I was afraid of. Then Callian appeared in the arena, stepping forward to loud cheers from his people. And there was no time left. He was dressed in light armor, just as Mal was, but everything was a dull black, which made his skin look even paler. Vampire, my mind insisted, and it didn't matter if he didn't flinch from the sunlight. He was some kind of predator that made its way by pretending to be something glamorous and attractive, and then he devoured his prey. When he looked at me, there was a slow and grim hunger in his eyes, and instinctively I drew back. Mal noticed and stepped forward, a dark scowl on his face.
Don't even look at her.
Callian smiled, amused, and when he drew his sword, I noticed how practiced he was as he swung it a few times through the air.
So I take it from your rather unpleasant greeting that you will not retreat? Not on your life.
Callian did not look in the least displeased by all of this. In fact, his grin widened even farther.
Good. It has been a long time since my people have seen a proper slaughter.
I thought that there might be more talk than that, but instead, suddenly, both Mal and Callian were moving, lunging at each other so fast I cried out. I had seen Mal fighting the king of Hastia before. That had been like a terrier fighting a bull, Mal a flash of speed dancing around a figure that was far bigger than he was and far slower as well. Callian might have been a nightmare, but he was far from slow and clumsy. Seeing the two of them together, I could see how much leaner he was than Mal, and that translated into speed. There was a terrible clash of steel, and then the two of them fell back. Callian was untouched, but Mal was bleeding from a light wound to his wrist. I blanched when Mal touched it and drew back bloodied fingers, but he shook his head.
It's not serious. Not yet.
That was hardly going to make me feel better, but before I could say so, they were facing each other again.
If you are willing to apologize like a gentleman, I am willing to leave it at first blood,
Callian said with a poisonously sweet smile.
I'll let you and the girl stay here, and you can be one of my guards, or perhaps one of the toys I keep bound up in the basement. I wager it would be more enjoyable than what your country has planned for you, Paladin.
Mal didn't bother replying. Instead, he rushed at Callian again, sword drawn, and this time the clash of steel was longer. This time I could see what they were trying to do to each other, and I wanted to shut my eyes against it. Callian was vicious, but so was Mal. One overhead chop, I am certain, would have cut Callian in half down the middle if it had landed, and Callian's return blow nearly took off Mal's hand before Mal turned away. At any moment, I was braced to see something awful, and when it didn't happen, it only raised the tension higher. The crowd didn't help. They cheered when Callian almost landed a hit, which certainly didn't surprise me, but after a few moments, I realized that there was something wrong about it. It felt almost painful to take my eyes away from Mal and his battle with Callian, but I forced my eyes to the crowd. Something about the crowd felt strange to me, and the longer it went on, the more strange it became. It took me a few moments to figure it out, and even then it didn't make sense. The people in the stands were all beautiful. It was nothing less than what I expected at this point. It had almost become a background detail that I could ignore. It was a surprise how little time it had taken me to get used to it all. At first, I felt shy around beauties like Vicky and Shahan, but that discomfort disappeared almost immediately. It wasn't the fact that they were beautiful that was distressing me, however. It was the fact that certain faces kept repeating through the crowd. There was a distressing sameness to them that made my hackles rise. And on top of that, there was something stiff about their faces when they cheered for Callian. They could open their mouths, they could shout and jump up and down, but there was a stiffness to them that looked more and more unnatural the longer I studied them. Their masks, I realized with a kind of horror. All of the people of Syro, they have masks sealed to their faces. Another cheer went up, and I looked back just in time to see Callian sweep Mal's feet out from underneath him. Mal landed on his back with a terrible thud, and the crowd, as much as it could do, went wild. Get up, I whispered, as if I could do any good at all. As if he could hear me, Mal rolled aside and got back up swiftly. Callian looked delighted with his victory. He spread his arms wide like some kind of stooping bird and roared at the crowd. It was then that I realized for certain that he was not a human. He wasn't even very good at pretending to be one. Instead of a human sound, his roar had more to do with the lions on the savannah whose savage roars could frighten its prey to madness. When I heard that sound, I wanted to cover my ears or run as far away from him as I could get, and that was before he turned to me. The grin he gave me was full of sharp teeth, and he this time was no longer bothering to pretend to look like a person. He had too many teeth, and his blonde hair looked more like a pelt than anything else. His eyes glowed, and his grin was brutal. He mouthed a word. Mine. And I covered my mouth with my hand because I felt sick. Finally, Callian must have gotten tired of grandstanding because he turned back to Mal, who hadn't moved from his spot on the ground. I glimpsed the expression of sadistic pleasure of Callian's face, and instinctively I reached for the dagger that Mal had given me. I had a feeling that if Callian came to claim me, the best I could possibly do was hurt him as much as I could before I killed myself. I can go for an eye. I can do that much at least. It was a grim thought, to say the least, but as Callian rose up over Mal, I couldn't see any other way out. Of course, I hadn't counted on Mal, as Callian stood tall over him, his sword raised over his shoulder to deliver what should have been a final killing blow. Mal's body tensed. He pulled his legs close to his chest, and then he kicked hard, his feet landing squarely in the center of Callian's stomach. Callian flew backwards, and then the stumble turned into a dash when his sword flew out of his hands. He made a grab to recover it, but Mal, honorable but not stupid, drove him back from it. It looked as if Callian was in a full retreat, and the people seated above the arena murmured at this new development. Though they were obviously confused about what had transpired, they did not sound angry or unhappy, which I chose to read as a good sign for Mal and me. Of course, this was before I realized that Callian was dashing straight for me. I barely had time for a yelp before he grabbed me up in his arms that seemed far too long, and then he swung me around, putting me squarely between his body and Mal. As he had told me last night, he wasn't breathing at all, and I shuddered to be so close to him again. "Don't worry," Callian murmured to me, his voice ragged and raspy. "I'll put on a face you like better when we are together. Or perhaps I won't. I can teach you to love this face. At least I can make you fear it less than my mother." There was such a dark relish to his voice that I nearly cried out. And then Mal was there, sword in hand, a rage like an inferno in his face. "You can't blame me for using whatever tools I had, Paladin. Not when you played me such a dirty trick yourself." "I hardly meant to get knocked off my feet. You could have killed me where I lay if you didn't want to show off to your people." "I cannot help my nature any more than you can help yours. Now drop your sword." Mal hesitated, and Callian's hand closed over my throat. He went from a light touch to a crushing motion that choked the breath from me in a moment, and though I wanted to stay stoically silent, I couldn't help gasping for what little breath I could get. When he let me go, I would have fallen forward onto my face if he hadn't caught me. Through my tangled hair, I could see Mal's face go white, and he lowered his sword. "No, no, Mal, don't do that." My throat felt so bruised that I could not manage more than a hoarse croak, and Callian was louder by far. "Consider what is in front of you, Paladin. Yes, you could probably get her away from me before you cut me down with that sword of yours. You're good enough that I wager you might even get her away from me alive. But are you quick enough to do it before I do something that she will see and feel all of her remaining days?" Callian's free hand drifted down my body, so like the caress of a lover that it made me feel ill. I wasn't sure if it was some kind of delirium on my part, or if his fingers had really grown longer and thinner, tipped with horridly sharp nails. The motion he made cradled my lower belly, and I was painfully aware that there was nothing between his nails and my flesh but a layer of linen. "Let her go. She doesn't deserve this." "You are right. She does not," Callian sneered, making a gesture with his hand that somehow could hurt just by looking at it. The air shimmered, and then I saw shock that Mal had come to a stop, his sword falling out of his hand. In less than a second, Mal's hair turned from black to dusty white, and he shrank by almost a foot, his back bending like a shrimp's, his strong hands turning stick-like and shaking, and his eyes went pale. His face was still contorted in a snarl, but when he took another step towards Callian, he went down hard on one knee. "Ha ha! Look, Laura, this is what your hero truly looks like," Callian said. I could not believe it. I was confused when I saw the haggard old man before me. who only moments ago was the stout and attractive warrior I had come to admire during our journeys in this strange land. Was that how Mal really looked? All of a sudden, the sureness of my feelings for Mal was challenged.
Tell me, Laura, is this the man you claim to love?
Callian asked.
Is this the man you want to live the rest of your life with? The man who can give you what you desire?
I wanted to speak but could find no answer for the questions Callian so callously presented. I wanted to shout out a big, loud yes to prove Callian wrong, to see his smugness melt away at my answer. But I couldn't, because that was a part of me that knew that was a lie. There was no way my fancy and former pleasure of being with Mal could be realized in Mal's new form. Was this the true form of Mal and he had been an ugly old man in disguise, or had Callian turned him so? I guessed it didn't matter. What bothered me was the feelings I so firmly believed to be true. My feelings for Mal were nearly lost now.
I know what your answer is. It's no.
No, that's not true.
A lie? Ha! Your answer matters not. You are going to have to choose either way.
Choose?
Yes, I can set you free, but your beloved paladin must stay and be a slave to me forever. Or you can stay with me, be my bride, and I promise you will feel nothing but pleasure and joy in my company. And in return, I will set your paladin free. But either way, he will remain in his new, ugly form. What say you?
Going home was what I had always wanted ever since I came here, and getting out of Syra was a must to do that. But that also meant Mal would have to pay the price and live as a slave forever in exchange for my freedom. On the other hand, staying here would mean sacrificing everything and spending the rest of my life with a monster who sees me nothing more than a mere toy, though that meant giving Mal his freedom. But what can he do with this weak and haggard body of an old man? And there's the problem of whether Callian will keep his promise. Either way, all hope seems lost.
Now choose.
I made my way across the ground, crawling as I went toward the weak and faint figure that was once Mal. I didn't expect our quest would come to such an end, and at that moment, Callian didn't matter at all. I wrapped my arms around Mal, my heart feeling as if it were too full, and I grabbed onto him, holding him tight.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Mal's voice was a palsied croak, and I shook my head. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for being so shallow. I thought my love was true and unconditional, but in truth, I was not much different than Franklin. I liked you not because of who you are, but what you can give me. I thought I loved you when the truth was I only loved the feeling of being with you. I was wrong. It doesn't matter what you look like or turn into. I don't want to lose you.
Time's up. Now choose.
I won't. Do what you want. I won't leave him. I heard Callian saying something, but it mattered less than having Mal in my arms. It didn't matter what he looked like. It never had. Mal was Mal, still brave, still determined to do right, to protect, no matter what he looked like. He wasn't like Callian, some kind of ambush predator who used his looks to lull and seduce before he attacked. I realized the truth about Mal in that moment. No matter what he looked like or what he was actually capable of, he would never alter his course. He was the same man whether he was young and strong or old and feeble, and there was a kind of wonder to it and a kind of power as well. As I held Mal, I was aware of a kind of heat where we touched, something warm. It reminded me of the sun coming out of a storm, and I focused on it. I wasn't praying. This was too desperate for that, and I couldn't think of anyone who might help us. As we waited for death to take us, I thought about the moments of our short-lived quest, wondering if I would have lived any part of it differently, But instead of pain and quick death, it was Callion's voice that broke me from my thoughts, mixed with doubt.
It can't be. You would sacrifice yourself for such an ugly being? An abomination?
Callion said. Yes, but he's no abomination. You are.
No.
The earth suddenly trembled, and Callion shivered with waking fear in his devilish eyes. It was then that he suddenly let out a deafening cry that shook the entire arena, and all the audience cringed at it. Little by little, Callion's body turned pale white from his feet up. Staring at the phenomena in shock, he reached his hand for me just before the rush of white extended past his chest to both his arms and finally his head until he moved no more. Callion turned into stone. Before I could fathom what just happened, I felt Mal grow in my arms, filling out old skin with young muscle, rising up until he towered over me. I looked up, and Mal was the way he was again, a dangerous grin on his face and his sword unsheathed in his fist. Without another word, he rushed toward me and placed his gentle hands on the sides of my head, his worried eyes looking into mine.
Laura, are you all right?
I nodded, speechless with relief and awe and tears streaming down my face. What happened? I stared blankly at Mal, still trying to recover from being on the verge of death minutes ago. Was it Mal who unleashed some formidable magic at the most dire moment that defeated the Prince of Syro? And his turning into the ugly old man a part of his plan to trick the prince? But as I looked into Mal's eyes, they revealed a light of relief and befuddlement similar to mine. Did you do that?
That?
Mal peered at stone figure towering above us, a shadow of the Syro prince's former self.
No, that wasn't me.
Mal's eyes turned to something else, something further in the background of the arena.
Look!
Mal gestured towards the audience. As I looked, the faces of the people began to melt away. Whatever covered the real faces of the people of Syro was sticky, strong stuff, sealed over their own faces so well that I could only think with a shudder how very claustrophobic it must be. They were tearing that mess away, and underneath it were their real faces. I felt a fluttering of hope in my chest as the first was revealed, that of a girl my own age. Her face was as round as the moon, with an irregular scatter of freckles across her nose. Her jaw was heavy, but her smile was gorgeous, and it was real, so much better than the plastic beauty Callion had decided was the ideal. Next to her was a guy near her age, his face now pale and his eyes pondering. Although he didn't look like the superstar templates that were the norm here, there was a light of truthfulness in those eyes, even though they looked a little unsure. I thought of those portraits in his family's hall. The royals of Syro hadn't always been monsters. Or was it simply that they were monstrous in other ways? There was no way to tell. They're going to be okay?
I don't know. This is a kind of magic I've never encountered before, but I hope so.
As the people revealed their old faces, their true faces, it was as if all traces of their former spirit left them. They looked dazed and lost, like one waking from a long slumber. And one after another, they began to leave the arena, some of them wandering off alone while others keeping to their partners even after the unexpected revelation. Where are they going? I asked.
I don't know for sure, but I have a hunch. All this while, they have spent their life putting their faith in false beauty and trusting their souls to that prince of lust. But no more. When the prince was defeated, they were awakened from his spell and found that the appearance of the ones they desired all along, including their own, were nothing but a fleeting illusion. So now, with the foundation of their former love shattered, they no longer have the heart to hold on to the ones they once claimed to love. Where are they going? They are beginning on a new journey. They don't know where it will lead them. They will be lost, but it's necessary, because only then they will seek to find their way to where they truly belong.
Where they truly belong? I didn't fully comprehend what Mal was saying, but I realized I didn't need to. Somehow those words resonated with me, and it moved me to tears. Before, I only saw Mal as a character of strength and bravery, but now there was something more to him than meets the eye, something deeper. A wisdom and sensitivity that flowed beneath that strong facade. Mal and I turned to Callian, whose hardened form stood with an expression of spite and disbelief combined, likely to remain this way for the rest of time. I felt a stab of pity for him. Then I glanced over to where Mal had been cut, and I looked at the scraps of dough-like masks on the ground, torn away by people who had been kept in a strange form of prison for who knew how long, and all traces of pity vanished.
What's that? What is that?
Mal caught sight of something blue shining around Callian's stone arm. It was a stunning chain, studded with blue and sparkling stones. I didn't know anything about gems, but my mind whispered the word sapphire. And whatever they were, it was obvious even to me that they were inordinately precious. Mal took it off the prince's arm and observed it carefully.
Like that ruby that you took from the king of Hastia?
There was a contemplative note in Mal's voice, and I tore my gaze from the bright gems to look up at him. What are you thinking, Mal?
I'm thinking that this is another missing piece of Illiros' heart.
I touched the blue gems cradled in Mal's hand gently. I wondered if they felt slightly warm to the touch, if there was a pulse there that shouldn't have been. I watched silently as Mal unwound a leather thong from around his wrist and fastened the bracelet around it instead. We both waited, perhaps to see if a lightning bolt would come slashing down to strike him, or whether the ghost of Callian would appear to battle him again. When neither of those things happened, Mal shrugged, tugging his sleeve down over the bracelet.
It's safe with me until I can figure out what is to be done.
I picked up the worn leather thong. It may have been wrapped around his wrist for years. And what about this?
What about it? I just use it to keep things secured when it is necessary.
Can I have it? Mal smiled, even if he looked a little puzzled.
If you want it, shall I tie it around your wrist as well?
I offered him my wrist, and there was a strange pleasure in watching him loop the cord around my wrist and tie it off. I was slender compared to Mal, and the leather cord went around my wrist 3 times, the ends dangling slightly. I still don't understand what happened to him. My eyes motioned to Callian.
If I am right, it was you who did it.
Me? I didn't do anything.
When you denied the choices given by the prince, when you chose to die alongside me even when I was nothing but an ugly old man, you conjured a most formidable magic that even lust could not match against. To the prince, love was nothing but the desire for false beauty and the pleasure of the senses. It was how he could enslave so many willing souls. So he never expected anyone that would forego those desires for love. It was you, Laura, who broke the prince's magic and revealed his true form, a mere empty and beautiful form sculpted from the elements of the world that is not superior than any form of existence, much unlike what mortals perceive. Master was right. You are the key to saving Illiros, after all.
Everything sounded emotional and motivating until the "you are the key to saving Illiros" part, but after the near-death experience, I could live with that. All right, Mal, I still have a question. He looked at me blankly and then nodded.
What is it?
Does anything die normally here? Is it always just falling to pieces or turning into stone? I was exhausted suddenly, half giddy from what had just happened, and I realized a moment later that Mal was the same way. He looked at me as if he couldn't understand what was happening, and then he started to laugh. The sounds started low in his body, almost like an earthquake, and then the bright and joyous sound burst out of him. It sounded young, and it made me realize in a way that nothing else ever had that no matter how old Mal really was, he only looked a handful of years older than I was. He threw an arm over my shoulders, dragging me close.
I'll answer you later. I don't want to think about death right now.
I looked up at his tired but triumphant face, and I couldn't help. Chapter 19. There was no need to escape an angry populace that had just awakened from a lifetime of militant violence this time. Unlike the people of Hastia, who had been acting on their worst impulses and guided by a culture of darkness, the people of Syro looked as if they were simply coming out of a haze that had lasted for years and years. When we went down into the town beyond the palace, people scattered across the streets, some rejoicing in a more subtle joy, while others heading toward the city's exit, wandering into the distant unknown. I saw a couple holding each other's hands and facing each other, glancing at us curiously as we passed by. I wondered if they would hold on to their relationship in the light of their new faces or choose to begin their own journey separately. I knew from long experience that it was too easy to become dissatisfied with how you look, to find all those little things you can't see in the movies and to turn them into unacceptable gaping flaws, to find various means to achieve the ideal appearance that others would admire. But nothing came without a price, and the price to pay for external beauty was our mind. It didn't matter right this moment. At this moment, those who stayed were celebrating as if they had gotten out of prison, and in a very real way they had. It's not every day that you wake up from the thrall of an evil witch king, I said. Hell, I was only with him for a few days, but already I feel like celebrating. There was a woman with an incredibly wrinkled face, but an enormously bright smile, and she stood in front of a spinning drum with paper cones on a rack close by. As I watched, she touched one of the paper cones in the drum, and to my delight, she drew out a long and floating skein of spun sugar, twirling it around the cone until it formed a fluffy, pale orange ball the size of her head. "Oh, that looks amazing. How much?" I asked, before I remembered that I was carrying literally no money at all. "Nothing at all, my dear. Here in Syro, trueness is the highest currency." "Thank you." I laughed at the old woman's joy, and I took the paper cone from her, holding it close to Mal. "This smells delicious, and there's far too much for me here. Here, have some." Mal took a tiny bite of the cotton candy as I did. It melted beautifully in my mouth, leaving a flavor that was something like a cross between a plum and a mango. It hadn't occurred to me that there was probably fruit in this world that was nothing like what I was used to, and the thought delighted me. It was such a relief to be in a place where I wasn't afraid for my life or furious at Mal for bringing me here. I felt as light as a feather, and I knew I would remember the taste of this candy for the rest of my life. I looked up to see that Mal's eyes were wide as he took another bite.
It's good.
Good? Wait, have you never had this before? He looked slightly nervous at the question, shrugging.
I mostly eat what I hunt on the road, and whatever food people care to spare me.
The admission sent a spike of anger through me. Mal was the damn paladin of Illiros, and for some reason that mirror spirit couldn't spare him an allowance to go and eat some candy. The thought of Mal living so long, winning so many battles, and trying so very hard for his country while living like he was stuck in a monastery made me furious. "Not today," I said, winding my arms through his. "Today it looks like people are throwing open their doors, and we should take advantage." Still he hung back, and the wistful look on his face made my heart ache a little.
I don't think we should take advantage. These people have been through a great deal, and I think this celebration is probably just for—"
Mal stilled as I tugged on his arm. Mal Amel, did you or did you not kill the Prince of Syro today, ending a long curse that literally covered people's faces with unmoving Barbie doll masks?
I don't know what a Barbie is.
Doesn't matter. But that was you, right? In the arena with the big sword and that I need to save the world attitude?
Yes.
Yes, that was you, and the people of Syro are happy about it. That means, my friend, that you are allowed whatever this world's equivalent of a fried candy bar is. Mal looked at me with a slightly quizzical expression on his face. I looked back unrepentant, ready to physically fight him if I had to convince him he deserved some good food and maybe a beer. He let me take his arm and lead him over towards a delicious smell that made me think of barbecue. We must have wandered through the town for hours, seeing the sights, drinking in the joy of the people around us. I wasn't innocent enough to think that they would always be this happy. Whenever the new joy wore off, there would probably be repercussions, tears, and anger. But for right now, none of us wanted to think of that. We wandered until our feet hurt, trying bits and pieces of all the free food that people had rolled out. Mal was strangely innocent about the pleasure of ridiculous food fare, and I got angry all over again at how deprived his life truly was. I made it my business to try to make sure that he got some of everything, and by the time evening rolled around, we were both full, happy, and exhausted. Mal looked young as we toured the town. I wondered all over again how hard it was being a paladin, to be kept away from the joys of simply being human, and no matter which way I sliced it, it made me angry and suspicious. If there was one thing I had learned in all my years with my father and Franklin, it was that someone who kept you away from the joy that you deserved was bad news. Mal was just beginning to make noises about getting out of the city and finding a campsite where we could spend the night when the festival started to wind down. Even with the lights of the city blazing bright, I could make out the stars above, and I was reminded forcibly of the last time Mal taught me about the constellations of his world right before I ended up here. As much as there was a part of me that craved a return to that night, to a time and a place where we could simply touch each other and learn more about each other, I knew that realistically we would have to go on our separate ways once this quest was over, if we survived it somehow. And if we did, the time would come where I would leave this fantasy world and return to the real world. This thought somehow stung my heart. For the first time, the thought of staying in this world crossed my mind. At least down here, I was someone useful, someone with a purpose and a person who loved me, whereas there was nothing for me back home, other than the cold, harsh world that reminded me every day of how pathetic my life was. In the end, I chose to leave these worries for another time and savor the happiness at hand. I pointed at a small inn that had thrown its doors open. Come on, wouldn't it be exotic to sleep in a bed for once? I thought Mal was going to argue with me, but after a moment he nodded.
Laura, we should talk.
Not now. Not tonight, all right? Let's just not think about any of that. I didn't want to go back to fighting with him, I realized. Fighting with Mal just felt like wrestling a two-headed snake. Just when I thought I had gotten a grip on things, it twisted around and bit me. I realized I didn't like arguing with Mal. It wasn't because I was afraid of him. It was simply because things were so much sweeter when we didn't have to fight. I looked at him hopefully, and it occurred to me that Mal might have felt the same way because he nodded as well. When he hesitantly offered me his hand, I took it with a smile.
All right, just for tonight.
There was something of a warning in his voice, but I was so pleased with the reprieve that I didn't care about it. Instead, I dragged him into the inn where the innkeeper, a broad and smiling man with a handful of dark moles on his face, showed us up to an attic room. I know the room that Callian gave me was far more luxurious, but I think even if he hadn't turned into a terrible tyrant with some immense issues, I would like this one better. There was something about the room that just made me happy. It was located at the top of the inn with a large round window that looked out over the rest of the town. The peaked roof gave us slanting ceilings, and as tall as Mal was, he could really only stand up straight at the center of the room. There was what looked like a rug made of fabric scraps on the floor and a gorgeous quilt over the sturdy bed. It was incredibly clean and well taken care of, and I wondered if I could feel the love that the innkeeper had put into his work in the linens and the walls. After that, it was time to set up the room to sleep, and to my surprise, Mal immediately went to a cupboard that was built into the area under the bed, hidden until he pressed a hidden latch. The shelf rolled out to show linens and pillows, and Mal threw a pillow to me.
I've gotten to spend some time in rooms like this, one when I was traveling in the north,
Mal said, almost to himself.
I liked it a great deal.
I watched silently as he unbuckled his sword and tucked it under the bed within easy reach. From my perch on the overstuffed armchair, I watched him move around the room. There was something incredibly indulgent about it, almost decadent, and for a moment I simply relaxed and observed him the way a scientist might a wild animal. Tell me about it.
Tell you about what?
Tell me about when you were in the north. I assume that your life has to be more than just taking down creepy magical rulers and rescuing girls from overly pretty princes. Mal laughed and shrugged.
All right, but in return, you have to tell me something about you.
I tilted my head to one side. Like what?
I don't know yet. I'll decide as I answer your question.
That felt dangerous, but when I thought about it, I couldn't imagine Mal asking anything that would be a danger to me. After all, in this solution, he was the one with all the power. It was curiously freeing in a way that I didn't like to think about. So like so many other things, I simply put the thought away. All right, that sounds fair. Now tell me about the North. If I had thought more about it, I might have wondered why I was so curious about Mal's life before he met me. I suppose that some part of me wanted to find happiness for him. I wanted to be reassured that his life hadn't been one weary trudge from one impossible task to another. It was strange how much I needed him to be happy, but I didn't think about it just then. Mal removed his jacket and sat opposite me on the bed. Absently, he rubbed his chest, and I realized that he was rubbing the scar that I had noted before. I shivered. That was not a story I wanted to hear at all.
The North. Down here we call it the North, but it is really split into 24 or more small countries, many with their own history, some with their own language, and certainly all with their own disputes. I went north on a mission from the spirit of Illiros years ago, and when I was done, the blizzards had forced me to stay for a month or so with the Earl who I had saved during the course of my mission.
Oh, good, so he was grateful to you. Mal laughed.
He certainly was. So grateful that I do not think he would have minded if I simply stayed with him and acted as his Tak Bjorn.
What's that?
I think it roughly translates to his bear shield, and the first and foremost knight that shields him from the vicious bears of the north.
That almost sounds like a better gig than what you have. I wondered if Mal would be offended by that, but he laughed.
Believe me when I say that that is a thought that I have had many times before. But I stayed with the Earl, and he gave me a room of my own, much like this one. Things are more humble up here, but this is not much less luxurious than the room the Earl shared with his wife. In fact, it turned out to be the room that belonged to the princess.
And of course you insisted on giving it back to her.
I tried.
For some reason the answer made Mal blush, and he fussed with the pack he had left at the foot of the bed for no reason that I could see. I take it you were successful.
Well, as it turned out, we shared the bed. She wouldn't be moved from sleeping there, and I was not allowed to depart.
He looked so uncomfortable that I couldn't help but burst into laughter. So I take it you didn't. Let's see, to put it delicate, you didn't take advantage?
No, that is, no. She was beautiful, almost as tall as me, blonde as the midwinter sun, and fierce as one of the bears that I was supposed to protect her father from. She bore the pride of her people in her eyes, her hands and her spine. That much was obvious, but I knew that she wasn't the one for me.
I frowned at that. I suppose that the jealousy I was feeling was just a natural outgrowth of spending so much time with Mal and realizing how good he really was. I also found myself distressed by him thinking that any pretty blonde from the north would be above him. So what did you do?
Much to her dismay, I ended up sleeping on the floor for the next 2 weeks. She was very sweet, but it just wasn't right.
There was a ring of conviction in Mal's voice, and while other men might have regretted making that choice with a beautiful princess, there was no doubt in Mal's tone at all. Wasn't right?
No, I didn't love her.
The words were stark and then struck me like a sledgehammer. It was that simple to Mal. It wasn't right, so he didn't do it. Franklin had cheated on me. Not often, but he had done it a few times, and before I got angry enough to protest, I had forgiven him. It was the girl's fault, or he was tired and his defenses were down, or perhaps they were girls that had nothing to do with him. The idea that Mal could simply say that it wasn't right because he hadn't loved the princess in question so easily was stunning to me.
Laura, are you all right?
Of course I am. Thank you for telling me about all of that. I started to reach for my own bag where I had stashed a nightgown for sleeping. Something in me was oddly restless, not because of the story, but because of what Mal had inadvertently revealed behind it. Something about it struck me as being perfectly him. Of course he wouldn't sleep with someone he didn't love. The sun would soon rise in the west. It made me smile, and it made something deep inside me ache. I'm not going to forget about my forfeit either. I looked up at Mal, who was standing next to the window, leaning against the wall. The soft light from the new-risen moon gave him a strange and foreign beauty, as if he were some kind of spirit come to visit and do good but never stay for long. I smiled at him, turning away so I could strip and change into my nightgown. Even being as modest as I was, I thought I could still feel his eyes on my bare back before the white fabric slid down to cover everything. I threw my discarded clothes onto a chair in the corner before falling onto the bed, stretching out and watching Mal out of the corner of my eye. So I guess we're going to commit to this game of truth and dare. All right, what do you want to know? Mal looked thoughtful for a moment, and then he looked me square in the eyes. When he did that, when I could see his night dark green eyes focus entirely on me, I had to swallow a gasp of sensation. It felt almost as if he were touching me somehow, reaching inside and learning about me in a way that no one ever had before.
Tell me something about someone you had loved.
For some reason, that simple question made me want to cry. I wanted to tell him flippantly that I had never loved anyone, that no one had ever hurt me. It wouldn't be true, but it would be easy. At least I could ignore the choking feeling that was rising up inside me. I thought that once he saw me struggling, Mal would let me off the hook. Instead, he watched me, and somehow in his steady gaze, I found a kind of strength that I had never felt before. I took a deep breath, and instead of looking at him, I turned on my back and stared up at the ceiling. I loved my mother. Is that all right? Too easy an answer?
No, not at all. Tell me about her.
I could have cried foul, told him that the arrangements of our bargain did not allow for extra questions, but I simply drew another deep breath and concentrated on my own words. Mal had asked for the truth, and he deserved it. In some strange way, so did I. All right, my mother's name was Alice, and she loved the Alice in Wonderland books. She would have named me Alice if my father hadn't stopped her. We read together all the time when I was really little, and it never mattered how tired she was or how many times she read the story to me before. She was always ready to read it again. She did the voices. My throat closed unexpectedly with a lump of tears right behind my tongue, and I had to wait until it went away. A lot of people loved her. Her coworkers, her family, my father, of course. She seemed to bring summer wherever she went. She cared for everyone so much. I remember how people would just share things with her that they had never shared with anyone before. She was so warm and safe and kind.
She sounds wonderful. I'm sorry you lost her.
Mal's words nearly made me start to sob. There was a tangle of emotions underneath it, so many clamoring voices and recriminations. I closed my eyes tight, and after I counted to 10, I could open them again without wanting to scream or to run out into the night trying to escape from something I could never get away from. Me too.
How?
That's really not part of the game, is it? My words came out meeker than I intended them to, but Mel nodded.
You're right.
He hesitated, looking at me, and then at the floor by the bed. I snorted. I'm not a blonde princess who wants to keep you in the north as a bear shield. I mean, as long as it's right. I was happy that I glanced back just in time to see Mal's quiet smile.
Yes, it is right.
He came to rest behind me, and we didn't bother with keeping a blanket between us or anything like that. He curled up behind me as if we had done it all our lives, one arm thrown over my hip and his warm breath tickling the top of my head. It should have been too warm or too stiff or any of the dozen other things that could go wrong when two people slept with one another, but there was nothing like that between us. It was just good and wholesome. Even as I was trying to relish how good it felt, I drifted off into a soft and sweet sleep, one that, despite having talked about my mother, was free of bad dreams. There was a time in my life where speaking of her usually guaranteed at least a night of nightmares, if not 2 or 3. When I woke up in the morning, I wondered if I was finally growing up a little. The bed was empty, and Mal was fully dressed, standing at the window and looking out over the town. There was something curiously solemn about him in that moment, neatly dressed, sword belted by his side, and his hair slicked down with water. It was a different kind of beauty than what he had borne the night before. Daylight to moonlight, rest to action. You're up early.
I was getting some food from the innkeeper. You should eat while it's fresh.
True to his word, there was a plate of hot food on the table next to the bed, eggs, what looked like sausage, and some kind of strange orange fruit, cut in half to reveal the white flesh and black seeds on the inside. When I took an experimental bite of the fruit, I realized it was the fresh version of cotton candy flavor we'd had the night before. Did you eat?
I'm not really hungry.
I started to chide him to see if I could bully him into sharing my eggs and my sausage, but a small tinge at the base of my skull told me that there was something wrong. There was a tightness around his eyes that I had never seen before, and a downward turn to his mouth. You look like your house just caught on fire.
I don't have a...
Point stands. What's the matter? For a moment, he only stared at the floor, not looking at me. It almost looked as if he were ashamed, something I wasn't sure I had ever seen before.
You should eat quickly and then put your things together. We have at least 2 days' walk in front of us if I can't get horses. It'll be easy but a bit long.
Why? Damn it, Mal, tell me where we're going. It was only then that he looked at me, and it was as if a part of him had been closed off away, put somewhere safe where the world couldn't get to it.
We're going to the portal at Everly Wood. You're going home.
Chapter 20. I stared at Mal. What are you talking about?
Does it matter? You're going home. This is what you've wanted all along, isn't it?
Mal kept his voice as level as he could, but I could hear something broken in it, something that made me think of jagged shards of broken glass scattered in tall glass. It is.
Then why fight me on it?
To my surprise, he strode out of the room, and I heard his footsteps thudding down the stairs. Was that a fight? Did we have some kind of weird fight? It shouldn't have surprised me that fighting with Mal was not going to be like fighting with anyone else. But that wasn't what it felt like. It felt more like a surrender of some sort, though I didn't know what kind or how I should have reacted to it. Does it matter? You're going home. Nothing else matters beyond getting out of this madhouse. That was my far more practical self speaking. That was the part of me that knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that I had nearly died in Illiros, in Hastia, in Syro several times, and each time it was pure luck that had saved me. Well, my luck, and Mal, who was probably downstairs and pacing a hole into the inn's floor. Perversely, I did not do what he said. Instead of hurrying my breakfast, I ate it slowly, relishing every bite. I told myself that I had had very few safe and secure meals since coming to this strange land, and that I was allowed to savor it if I wished to. It wasn't until I was almost done and getting dressed that I realized it was more than that. I wanted to bring Mal back to this room where we had shared our stories with each other, wanted the sweetness from the night before to continue. You really are an idiot, I told myself, and hurried to dress. If he was going to send me home and get away from this nightmare, I should be grateful. However, as I descended the stairs, I realized I wasn't. Mal was speaking with the innkeeper, and he looked up with a hint of relief when he saw me. He crossed over to me after giving the man a brisk nod.
Are you ready to go? I haven't found horses, but there is a ferry that will take us in the right way for at least a few hours.
When I showed no sign of following Mal, he frowned at me.
What is it?
Tell me what changed.
How do you mean?
Something did, didn't it? We went to sleep last night, and you were still all gung-ho about dragging me all over creation looking for the missing pieces that the spirit of Illiros told you about. Then this morning, everything's changed, and I want to know why. What changed over the course of the night? Did you get some kind of new dream prophecy? Did the spirit of Illiros show up in the men's room mirror? From the way the muscle in Mal's jaw jumped, I could tell that I was getting under his skin. It should have told me to be wary, to make sure that I didn't anger him, but I didn't care. I was angry, and I certainly didn't mind if he joined me.
Laura, there is a lot going on that you don't understand.
You can't just drag me from the world I knew and then dump me here before dragging me back with no explanations. The whole time I've been here, I've been desperately trying to get back, and you've been getting in my way this entire time. Now you do a complete about-face and think I'm just going to accept it? He gave me a look that was as much quizzical as it was frustrated.
Yes.
Not good enough. Mal, you can't keep this from me. The people around us, many of whom still looked like they were drunk from the night before, gave us some confused looks, and Mal ran his hand through his hair, making some bits of it stick up straight. I ignored my inclination to be charmed by this gesture and stared at him, my hands on my hips.
Come outside.
It was less a question than a command, but with gritted teeth I followed him. I figured it made sense. If he knew how close I was to balling up my fist and socking him out of frustration, I could see why he wanted to get away from curious onlookers. When we were down in the inn yard, we were mostly alone except for a pair of donkeys who had been tethered close by. They turned to us with a nearly human curiosity in their great dark eyes, but I ignored them in favor of looking at Mal.
Laura, trust me, the ferry could make our trip much faster.
No, I don't care. Right now, what I need is for you to make sense.
Why aren't I making sense? You've wanted to go home ever since you got here. Well, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Why are you fighting me so hard on this?
One ready answer rose up, but it was so unthinkable I discarded it again immediately. Instead, I glared at Mal and said something that was still true, if not as true as the first thing I had thought. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on. Yes, I've been screaming to go home ever since I got here. But you know what else sucks about being dragged across the multiverse and landing in some kind of psycho fairyland? Not knowing why things are happening to me. I have been dragged from pillar to post, kidnapped 3 times in recent memory, feared for my life, and helped you stay alive as well. I like to think that earns me at least some consideration if plans have changed. For a moment, there was a stony look on Mal's face that made me think he was just going to pick me up and throw my body over one of those mules before he dragged me off to wherever he wanted to take me next. Then he deflated, looking oddly lost. He was still an immensely handsome man who swung a sword as if it were part of his body, but there was something small about him, and I realized that it was in fact shame I was seeing.
So there's no chance you're going to back away?
I'm sorry, but no. Too many things lately have been happening without my control and say-so. Even if you are sincere about taking me home, I need to know more. If you can decide that you should kidnap me or that you should take me home in the spur of the moment, that means that you can reverse your decision immediately. I paused, searching for the right words. Maybe if I phrased it just right, he would understand me and give me the information I knew I needed. Mal, you need to tell me why I can trust you. Why this isn't going to be something you change your mind about. I thought for a second he would refuse, but then he nodded. There was something almost washed out about his eyes. Despite the sleep we had gotten in a safe place, he looked exhausted.
All right, I owe you that much. Honestly, I owe you more than that for what you have done already, but all right. I was up late last night, long after you fell asleep. It occurred to me how peaceful you looked there, and how good. It also made me think of how much you have already suffered in your life. And, Laura, I do not want to be one more thing that made you suffer.
The words felt as if they were being torn from him, as if he had to force himself to say them. I stared. I had never heard anyone say anything like that to me at all. Mal.
I can't do it. I can't be one more thing that hurts you, that causes you pain.
He shook his head.
I don't care what the spirit says, and I don't care what I might face if I go after the remaining pieces of the heart of Illiros alone. It doesn't matter because that is my role, my life. It was never yours. You never had a chance to choose it, and no matter how much we needed you, it was wrong for the spirit to tell me to bring you here.
And that means that as far as you are concerned, I am going home. Mal shook his head, and his expression made my heart break. He looked as if he had been battered to the ground.
More than that. You should never have come here. It wasn't your choice. You have wanted to go home every step of the way, and I have forced you to help me to help a country that you've never even seen at its prime. It's not right. It's not fair. I need to right this wrong, no matter what it means for Illiros or for myself.
There was such a deep sadness in his words that I almost wanted to reach for him, to fold him in my arms. The look of sheer loneliness he gave me, however, made me close my mouth with a snap. After all, he was right, and there was nothing to say after that. He had been wrong to bring me here, and now he was trying to fix it. In all honesty, I should have been jumping with joy. If I could get out of this nightmare, I should have. However, all that I felt at the idea of returning to my home was a strangely familiar sense of desolation and emptiness. Wordlessly, I let him lead me away from the inn, a small bag of clothes and food that I had picked up along the way thrown over my shoulder. We walked for almost 20 minutes before I finally found my voice. "Will you tell me something, Mal?" His eyes were briefly troubled.
If I can.
"You said that I never had a chance to choose." "That's true, and yes, no matter what I would have said, that should have been offered to me. But did you have any chance to choose yourself?" I watched Mal's face closely and carefully, as if it were some ancient script that I could decipher just by staring at it.
It doesn't matter.
"It does matter, Mal. If it matters for me, then it matters for you."
I don't remember.
The words fell on the ground like lost pebbles, so very stark that I could only stare at him. Just over an hour later, we were at a ferry stop, little more than a man with a flat-bottomed boat and a team of mules to pull it down the river. I listened half-heartedly as Mal bargained with the man for a ride, and then together with a small group of people, we got on board. The passengers were friendly and kind, but I couldn't stop from gazing over the crystal-clear water. The river was incredibly broad but shallow, the water throwing itself over the rocks below as if it was in a hurry to get to the sea. I sat on the edge of the boat, one arm on the low railing, and I watched the water, looking for the lightning-quick flashes of silvery minnows, the more ponderous movement of the fat catfish. There was one fish that I couldn't name, but its striped black and silver sides made me gasp with its beauty. Without thinking of our previous troubles, I looked up, wanting to call Mal over to see it before it was gone. My words dried in my mouth as I looked up and realized that he was looking at me as intensely as I was looking at the fish. Chapter 21. The ferry ride was pleasant, but it was comparatively short. We left the ferry before the other people did. The river was bending west, but we were continuing on our way north.
We should keep up a steady pace. If we rush, we'll get exhausted, but if we stay steady, we should get to where we're going by tomorrow night.
I didn't say anything to Mal. It might have been childish, but I didn't want to speak with him. It felt as if there was nothing to say between us. He was sending me away, and after that, I would never see him again. Thinking that there might be a time in my life I might not ever see Mal again hurt my heart, and so I turned it to fury. Anger was a shield. I had learned that in Hastia, and now I reached for it again. Anger might not stop me from hurting in the future, but for right now, it kept me from doing something stupid like starting to cry. I didn't think I could stand it if I started to cry in front of him. We walked the day away, and even as I started to get exhausted, and even as I started to feel my calves start to cramp up, I kept walking. I refused to be the first one to call it quits. By the time we came to a stone cabin in the woods by the path, my feet burned, but I was keeping up with Mal step for step, even if I gritted my teeth with every step I took. The stone cabin in the woods was in good shape, for it felt no one had touched it for a very long time. It was half built into the hillside, and the roof above us was pure stone. It was barely larger than my apartment at home, but there was a wood stove close to the front door and a compartment in the back that Mal went to without hesitation. He pulled out a small bag of what turned out to be salt, smiling a little.
Well, it won't be as good as what we had in Syro, but we should eat well tonight. There's a spring a short ways away. I may be able to bring us a deer if I'm lucky. And if not, there's still food from town.
I hate the fact that you're still ready to go hunting after all the distance we've traveled tonight, I groaned. It was the first time I had spoken to him in hours, and it won a small smile from him.
You don't have to do anything. This place is fairly safe. It's neutral territory, so you won't have to worry about anyone bothering you here.
I looked around at the dusty walls, the obviously unused space. Is this a space you share? Like, do other paladins from other countries come here? Mal shrugged, unlimbering and stringing a light bow that he kept in his kit. The man was like a damn Swiss Army knife.
No, this place is mine. I suppose other people could have found their way here and used it. I don't begrudge them, but I also wouldn't be surprised. This place is isolated.
He left, and I looked around at the obvious age and disuse of the place we had come. How old was Mal anyway if it had been here before and yet it was in this level of disuse? I shrugged the thought off and poked at making the place a little more habitable. Mal had matches in his kit, and there was plenty of fallen wood close by. A fire in the wood stove made the entire place look a lot more welcoming, and I resolved to think no more about time or Mal and Mal's oddly melancholy life all alone as the paladin of Illiros. When the fire was crackling away, I finally allowed myself to sit down on a small stool close to it and to tug off my leather slippers. They were sturdy enough, despite their beauty. Shehan and Vicky had made sure that I had beautiful dresses and good shoes. However, it was beyond clear that they were not meant for traversing long distances, and I grimaced at my feet with dismay.
What in the name of seven hells?
I felt as if I leaped a foot out of my stool, and that caused me to pull all my weight on one blistered foot. Even as I was hissing with dismay, Mal was catching me in his arms and settling me back. He hung the slab of meat off a hook on the wall, and he came to kneel in front of me.
Have you been walking on these all day?
Well, no, I had another pair of feet that I was walking on. These are just for show. He gave me a look that told me how little he appreciated my sense of humor, and he stood again, grabbing a bucket.
Stay right there. For goodness sake, stay off of those.
I almost wanted to disobey him simply to be contradictory, but in the end I stayed where I was. The pain of putting even a little bit of pressure on my feet was intense, and so for the moment I was happy enough to follow orders. Then Mal returned with a sloshing bucket, and he set it down in front of me.
All right, put your feet in.
I really should have asked him what it was before I obeyed him. The water turned out to be ice cold, and when I yelped and tried to pull them out, he kept them in with one hand pressing down on my knees.
I'm sorry, this will help, I promise.
I think if it had been anyone else, I would have lashed out with fists and nails, battering him until he let me go. I had heard plenty of people telling me terrible things would happen, and I knew enough to know that they seldom did. However, I trusted Mal, and that meant that I sat still with gritted teeth, soaking my feet in the cold water. When Mal realized that I wasn't going to try to get away, he came to kneel next to me, leaning against me, as if willing his strength into my body. Finally, I relaxed, wilting in the stool and leaning against him in turn. After the initial shock, the cold had set in, and my feet did feel better. How long do I have to sit here like this?
Just a little longer. You're doing quite well.
I wanted to snap at him for speaking to me as if I were a child, but instead I tilted my head back and closed my eyes. I didn't have to worry about time frames or how long I had to endure something because Mal would look after me. I drifted, wondering when I had last been so cared for and when I had been so relaxed. I made a slight noise of dismay as Mal scooped me up, unheeding of my dripping feet. At some point, he had laid out a thick pallet of blankets on the ground, and that was where he set me now with a stern admonition to lie still. My feet still throbbed slightly, so I wasn't really in the mood to go wandering off, but I contented myself with rolling to my side to watch him as he prepared a meal for us. I had never really heard the word attached to a man before, but there was something graceful about the way Mal moved. Even when he was doing something as simple as grinding thin slices of meat over the wood stove, there was something simply careful and coordinated about his motions.
You're watching me.
I smiled a little. Sure, there's nothing else to watch. You took me to a place without good television.
Are you eager to get back?
Of course I am. The moment the words were past my lips, however, I started to wonder. How much time had passed since I left my home and my job? I had spent at least a couple of weeks in this strange fairy tale world. If the same amount of time had passed in the real world, and I had no reason to think that it hadn't, I could very easily be out a job, and my roommates might have sold my things to pay my portion of the rent. If Mal sensed my concern about what I might have been returning to, he gave no sign. Instead, he cooked the food and then came to sit cross-legged next to me with a tin plate full of roast venison and a mug full of water. The water was wonderfully cold, and I would have drunk it in one long drag if Mal hadn't stopped me.
"You'll get sick if you're not careful."
I made a face and obeyed, taking small sips as I watched him over the edge of the mug. He smiled a little when he saw me watching him, and it struck me there was something oddly wistful about it.
"You know, when you look at me like that, it feels as if you can see right through me."
Should I stop? I was startled at the slightly husky, teasing note my voice had.
"No, or at least I wish you wouldn't. I like it when you look at me."
There was a faint stain of red across Mal's cheeks, and it was adorable. I had seen this man in battle, and the idea that he could be so adorable made me giggle. What a thing to admit, Sir Paladin. Mal made a noise that told me he would rather not speak more about it, and he offered me the tin plate full of grilled meat. It had cooled down a little, but I still burned my fingertips when I snagged one to pop it in my mouth. Oh, ow, hot.
"Well, don't eat it yet."
I reached for another piece anyway, because I was hungry after all, but Mal held it back.
"Here, if you can be trusted to keep from burning yourself, let me."
As I watched, he plucked up a piece of the meat, separating it from the rest and letting it cool for a few moments before he snagged it up and held it to my mouth. I supposed I could have taken offense at being fed as if I were a toddler who didn't know better or an invalid, but I was so startled by Mal's motion I just let him do it. He popped the small but delicious morsel of meat into my mouth, and his fingers grazed my lower lips as he pulled back. Even that small amount of touch sent a frisson of pleasure through me, and from the way he stiffened, I could see that he felt the same. I watched in fascination as he swallowed hard and then offered me the plate again.
"I think you know how it goes now."
I guess I do. We ate in silence, and I think a kind of melancholy fell over both of us. We hadn't spent all that much time together, but the time we had spent was so intense, it felt as if we had known each other forever. Now our hours together were numbered, and I at least was almost achingly aware of the fact that we would never be together again. After we had finished our food and Mal had put things away, he came to sit next to me with a squat jar in his hands.
"Let me see your feet again."
Are you going to do anything that will make me scream again?
"No, this part is much more pleasant."
I gave him a suspicious look, but I let him sit down and apply some of the salve in the jar to my poor blistered feet. The salve itself was white and transparent, and there was a sharp but pleasant green smell to it that made me think of herb gardens and cool spring days. At first I flinched away when he started to work towards the sore parts, but the cold water had done its work. The wounded parts didn't throb nearly as much as they had before, and the parts where he rubbed the salve tingled slightly, something that made me think of healing and rest. As Mal's strong hands worked the ball of my foot and the arch, I let my eyes drift shut with pleasure. His touch was firm and sure. It seemed as if he knew all the best places to touch, knew how much pressure to apply before I might need to make him stop. My eyes drifted shut as he worked at my feet, and I could feel a deep sleepiness overcome me. God, I was tired. I felt as if I had been on the run for ages, and right now, I could not imagine a greater luxury than the idea of sitting with Mal and feeling his hands on my feet. What are you going to do after I leave? If Mal was startled by my question, he gave no sign. His hands on my sore flesh were still steady, and he worked his way to my swollen ankles and then my calves.
"Try to do what I need to do. The heart of Illiros is still gone. I have to find it. The parts of the King of Hastia and the Prince of Syro that I've taken, they seem as if they are a part of it. There's more to find. I have hopes that I might yet succeed.
I was almost asleep when Mal spoke.
And you? What are you going to do when you get to where you belong?
The strangeness of the words struck me. It made sense that the real world, the one I had come from, would be the one where I belonged, but I had never felt like it. It was like the series of apartments that my father and I had passed through after my mother died. There were places where I lived, not places I belonged, and as long as I could sleep there without mice running across my feet at night or without gunshots being fired outside my window, it wasn't something that I thought about much. I guess I'm going back to work if I still have a job. I'm going to keep on studying, try to better myself. What? Despite how tired I was, Mal's hands still on my feet made me look up.
What do you mean, better yourself?
Well, learn more, make myself more valuable to people who are looking for employees, live a little less hand to mouth. Mal frowned even as he returned his attention to his impromptu massage.
That's a strange way to say it. You are just fine. You do not need to be bettered. That's a strange way to say it. You are just fine. You do not need to be bettered.
There was something strangely mulish about Mal's statement, and I almost wanted to laugh. He looked positively sulky at the idea that I wanted to go to class and make a better living. Your mirror might have told you that I have some kind of grand destiny where I need to help you figure out how to save your world, but you know that where I come from, I'm just ordinary, right? Nothing special at all. Mal's green eyes gleamed in the dim light of the wood stove, and I felt the laugh fall from my face. He was so serious just then, as if he were discussing something that he believed in with his whole heart.
No, I don't believe that you are not special. Anyone who knows you for longer than a few moments can tell how very special you are.
Well, thanks for that. I uttered an unconvincing chuckle and lay down again, letting my eyes drift shut. I couldn't explain why Mal's words made me feel as if someone had pumped something warm and sweet inside me, but that was the way it felt. I was almost asleep when Mal set my feet down gently. I listened with my eyes shut as Mal moved around the cabin, getting things ready for our departure tomorrow. Finally, he came to lie down behind me, and I relaxed as if I had been waiting for just that. He curled up behind me as had become our unexpected habit, and to my surprise, he buried his face in my hair. I almost asked him what the matter was, but I knew that whatever it was, I could not help him. We were going to part ways soon, and at the end, all we could do was make it easier on each other.
No, thank you,
Mal whispered, nuzzling my hair, and even as I fell into a deeper slumber, I wanted to ask him what he meant, why he would say such a thing to me. Chapter 22. The next day, I carefully stood on my injured feet and blinked in surprise. I had expected to at least feel some soreness, if not the intense pain that had pervaded my feet the night before. Instead, as I climbed up to a standing position, I blinked and I realized that they were almost entirely better. There was a ghost of soreness there, perhaps a slight warmth, but beyond that, they were as good as new. That's amazing. You should sell that stuff. Mal shrugged and handed me the jar.
It's easy enough to make myself. Here, you have it, in case your feet get sore again.
We set off again for the portals Mal had spoken about, and this time, I could see that he was trying to keep the pace to something I could handle. There was a part of me that wanted to be irritated about it, but the rest of me was just relieved not to have to worry about getting more blisters and limping the rest of the way. Mal made us stop to rest constantly, sometimes just to pause for a break on the path, other times to step off of it entirely, to sit and to eat some of the food he drew from his bag. It occurred to me how very easy it had been to start to depend on Mal. He was always prepared, and no matter what it was I needed, from a snack to a blanket that I could stretch out on, He pulled it forward. I knew this was how other girls got into trouble. Just about any guy could come on like a Prince Charming for a few weeks. It was so easy to let someone else handle things, to let them take the lead. Then, when things started to go wrong, those girls found themselves without any way to support themselves, sometimes without even the ability to do so. I had always warned my friends off of relationships like that, but I excused myself by thinking that Mal and I would be gone from each other sooner rather than later. I would have no chance to grow overly dependent on him, nor to have him grow too used to me. As we walked, I twisted the leather lace that had been looped around my wrist. It and the ring with the map in it would remind me that what I had experienced was real. It was too easy otherwise to imagine that this was all some kind of dream, some kind of fevered hallucination. In some ways, it might have been easier if I had dreamed all of this. To have dreamed Mal, but the idea of forgetting everything that has happened made me feel oddly sick inside. It was almost evening by the time we made it to the portals. Long before we saw them, I felt a strange thrumming in the air that reminded me of a plucked violin string. It was another hour or so before we came to the great clearing in the woods, and I stopped and stared. What I saw in the clearing made my eyes hurt. It was as if something had come through with enormous claws and torn the very skin of the world open, and despite all the world's best interest, it couldn't heal those rips. There was something ragged about those tears, and emanating from them was a kind of bluish glow. The glow made me think of phosphorus, hot and strange, an unusual gleaming in the evening night. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice small and frightened. I thought that Mal might laugh at my fear, but instead he took my hand, never taking his eyes off of the rents in space himself. "These are the portals that may lead to other worlds," he said softly. "It's the place where the fabric between your world and mine grows thinner. Look, if you concentrate, you can see where they might go." I did as he said and tried to stare through the blue light, forcing myself to focus when my eyes just wanted to turn away. I stared, squinting a little, and then I could see it. When I allowed them to do so, my eyes skipped over the portals themselves. I could see the trees beyond them and a bit of the sky as well. However, when I focused, I looked through the portals themselves, and I blinked when I saw a busy street with cars gridlocked tight and store signs in a language that I didn't recognize. "Now, where do these portals take me exactly?" He smiled briefly at me, but there was a precious little humor in it. "They could take you anywhere in your world. There is even a chance they could move you about in time. When I went to find you, it was the spirit of Illiros who sent me along. I didn't need to come here at all." "I don't want to go to Eastern Europe or wherever that was. I don't even have a passport." Mal nodded. "And I didn't intend to send you there. I know how very large your world is, and how ending up in the wrong place at the wrong time can be so very disastrous. I've been told that if we wait here, if we let your energy alter that of the portals, they will figure out where you go and return you to that spot." I eyed the portals warily. That sounds awfully unscientific to me. "The spirit of Illiros could send you on with more direction, but she's gone now. Unfortunately, it is the best that we have." As I watched, the scene in the dent closest to me shifted slowly, ever so slowly, to a desert. I spent some time in Arizona once on a vacation with my parents before everything fell apart. I knew what the American deserts looked like, and it wasn't this. This was endless golden dunes beneath a beautifully empty blue sky, and if I had crossed into that, I knew that I would probably be dead of heat or exposure within a matter of days. "So we're just going to wait until I see something familiar?" "I'm afraid so." With no other choice, Mal and I made camp, keeping an eye on the various portals as we did so. Some of the places they could take me to were there and gone in a heartbeat. Other places waited around for an hour or more, as if trying to entice me in. I wondered briefly if there was something sinister about the portals, So many of the places they seemed to want to take me were incredibly inhospitable. I was certain that one spot was deep beneath the ocean, the other high above the world and snowy. Mal and I sat quietly some 20 yards beyond the portals, and even when my eyes grew tired, even when all I wanted to do was lie down and sleep, he watched with fascination, no matter how dark or inhospitable the area we saw. "How can you just sit and watch it?" I asked him finally. "None of these places are the ones I need, and plenty of them would probably kill you as easily as it would kill me."
Well, I don't necessarily want to enter the portal and go to those places, but it's incredible, all of it.
"What is?"
Your world.
I would have scoffed, but Mal's face was so intense, so lit up with joy that I couldn't help but smile at him. "You know you've actually been there. I would think that that was enough to realize that there's nothing special about where I come from. Not really. It's plain and mundane. Nothing like the magic here." Mal hesitated, and I could see him struggling with what he really wanted to tell me. He wasn't trying to find a good lie, I realized. Instead, he was only trying to figure out how he could speak honestly and fairly, and a part of me adored him for it.
Here there are not so many roles, he said at last. I love this world, but for me at least, there was only one thing I could ever be. In your world, I could be anyone, I feel.
I smiled at that. Well, that is certainly something we tell all the little kids. That even comes true sometimes. But you don't think you could be anyone but the paladin of Illiros here? That's pretty grim.
I don't know if it's grim. It's just what I believe. If I had never come to your world, I doubt I ever would have thought of it. Being the paladin suits me. I might as well have been made for it.
Mal's casual words struck a pang through me, and I wondered again, as I ever had since some of the stranger things about Mal's memory came to light, if there was a chance he had actually been made for the purpose of being the paladin of Illiros. It seemed terribly sad to me, and then, if I wasn't careful, the anger that rose up could choke me. I hated the idea that he had no family, nothing but his duty. If I thought about it too long, I might find myself shouting about it, so I pulled my thoughts away. "Have you ever been to the real, that is, my world, before you came to get me, I mean?" He hesitated and then shook his head.
There are a few portals like this throughout the world. One of them only shows a certain library in a certain part of the world, and it always seems to be the same time no matter when you look. The rest are like this one, however, cycling through the various places in your world as if searching for something. When I have been too close to one, I usually try to make the time to stop and just spend a night watching, as we are doing now.
I almost made a remark about that, of course, being what you had to do when you didn't have any television, but I swallowed it. Instead, it struck me that there was something beautifully wistful about the idea of Mal being so alone on some mountain peak or in some field, setting up camp alone just so he could watch flashes of another world go by. "What was the most interesting thing you had ever seen?" He thought for a moment, and in front of us, the portal flashed to a green jungle. I glimpsed a shy-footed spotted cat stare straight at us through the portal before it padded away.
I suppose the most interesting thing would have been a man and a woman kissing in a gallery of some sort. It was winter, and they were wearing thick coats, and they stood alone in front of a painting of a smiling woman. They kissed as if they never wanted to be doing anything else, and I saw them for just a moment before the portal shifted. For just a moment it felt as if I got to see something beautiful and rare, a moment of love.
I frowned. That was just a moment, though, and it was just a kiss. That might have been an hour before he cheated on her, or just a year before they fell out of love or something.
Or it might have been their first kiss, or it might have been a kiss that had no number because there were so many.
I turned my gaze back to the portal because for some reason it was easier than watching Mal's slight smile and absolute faith. "You're a romantic," I murmured.
And you're not?
"Of course not. I don't believe in love." For some reason, the words put a lump in my throat, and almost as if he could sense that, Mal tugged me over to lean against me.
You don't have to.
I snorted. Everyone I've ever told that to has told me I'm either being silly or edgy or a cynic.
You're none of those things any more than I'm a fool for believing in it.
You believe in love the way other people believe in gravity.
Very much so.
There was such a calm assurance to his voice that it seized me, wrapping me around with a kind of sweetness that made me want to cry. Of course I didn't. Instead, I simply sat with Mal as we watched the portal, waiting for something familiar through which I could travel. We saw views of skyscrapers for just a moment before they faded to views of an endless ocean, and as we sat and watched, something occurred to me. The idea was small, but it was insistent, and once it had dug its teeth into me, it would not let go. I tried to ignore it, but it would not be ignored. Every time I glanced over at Mal, watching his calm face, every time I thought of the terrible scar across his left side, that idea grew powerful, and finally I had no choice but to touch Mal's cheek, making him look at me.
What is it?
The sun was mostly set, and by the fire that Mal had built, I could see just the bare glimmer of his green eyes. I remembered what it was like to kiss him, and I had to stop myself from thinking about what it would be like to do so again. Mal, come with me. He stared at me as if he hadn't understood what I said, or maybe that he hadn't wanted to understand.
You're not serious.
I am, believe me, I am. There's nothing here. There's something wrong with this world, isn't there? He was silent, and in his silence I thought I could read a kind of agreement. I know I'm right, I can feel it, and I think that you can too. This world is sickening somehow. The King of Hastia and the Prince of Syro are just signs, but it's something that goes down deeper.
It can be fixed. I believe it still can be, despite everything.
All by yourself? Do you really think you can save this world all on your own? You'll kill yourself doing it, and there's no one to care that you do. He glared at me, and in another place, it would have frightened me badly. Instead, this was Mal, who I cared about, who had saved me, and who I did not want to see killed for a hopeless cause. Instead of shying away from his glare, I seized his hand, hanging on tight as if I could make him understand how important this was through touch alone.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you really believe that? Because I don't. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what I'm talking about. After all, I'm the one the spirit sent you to find, who was supposed to help you. I mean, look at me.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that the spirit messed up. I'm a messed up girl who can barely keep body and soul together. My life has been pretty crap. I'm not a fighter. I'm not like a wizard. I can't help you fight.
But I wouldn't have beaten either the King of Hasty or the Prince of Syro without you.
Luck, I said, exasperated. Why couldn't he understand? It was luck. It was something like right time and right place. It could have been anyone.
I don't agree with that.
I blew a puff of irritated air between my lips. Why was he being so stubborn about this? This world doesn't love you any more than it loves me. Come with me.
And do what?
Whatever you want. You said yourself that there are not so many roles over here. Well, where I come from, you can make it up as you go along. You can try something, and if it doesn't work out, you can be something else. You don't have to die for a cause that doesn't care for you. Mal pulled his hand from me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the portal flip to what looked like a Middle Eastern marketplace full of fine goods and expensive suits.
Stop saying that. I am the paladin of Illiros. That is not nothing. I have been given a sacred trust.
Was it a trust that you actually wanted? Was it something that you desired and asked for and worked towards? He glared at me.
I told you I don't remember.
And doesn't that seem the least little bit suspicious to you? I don't think you were given a choice. I don't think that you chose this life at all. But what I am telling you right now is that you can choose to leave it.
I won't abandon my duty.
It would abandon you. He went as quiet as if I had slapped him. It was a silence that barbed with hurt and with sorrow and with rage. I should have kept my mouth shut, but it felt as if Mal was on the verge of something, as if I could push him towards seeing the world as I did and possibly make him willing to save himself. Come with me, please. I know that my world isn't much better, but you could be yourself. You could learn things and change and grow. You could be with me. The last I uttered almost in a whisper, and I could almost hate myself for the hope that was in my voice then. Mal rose to his feet and took a step back from me. I could read his answer in his eyes, but I hung on to my hope until he spoke.
I wouldn't be the man I am if I did, and I think you are trying to help me, but I can't.
He shook his head almost as if he was dazed from our conversation. I didn't blame him. I felt dazed as well.
The portal. If you see something that you recognize, walk through. You'll be where you need to be. I need to walk for a little while.
Mal!
I'll be back. If you're still here, we can talk more. If you're not, I am sorry if I ever hurt you, Laura. It was never my intent.
He turned and walked into the woods, leaving me by the portal. I felt as if my heart was going to break in two, and I took an enormous breath, trying to keep myself from weeping. I had choked back so many tears in my life that it should have been easy, but this time, I simply wasn't up for the challenge. I started to cry, soft, miserable sobs, and I buried my face in my hands as if I could hide from the grief. My tears came out like a brief thunderstorm, violent but brief, and when I looked up, the portal was showing a gorgeous mountainside somewhere very cold. I've done everything I can in all good conscience do. At the same time, I thought I hadn't done enough, not by a long shot. I hadn't screamed, I hadn't begged. I hadn't tried to drag him through the portal with me, damn wherever it took us. At least then we would be together, and he wouldn't be the victim of some terrible country that had only used him. I didn't care if it would make him hate me as long as he could finally have the freedom he craved. If he comes back, I'll ask him again. He almost came with me. That's why he had to run. It was a comforting thought, at least. I sat down, prepared to wait. Chapter 23. I waited. I felt as if I had been turned to stone. I stared at the portal, waiting for anything that looked familiar at all. I scanned the edge of the woods around us. Absently, I fed another log into the fire because Mal would have been displeased to come back and find me without warmth. At some point, I nodded off. I woke with a jerk from a strange dream of trying to find something that was once very precious to me without actually knowing what it was. There was a terrible crick in my neck because I had fallen asleep curled up in a tight ball, and the fire had burned itself down to bare ashes. 2 of the portals in front of me showed some kind of leafy green jungle again, while the third displayed a run-down neighborhood in what was China, if the characters on the signs were anything to go by. It could be a Chinatown in New York or San Francisco or something, a small voice whispered in my head. Why not just step through and take your chances? I could have said that I didn't trust my luck that much. Look at my life. No one would look at me and say that I was lucky. Then I thought about it, and with a sneaking sensation of surprise, I realized that I could be thought of as very lucky indeed. I had some love and joy early in my life, and that was more than other people had. I had refused to be grateful that my father and Franklin hadn't hurt me worse, but in the end, I had survived them and even thrived. There was a kind of dark luck about it. I stayed alive to meet Mel. The thought of him came as a twin sensation of joy and pain. He wasn't anywhere nearby, and I thought with a shiver of unease how vulnerable I might be while I was sleeping. When Mal was beside me, I felt safer than I ever had as an adult. Without him, a sort of shaky panic set in. He had said that he needed some time to himself to walk in the woods, but had he really been out walking all night? When he was encumbered by me limping alongside him, I suspected that he could cover a great deal of ground just on his 2 feet. He could be almost anywhere by now, and an unfamiliar grief tore at my heart. I hadn't cried when I finally left Franklin. When my mother died, I was stone-faced at her funeral, carrying a weight far beyond what a little girl should bear. This was very different, however. This was all of those hurts from when I was a young girl surging up and attacking me now as an adult. I took a deep breath, trying to hold them back. It sort of worked, or at least I didn't dissolve into tears again. That was something. Instead, I glanced at the portals, one of which had changed to a sunny beach I didn't trust, while the other 2 stayed the same. Then I stared at the tree line again, and no matter how much I stared, I couldn't make Mal come marching out again. At this point, I thought I could understand why he didn't leave. It didn't matter to me as long as he came back. I needed to see him before I left for home. The idea that my last glimpse of him would be of him stalking off into the trees, wounded by my words, was unbearable. I need to tell him I'm sorry. Or, well, maybe not that I'm sorry, but that I understand why he's angry. I'm not sorry that I wanted him to leave for a better life, maybe one where people would actually value him, and my mind spun. The idea that I might not see Mal again before the portal stopped at a place that I could recognize hurt terribly. I refused to admit that it was a possibility, but as morning dragged into afternoon, I realized that it might be. Was he avoiding me? Was he simply staying in the woods until I was no longer his problem? Mal was not a man who hid from many things. My stomach turned over, but he might very well hide from this. I poked at the food that he had left there, all the gear that remained. His weapons were with him, but nothing else. I chewed absently on a bite of apple tart and bright. It felt strange to be able to enjoy an apple in all of this, when all I felt was various degrees of pain and numbness. Mal? I called his name tentatively at first, and then more loudly. I shouted his name until my throat went raw. I felt as if the entire world could hear me except for Mal. Or that Mal, like the rest of the world, could hear me and wasn't listening. I stared at the tree line where Mal had disappeared, and no matter how much I willed him to do so, he never did. At that moment, something told me to turn back to the portals. Almost casually, I turned back, and as I realized what I was looking at, I gasped out loud. It was the streets in front of my apartment. Mal had said that my energies would help me tune the portals to where I needed to go, but I hadn't expected it to work so very closely. I could see the sad flowers of one of my roommates was growing in a window box outside of our apartment. I could see the broken step that had nearly caused me to break my ankle last September. It was all there, all waiting for me, and I knew that if I walked through the portal right at that moment, I could leave all the madness of Illiros behind. I could just walk away from it, and even if it felt as if my heart was broken now, I knew that with enough time, enough space, I would forget. I had already had my entire world torn apart when I was just a kid, and I still forgot that. Eventually, I would forget Mal. I took a stuttering step towards the portal, and I could almost feel my foot hit the pavement on the other side. I could smell the greasy pizza from the restaurant up the road. I could feel the doorknob turn in my hand. I would be me again, and the remnants of this adventure would drop away from me like a shed skin. At the same time, something new woke up inside me. Something hot and powerful raised its head and roared a powerful no. In that moment, I realized something profoundly true. No matter how angry Mal was with me, no matter how we fought or what I threw at him, Mal was not going to leave me. He simply wasn't. It wasn't in his nature, and that meant that something had happened to him. I stared at the portal in front of me, seeing the scene of home and measuring it with a kind of cool evaluation. I knew which way the path led. I knew that I was far more fit for that world than the dangerous one that Mal had brought me to. If I was smart, I would walk through without a backward glance. I waited until the image of the portal faded away, taking with it my chance to get home quickly and safely. When the next image appeared in the portal, a small desert island in a sea of blinding blue, I turned away to pack up my gear. I knew in my bones that Mal hadn't abandoned me. He would never leave me behind, not for as long as he had. That meant that Mal was in trouble, and that I needed to go find him. The funny thing was that I knew the odds that were against me. I had almost died several times in this world, and that had been with Mal behind me at nearly every step. I knew that if Mal had met a danger that had caught him in its trap, there was very little I could do to fight it. However, none of that mattered. All that mattered was that Mal was in trouble, and that no matter what, I was going to him. He needs me. The thought should have made me laugh. He was one of the deadliest men I had ever known. I had seen him prove himself with his sword and with his sheer physical prowess over and over again. I was just a girl from Earth who didn't even have pepper spray. I ignored the faint voices in my mind that tried to urge me back to the portal. None of it mattered. Mal needed me, and I was going to find him. Chapter 24. After I doused the very last ashes of the fire and strapped Mal's pack to my back, I started to walk in the direction where I had last seen him. There was something of a path through the trees, and I followed it. With a few twists and turns, it ran north, which I figured was as likely as any direction for Mal to have picked. The ground was yielding under my feet, and I walked steadily. Mal's magic salve had restored my feet, and the easy pace the day before had helped. Still, I was aware of a slight twinge of pain that I knew could become much worse if I wasn't careful, and I listened whenever I could hear his voice in my head telling me to take rest or to drink some water. The sun climbed higher in the sky, bathing the green leaves in gold light. I could have been hiking in some gorgeous woodland back home, even if I had never been much for the outdoors. The path continued unbroken, and I noticed that it started to slant down while the land rose up on either side of me. Before too long, I was walking in a canyon, with just the bare 5 feet of space on the trail, the only level of ground to either side of me. The sheer rock walls of the canyon were banded with red, purple, and gold stone, and I would have thought it beyond beautiful if I could spare a thought for something besides Mel. Even as I tried to push back the grim thoughts in my head, I was all too aware of the fact that he had gotten a tremendous head start and that whatever had taken him might be more powerful than the enemies we had faced together so far. I was busy musing on Mal and what he might be facing, and I didn't notice the woman high above until she gave a shrill whistle. It was obviously no bird, and when I looked up, I yelped in shock. The woman sat on the edge of the cliff above me with her legs dangling over the edge. Her short and fluffy hair fanned out to a gray aureole around her head. From where I stood below her, I could see that she was dressed in all leather, equipped much like I was. I could not see the expression on her face, whether she was welcoming or not, but I could see the bow she carried strapped over her back, and the quiver of arrows by her side. "You've made a mistake, my love." Her accent was almost Scottish. Did they even have a Scotland in this weird place? And her tone was menacing. I wanted to keep walking, but she looked like she knew how to use that bow. After eyeing it warily for a moment, I answered politely. How is that?" She nodded at the walls. "You let yourself into a fine place if you want to be ambushed. Look at you, practically at the bottom of a pit. I'd like to see you climb those walls or run along the path faster than my arrow can fly." I knew I couldn't, and that meant that I was dead if she decided she didn't like my answers. For some reason, that made me brave. "If you were going to kill me, you would have done so straight away, I think." "You don't seem like someone who wastes words when an arrow will do. So obviously you want something from me." She stood quickly, and for a moment I thought I had figured wrong. She was just going to shoot me for having a smart mouth, and I braced to run. Instead of drawing her bow, however, she dropped back a step and then launched herself up and over the edge of the cliff. My hands flew to my mouth, certain that I was going to see someone die. But like a gazelle, Her feet struck the nearly sheer cliff face and simply bounced her forward. She sprang clear across the space above my head, hitting the far wall, and then she sprang back again. She landed on her feet just a few yards up the path from where I stood, looking as casual and easy as if she had simply walked out of her kitchen at home. She dusted some dirt off the shoulder of her jacket, and she watched me with a cool gaze. This close, I could see that she was perhaps in her 50s. Her face was lined, but there was a ferocious intelligence in her face. I could see an old scar that ran along her cheekbone before disappearing up into her hairline. And on her neck, alongside the heavy vein behind her ear, I saw an intricate tattoo of a rose. There was something incredibly self-possessed about the way she watched me, as if she were so sure of her place in the world that I had to defend mine. Then she smiled, and it was shockingly kind. "Are you a refugee, then? Are you from Syro or Haestia? I have heard many murmurs that changes occurred in those cursed lands." I'm neither. I'm looking for someone." Her gaze grew sad, and she nodded. "Most of us are, aren't we?" I wondered at who she had lost that made her look so sorrowful. "I suppose, but perhaps you have seen the man that I'm looking for. He's big with blonde hair, green eyes. He wore leather armor a lot like yours, I guess. He would have been around here some hours ago." Her gaze turned from sorrowful to shrewd, and she looked at me in a way that made me ball up my fists defensively. "So, are you looking for a man? Is he your lover?" "That is none of your business." To my humiliation, my cheeks reddened, and I glared at her. "Why does that matter?" Despite my protest, or perhaps because of it, she was already nodding. "Lover, perhaps not, but beloved, certainly. I would stake my life on it." "No one asked you to stake your life on him at all. Did you see him or not?" She ignored me for a moment, looking to one side as if lost in her thoughts. I wondered for a moment if I would dare push past her, bow on her back or not. When she looked back at me, there was something intense in her gaze, something that needed an answer. "Tell me something. Why are you going after him?" "I don't have to say anything to you. I don't have to tell you anything." "Even if I just saw such a man being carried north of here a few hours ago?" I stared at her. Carried? Or perhaps it was south, or they bore him into the earth, or west, and he was dragged in a cage, or— Stop it, why are you doing this?" She gave me a look that suddenly made me wonder how old she really was. There was something ageless in her gaze, as if she had survived countless eons and nothing could surprise her any longer. "Because, my darling, I can see stars in your eyes. Not every man in the world is worth that." I started to give her an angry retort, but then I thought back to Franklin. At the beginning of our relationship, I would have walked through fire for him. It wasn't because he loved me or pretended he loved me. Looking back on the desperate girl that I had been, I knew now that it was only fear that drove me to him. I loved him because I had no choice, and like a mirror, he reflected my love back at me. It was so bright I had been tricked, and I blushed with a kind of sick feeling inside. This one is worth it. I know he is. She crossed her arms over her chest, watching me like a stern schoolteacher. "Prove it." I looked down at the leather and lace around my wrist and the ring on my hand. When I looked at them now, they looked silly and cheap. Not the gold and gems that most of the world would say a man would give to a woman he loved. I shook my head and lifted my chin, giving the woman with the rose tattoo a glare of my own. "I know because he does his best by me. He protects me and cares for me before he protects and cares for himself. He thinks of me first and himself second. He speaks to me as if I am an equal, and he makes me better at the same time." I paused, and then I realized that this woman did not want to help me. She might as well be hanged for the truth as for a lie. He's taught me so much about how the world really works and how it should work. He makes me believe in fairy tales again. The moment it was out of my mouth, it felt too vulnerable by far. I refused to use the word love, but I could tell it was there. It hovered on the tip of my tongue, almost aching. Mal deserved it if any man in the two worlds did, but I couldn't say it for the first time to this stone-faced woman. She looked at me carefully, and I felt as if I were being scoured head to foot. Finally, she shook her head. "Sweet Rose, I do believe you mean it, lass." "My name is Laura. You can call me that if you're going to help me." She hesitated, a moment of doubt crossing her seamed face. "And my name is Mira. And my name is Mira. And my name is Mira. And I do not know if I should help you." I wanted to stamp my foot, but I restrained myself. "And why not, Mira?" "Because sometimes love comes for you. It does not matter how many. Because sometimes when love comes for you, it does not matter how many defenses you have to put up. It does not matter how thorny the woods or wild the way, or how deeply you have slept away a golden age." A cold prickle ran up my spine, and I looked more closely at her. There was a kind of grief inscribed into every line of her now that I knew how to look for. Was it an evil woman who shut you away? She smiled, and it was bitter. "An evil woman? A pack of them. Evil men? A pack of them. It does not matter in the end, does it? How you come to be trapped behind a wall of stone, behind a border of tearing thorns? I think you must know something of that." I swallowed hard because I knew what she spoke of. Once those defenses went up, sometimes you couldn't tear them down yourself, even if the person shouting from the other side deserved so very much to come in. Once you fell into a sleep that was populated by your worst nightmares, sometimes waking was more terrifying than your dreams. "I do. And the man who helped you wake from your sleep, who tore down the thorns, what happened to him?" For a moment, I saw her lean brown hand twitch towards her quiver. In that moment, I knew that I was closer to death than I had been at any time before. Then she relaxed, nodding at me. "It was an eagle the size of a horse, and it scooped your man up from the path, taking him north. I saw from my perch high on the cliff. They were going to Despina. Come, I'll take you there." She spoke with the clipped determination of a battlefield commander, but still I hesitated. I didn't know if I trusted her, didn't know if I should. "What happened to you?" I asked, barely aware that the words were past my lips before they were in the air. She glanced back at me. "I loved him, and one day he was taken from me. I have searched for him all this time." The flatness of her words was almost scarier than her bow, and I fell in behind her. Chapter 25. I followed Mira for the rest of the day, and I mutely allowed her to take me off the path and into the woods. I stared at her lean form in front of me, brushing away the tree branches and stepping over the uneven parts of the path as if it were second nature. Perhaps it was. She had been looking for her man for a long time. "This could be you," a voice in the back of my head whispered. "This could be you if you were unlucky, and you have never been anything but, really." I decided right then and there that it could be me, and I wouldn't care. Not if there was a chance in hell of getting Mal back. To my surprise, the voice shut up, and Mira and I walked forward together in silence. Was she the real Sleeping Beauty? Or was she some crazy woman who had lost her mind somewhere in the woods? At the end of the day, it didn't matter as long as she led me true. The sun was just set and the stars coming out in the lavender sky when she stopped abruptly. The Valley of Despina lies ahead. There's a powerful magic there that I will not test. If you would follow your man, that is the path to take. When I started to move forward, she laid a hand as hard as thorn on my shoulder. Is he worth it? I looked her in the eye. Tell me, how long have you been searching for your man? She looked startled for a moment, and then she uttered a hard bark of a laugh. I hadn't thought that she could laugh at all. Fair enough, Lara. Walk carefully, and may you find the one you seek. With less noise than a shadow, she disappeared back into the woods, and I was alone, facing the path that would lead me into the place called Despina. From Mira's curt references to the place, I expected something dark and strange on my descent into the valley. On our long walk, I had thought that I might be facing ghouls on some blasted plain or perhaps a dark dungeon full of monsters and other terrible creatures. Instead, as the sun set and the shadows lengthened, I heard the crickets start to chirp. The stars were coming out, and somewhere close by I could smell the scent of fresh-cut hay. I thought of Callian, reminding myself that it wouldn't be the first time something foul pretended to be calm and lovely. However, it was hard to remember that when the light turned to honeyed gold and I could see the birds returning to their trees to roost. This place didn't feel like magic at all, or perhaps it felt like a kind of magic I remembered from my earliest childhood. This place seemed strangely safe, as if it lived in a dream that would never end. The path led me down the valley floor, and though the fields were tilled and waving with wheat, I could see no people. I had worked out story after story to explain my presence in this foreign land, but now it seemed as if they would not be necessary at all. I walked along the only road, and when I passed under an apple tree, I tugged an apple from a low overhanging branch. It was rosy with just a tint of lavender on the skin, reminding me that this was not the fruit I knew from home. I took my chances, and the first bite filled my mouth with a rush of sweet juice and perfectly crisp flesh. I ate the entire apple, tossing the core into the ditch. Just a short while later, I came around a bend and gasped at the palace in front of me. The last light was fading from the sky, a deeper indigo flooding the firmament, and the castle in front of me was the stuff of dreams. Gleaming white stone built up high to the sky, and everywhere there was a sense of serenity that seemed so very different from anything that I had ever known. Seeing the castle filled me with a kind of awe I had never felt before, and for a moment I simply wanted to sit and stare up at it in awe. I shook my head hard. I wasn't here to stare at the gorgeous palace. I was here to get my beloved back, because there was no reason to mince words. I wanted Mal back, and I would raise hell until I got him. I marched up the enormous wooden double doors that barred the way to the palace. At every step I expected to be challenged, to be shouted at. Instead, no one challenged me at all, and I came right up to the wooden doors feeling slightly foolish. Maybe I should go around, look for another entrance or something. Someplace the servants might go. Before I could stop myself, however, I laid my hand against the enormous wooden doors and pushed lightly against it. This door was almost 3 times taller than I was, and I would have bet that a bull elephant could push against it for quite some time before it made a dent. However, it was as if the door was on the ball bearings. The moment I pushed it, the door gave way, so cunningly weighted that they swung inwards at my touch. They opened silently and wide, revealing an empty courtyard inside. This too was empty, or so I thought at first. I could see a small shelter close to the gates, open stalls covered with a sturdy wooden roof. There were 4 horses standing, one in each stall, and once or twice as I watched, a long tail snapped up to deal with a droning fly. I didn't know much about horses, but I knew that they typically didn't end up left to their own devices. When I looked closer, I could see a young boy sleeping in the pile of hay close to the small stable. He slept as soundly as the horses, so soundly that it made me worry that someone would come by and be angry that he was slacking. I walked across the silent courtyard drawn by another human, no matter how young. Hey, get up! I shook him by the shoulder, but the boy only turned over in his sleep, waving me off drowsily. I started to shake him again, but then I saw a small vegetable garden around the corner. It was neatly tended, lush with green growth that was ready for the harvest, but more striking was the woman who curled up asleep at the edge of it, her hands still tucked under her basket's handle. When I walked to her, I saw that she slept too, a slight smile on her wrinkled face. "What's happening here?" My words spoken out loud made me wince a little. When they echoed through the silent courtyard, they made me feel far too exposed, as if at any moment someone would see that I did not belong. It was strange. There was something sweet about Despina, something that had made me yearn for a kind of quiet that I had never known. However, at the same time, I could sense something wrong with it, just as there had been something wrong with Syro and Hastia. I need to be careful. I can't take any chances, not with Mel captured and in danger. I circled the palace, and after looping around to the back, I found myself at the kitchen entrance, where there was a delivery boy sleeping on the stone step with a basket of eggs, and where a small black and white cat drowsed close to a mouse hole. I wished that Mira had stayed with me. Perhaps she would have known what to do here. I shook off that thought with a grimace. I had always prided myself on my independence, and it hadn't all disappeared just because I was stranded in this strange world. I made my way through the palace cautiously, but everywhere I went, I only found more of the same. The people of Despina seemed to be under some spell, and whether I shook them, shouted them, or doused them with water, they remained asleep. I thought of Sleeping Beauty again, and I blushed a little when I thought about what it might be like to wake Mal with a kiss. Thinking of his lips on mine again made my heart beat faster, and I resolved that if we managed to get out of all of this, we were going to have a very frank talk about what was between us. I was starting to despair about ever finding Mal when I heard a faint hint of a song. "Come, my baby, sleep awaits thee. Ships and horses come to take thee away." The words were faint, but when I strained my ears, I could make them out. The words and melody brought tears to my eyes, and I mouthed the next lines along with the distant singer. "Don't cry, my sweet precious baby, for I'll be here at break of day." I hadn't thought of that song in years, but it was as well known to me as my own face. It was the song my mother used to sing to me to sleep when I was little enough to need it. It was the song that she used when I was older too and desperately in need of soothing. I managed to choke back a sob when I heard those words, and without thinking twice, I was running towards the singer. I knew it wasn't my mother. It couldn't be. I had seen her buried. I had seen her before that. She was dead. I knew that in my head. What I knew in my heart was a far different thing. The floors of Despina's palace were made of slippery marble. It was a miracle that I didn't fall down and crack my head open. However, somehow I managed to come to the cracked door where the song was coming from. I didn't even hesitate. I threw open the door, and in the book-lined solar that was revealed, there was a slender woman in a purple dress. Her back was to me, but I could tell at a glance it was not my mother. Though there was something oddly familiar about the tilt of her shoulders, the way she had held herself as she placed a book back on the shelves. For a moment, disappointment left me so shocked that I could barely breathe. But then I realized that I had found someone awake in this country of sleepers. Whether she was a friend or a foe remained to be seen, but in that moment I was simply relieved. I opened my mouth to call to her, but then she turned around, and my stomach nearly fell to the ground. I stared, unable to understand what I was seeing. She was me. There was no other way to put it. Her face was the one I saw in the mirror in the morning. She had the same slightly upturned nose and the same black hair, the same eyes that shifted from gray to green and back again. She smiled at me, looking so like my mother for a moment that it made me want to cry out, and she held her arms open as if she were welcoming me home. "There you are, Laura. I am so glad you're here. I have been so eager to see you." Chapter 26. Stay back. She paused, looking at me with a confused look on her face. "What's the matter?" "Look, I don't know who or what you are, but I know better than to take anything at face value here, all right? Stay right where you are." The other me dropped her arms, and yes, the way she moved was so familiar it was uncanny. The way she stood, the way she frowned, it was all deeply familiar and deeply unsettling to see at any place other than in a mirror. "I'm only happy that you're—" "No, I'm not listening to anything else until you tell me what's going on. You look just like me, and I found you in a nest of sleepers. Pardon me if I'm a little nervous." I knew where Mal kept a small knife tucked in his pack. It was easy to reach back to touch it, and though it helped me to remember that I was not after all helpless, a part of me knew how very unskilled I was. "What's going on here?" The other me repeated my words as if she were savoring them, and then she looked up at me with a smile. "Why, you're home, of course." I barked an ugly laugh. "Heard that one before." "No, you don't understand. I suppose I am not explaining clearly enough." She laughed a little, shaking her head. She stepped back to sit in the window seat behind her. The last rays of the setting sun gave her dark hair a copper shine. So strange to see all of me this way. Was this what Mal saw? "Will you sit with me?" "What do you think?" Her expression grew sadder, and she sighed a little. "I think that after everything you have been through, there is no way that the answer is yes." I prickled a little. "What do you know about what I've been through?" "Nothing and everything." "That's not much of an answer." "Then maybe you are not asking the right questions." I smiled a little to hear her frustration. That helped a little. If she wasn't all sunshine and candy, that meant that things weren't going according to plan. I didn't know what was happening, but I didn't want her holding all the cards. She shook her head as if slightly amused at my questions, but I could still sense the undercurrent of frustration. "I should have known that you would be troublesome. After all, I am." "You are not me." That came out more vehement than I thought it would. There was something furious about it, and that made sense. We're told from the time that we're very small that there's only one of us, that we are unique. She nodded firmly. "On that we agreed. You are not me, but perhaps I am you." "Don't give me any of that riddle crap. Speak plainly or not at all." She shot me a frustrated look. "Did it occur to you that perhaps there is not a good explanation? Not one that really makes sense anymore? There are some things that you do not know. You can only feel them." I wanted to laugh at her at whatever scam she thought she was pulling, but at the bottom of it, there was a truth to that. I explained how I felt about Mal. My feelings for him were profound, and they were so big, they denied definition. All I could feel was the effects. How I felt when I saw him, how my heart beats faster when I was around him. I nodded reluctantly. My twin took a deep breath. looking the way I felt when I was put on the spot. She clasped her hands in her lap, I knew, to stop herself from fidgeting, and she looked straight into my eyes. I'm you if you hadn't gone through, well, everything. I stared at her. You must be joking. I am not. Tell me about the scar you have at the base of your skull, around the back of your neck. My hand flew to the spot, seeking the narrow ridge of scar tissue I knew to be there. It was an old scar, one that I had picked up while exploring the terrible house on Windsor Street. My father and I had moved there after my mother died, and it was so run down that a piece of ceiling had fallen in my bedroom one night. At the age of 11, I had awakened to a terrible cracking sound. And then before I had been quite awake enough to figure out what was going on, there was a terrible pain against the back of my skull, and the air was full of drywall dust. The ancient and water-damaged ceiling had caved in, dropping a large piece of drywall close to me. It hadn't actually landed on me, but a corner of it caught the back of my head, bleeding so much blood that I thought right away I was going to die. I started to scream, and I remembered my father coming into the room shouting and swearing. He blamed us. He said that it wasn't bad enough he had to put money into repairing the ceiling, but he also had to repay the doctor to stitch us up. It wasn't us, it was me. Yes, I suppose you're right. That never happened to me at all. I wanted to snap at her for getting off so easily, for being so secure in the knowledge that she had never been hurt. To my surprise, she rose from the window seat to come to me. This time, instead of reaching for the knife in Mal's pack or backing away, I let her come close. She took my hand in hers, and carefully, she brought it to the base of her neck. I felt through her hair, which felt exactly like mine, and in a moment I realized that she had no scar there at all. For a moment, I was only bemused by the idea that someone who looked so much like me lacked such a significant scar that I had had for so long, but then it hit me. She had been spared all the pain and all of the grief. If she didn't have that scar, she had never had to deal with having a damn ceiling fall on her. She had never walked into a crappy apartment in a terrible neighborhood and been told it was her new home and to get used to it. She didn't cry herself to sleep every night trying to make sense of a world where her mother was simply gone. Oh my God. It felt as if the world was crumbling around me, and I stared at her. Her eyes were kind, so unlike mine, and she smiled easily, which I had never done. For a moment, she looked just like my mother, so sweet and loving that I ached, and she took me into her arms. The embrace felt like something I had been wanting my entire life. I felt terrible, as if I was getting something I deserved. I couldn't decide. I pulled myself back from her before I could humiliate myself further by bursting into tears. I could barely stand to cry in front of people who didn't know all of my secrets, and I was becoming quickly convinced that she did. So you're what I would have been. I'm who you should have been. I'm sorry you have gone through so much grief, Laura. Hearing my own name out of her mouth, my mouth, whatever, was incredibly strange, but I shook it off. So what? What does all this mean? What does it mean that you're here in this world? She smiled at me, blindingly bright, and opened her arms up as if to encompass the entirety of Despina, perhaps this entire mad world. Isn't it obvious? This world has given us a second chance. All those things that happened to you, they would never have happened to you if you were born here, the way you should have been. I blinked. Are you saying we belong here? I'm saying that no matter how dangerous this world is, how treacherous it has been to you, and how wild, what happened at home would never have happened here. You're safe here. Here, you're free. There was something too eager about her voice, the way her eyes had a certain kind of hungry shine. I did know hunger. I knew it very well, and it made me suspicious. You're not making any sense. What are you trying to tell me? No, what are you trying to get from me? Instead of being angry at my resistance, she only looked sad. This is a world that gives people what it wants. I thought of Hastia and Syro and winced. Seems like it gives people what they want at the expense of people around them. It responds to people who have the will and determination. You can't tell me that's not you. It was true. If I had less of either, I'd probably be dead long ago. I mulled over this statement as she continued. This place can give us what we want, what we have always desired. We could do so much good for the people who live here. The sleepers, you mean? She looked at me with shining bright eyes. We could wake them up. It's beyond me, but it's not beyond the two of us together. She reached for my hand again, and this time it felt as if I were a little slow jerking it away. There was something compelling about it, after all, fixing everything not just for myself but for the people around us, everyone getting to live happily ever after. I wouldn't just save myself, I could save everyone else. Wait, where is Mal? Did you bring him here? She looked surprised. Isn't it obvious? You never would have come without him. She gestured into my shock. Mal drifted down from a spot high above us. He floated down as gently as a feather, his eyes closed and his limbs loose and easy. Before his feet touched the ground, however, his eyes flashed open, and he flailed around, roaring with surprise. When he laid eyes on me, he stilled. Laura, what's going on? I was in the forest and... The other me gazed up at him with a thoughtful look. Both of you match, don't you? You with the paladin. I tore my glance away from Mal. And you don't match with him? No, not really. I never needed a rescue. There was just enough pride in her voice to make me flinch. Whether he rescued me or not, put him down. He doesn't deserve to hang in the air like some kind of puppet. He's a gift. What? Mal made an offended noise, and I realized that my hands were clenched in my fists. You can't just offer people up like that. I looked into his heart. He wants to be with you, no matter what his mouth says. You know that, don't you? I looked up at Mal, shocked, and when he looked away from me, I had my answer. I had been right. He did want to walk away from all of this. The other me walked close to Mal, gazing at him with a distant kind of affection. He's a gift for you. You can have him. And when we join, I'll want him too. Join? She dazzled me with another bright smile. Yes, when we join, when we become one, and you become everything you should have been. Chapter 27. Would it shock you to know that I thought about it? Of course I did. For all my life, I have felt my mind and soul torn in two, like there was a part of me perpetually missing, and I would never be happy and whole without it. And it always had eluded me. The other half of me I could never find. Don't do it. Mal had given up trying to get back down on the ground, and instead he hung in the air, glaring at the other me. It occurred to me that there had not been a moment where he wondered which of us was which, and that gave me a soft, glowing feeling in my heart. Mal? You're you. You don't need to be anyone else. I promise you that. Whoever this is, she doesn't mean you any good. I turned to the other me to see what kind of frantic disagreement she might make, but instead, she only looked bored and perhaps a little amused. I'm not you exactly, she said. I'm the you could be, and this version of you has no need for a man who can't even make himself happy, who follows the spirit of a country blindly because he has nothing else in him, not a heart, Nor a soul.
Better empty than whatever you are,
Mal growled, and the other me laughed. I can see why you like him, as strange as that sounds. He's handsome, very handsome, and once he sets on a course, I can see that he never wavers. That was true, at least. Mal glared at her as if she were worse than any monster he had seen. But Laura, have you never thought about meeting him as an equal rather than a dependent? That sent a familiar jolt through me, and I stared at her. I felt as if she had plucked something dark and secret from the center of my heart and laid it out for everyone to see. Yes. My mind flashed to all the times I had been dependent on Mal in this world, even as I struggled to survive in it. At every turn, Mal was there reaching for me, rescuing me, saving me. Somehow I had fallen in love with him. I knew that now. But how could he love someone who was so very dependent on him? The other me took a step closer, a solemn look on her face. I can see you agree. You always said that you would never be dependent on anyone else again. And yet here I am. My words sounded hollow in my own ears, and the truth rang like a bell.
No!
We both turned and looked at Mal, but he didn't spare a second glance for the other version of me. There was a desperate light in his beautiful eyes, and though he seemed stuck hovering in the air, he reached one entreating hand to me. Mal.
Don't do it. How could you think you weren't my equal? How in the name of the world could you think that you were somehow lesser than me?
His words tore at me, and I took a stumbling step closer to the other me. Don't say that. You don't know what I've lived like. How could you look at me with anything but pity?
How could I look at you with anything but respect and admiration? You were taken all against your will to this place. You have fought like one born to it, and you have never backed down, even when others would have run screaming into the night. You stood beside me when there was no one else. That's not nothing, Laura.
He looked desperate, as if he would cut off his hand to make me believe it, but I realized that that was the man he was. He would never let someone he cared about believe that she was worthless. He would never in his life think that my feelings of worthlessness ran as deeply as they did. Mal, you don't understand. My whole life, all of it, I have never been enough. I'm like a poison. Maybe this will fix it. Maybe this will fix me. Mal struggled hard enough that I saw the other me's power waver for just a moment. For just an instant, his foot hit the ground and he lurched towards me, but then she lifted him higher again.
Laura, believe me, you do not need to be fixed.
The other Laura didn't seem perturbed by his cry. She watched him as if she were watching a particularly fascinating bug, and she smiled a little. He's brave. I can see why you like him. He would walk through hell for you. But could you do the same for him? I opened my mouth to reply to her, but her eyes narrowed a little. Were my eyes really that narrow and that sly? Of course, he might not feel the same if he knew all of you, would he, Laura? He might feel differently if he knew what I knew.
I don't care.
It was a brave shout from Mal, but oh God, I knew. I knew what was coming.
No, don't do it.
There are memories you want to get rid of, aren't there, Laura? There are spots in your mind that are so dark, but you can't forget them, no matter what you try, no matter how good you are or how hard you work. Don't show him. Don't you dare show him. My words were full of menace, but behind them, I was as shaky as a newborn deer. She had seen so much. Could she see the core of it all too? I didn't want to find out. You need to face the past, Laura, she said with what I now recognize was patiently false sympathy. After you face it, you'll be stronger because you won't want to do anything but join with me, and then we can be the way we were meant to be. I didn't know what the other me was, not really. Whether she was a monster, a ghost, some figment from a nightmare realm like Hastia or Syro, it didn't matter. I lunged at her, nails out to claw, ready to go down myself if it would beat her. But then she simply wasn't where she had been. Mal shouted a warning, and I spun around to find that she had somehow gotten behind me. Instead of attacking me or lofting me up in the air the way she had Mal, however, she simply stood still, her hands over her face. A calm part of my mind noted that she didn't have the faint scar I did over the back of my wrist, right? It was a scar I had gotten from going berry picking one summer. I earned enough money to go on a big school trip, and I was so happy about that. She might have lacked my bad memories, but apparently that meant she lacked my good ones, too. With neither my good memories or my bad ones, she wasn't at all me. That was at once terrifying and freeing, and I reached for her just as she dropped her hands. Darling. Her voice was no longer mine, and it stopped me in my tracks. Somehow I managed to keep myself from fainting. It wasn't me anymore. It was my mother. She looked just as she had the last time I saw her face pale and stiff, her eyes barely opened. Her black hair, so much like mine, hung down around her shoulders, lank and ugly, and when I looked more closely I could see a faint bruise high on her cheek, healing, but still ugly. No, don't you dare do this to me, you can't. I know you're not her. I believed my own words, or at least I did until she smiled at me, and oh, that smile was familiar. It was a crooked smile, bent and worn, as if it had cost her everything she had to offer me, the faintest reassurance. Sweetheart, stop. Just stop. It's all right. It's all going to be all right. God, how long had I wanted to hear her say those words? Mal was shouting something behind me, but I couldn't concentrate on it. All I could see was my mother stepping forward with her hand up to stroke my cheek the way she had done so often when she was alive. Mom? The word was choked in my throat, but she smiled to hear it. There was still that familiar sweetness about her. Honey, I'm so sorry. You've been in so much pain, haven't you? It's been so terrible for you. It felt as if all the emotions I had stuffed away after her death never went away after all. It was all there, with all the fury of her hurt child and all the grief as well. Despite my best efforts, a few hot tears trickled down my face. I was helpless in front of her. Her hand cupped my cheek just as she used to. It was colder than her touch had been, but it was still so right. No, you're not my mom. What are you really? I whispered. In response, its form twisted until it was no longer human. The fine dress and skin collapsed into the form of something bright and shiny, and behind me, Mal hit the ground with a thump. I stared at what the other me had turned into, an insectile thing with multiple limbs and a carapace made of what looked like mirrors. For a moment it stared at me out of spinning eyes, and then it lunged for my throat. Chapter 28. The mirror monster would have killed me if Mal hadn't pulled me back at the last moment. It looked as light as a kite, and it moved as fast as one, too, skittering after me with just a twist of its slender legs. Mal yanked behind me, and then dragged me out of the room as the monster hissed its rage and came after us. What the hell is that thing? I panted, too startled by the turn of events to worry about how hard Mal was hanging onto my hand.
Don't know, don't care. I just know it's dangerous and I want you as far away from it as possible.
Behind us, I could hear the clattering of the mirror monster's legs on the ground, getting louder all the time. I was tired from the long walk that it had taken to get to Despina in the first place, and given the way Mal was flagging, he was hardly any better. It was altogether too clear that the thing that had been pretending to be me wanted to kill us, and it was gaining rapidly. It was sheer luck that Mal and I burst into what looked like it might have been an exit, only to realize that it was a long and empty hall. For a moment I thought that we had only trapped ourselves, but then Mal whooped with delight, letting me go to dash across the room. There were swords and polearms hung up on the walls, and I realized that we had entered some kind of training hall. As he reached for the weapons, I slammed the door shut and bolted it behind us. "Do you think you can actually kill that thing?" I winced as the mirror monster slammed into the door, and with a shriek of rage started tearing away at the wood.
"I'm going to give it my best shot. Here."
I blinked as Mel handed me a long spear. It was heavy in my hands, plain and solid, and I looked at him with dismay. "I don't know how to use this."
"You don't need to. Just use it to keep some distance between you and the monster."
For himself, he pulled down a hammer on a long pole, the business end as weighty as an anvil. I watched as Mel twirled it through the air as if it weighed nothing, and then he nodded.
"Open the door and then get clear."
"Sir, yes, sir," I muttered, but I did as he said. It struck me at the moment before the monster scrambled in that Mal was ridiculously handsome when he was ready for battle, and that sent a warmth through my body that I absolutely could not pay any attention to at all. The mirror monster charged into the room at top speed, throwing its triangular head from side to side as if it were maddened and insensible. Maybe it was. It saw Mal and tore after him. I thought for a moment Mal was sure to get ripped to pieces, but at the last moment he stepped aside and pivoted on his heel, bringing the head of the hammer up and down in a wide circle. I was certain that it would have destroyed the monster entirely if he had managed to strike it, but it was faster than either of us had thought. In nearly the same motion as the dodge, the thing was closing in on Mal again, its sharp legs slashing at Mal's face. It missed, but it tore through the fabric of his jacket, sharp enough to leave a runnel of blood behind. Mal didn't seem to notice, lunging in to try to strike again, and their dance started. Mal was the best fighter I had ever seen, but the mirror monster was terribly fast. It seemed to recover from Mal's feints as if it could move at this speed forever. Hell, perhaps it could. It was ridiculously fast and light, and it showed no signs of tiring, even as Mal slowed down. To my shock, I saw Mal go down on one knee after a particularly nasty feint, and the thing was closing in on him. I acted before I thought, and I was reaching across the room, spear levered at the monster. It was too fast for me to stab, of course, jumping lightly away, but that was all I wanted. I didn't think I could kill the thing, but I knew I wanted it away from Mal. Of course, now I had the thing's attention, and I had to decide what I wanted to do with it. I wasn't a fighter like Mal. All I could do was buy him time while he recovered. Just keep your distance. That's all you have to do. Keep your distance and it can't hurt you. Of course, that was easier said than done. The thing had seemed fast when Mal was fighting it. Now that its attention was focused on me, I could barely track its movements. All I could do was keep the spear between us, sharp and deadly point aimed straight at the monster's center. Every moment alive was a good moment, and I could tell from the way its shining sharp limbs came at me that it wanted me dead. Every few moments I caught a glimpse of my own face in its mirrored body, and I looked terrified. I was at my limit when suddenly Mal rose up behind it like some spirit of revenge, and with one tremendous blow, sent his hammer straight down at the mirror monster's body. But like glass hitting against metal, the monster stood still, unharmed by what would have been the killing blow. With one mighty swing of its arms, it threw Mal into the air before he crashed onto the hard ground. It was hopeless. "Fool, nothing can hurt me. I am unbreakable." "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am your true guardian angel. All I want is to protect you." "Protect me? By trying to kill me?" "I am not the one who's trying to kill you. This place is. I am merely trying to bring you back to where you wanted." "You're lying. The only dangerous thing in this place is you." "Don't you remember it? The truth?"
What truth?
"That you are a murderer."
What? No, I am not. You killed her. Your own mother.
That's not true. I loved her. I didn't kill her.
But I was lying, because that wasn't really what happened.
I was 16 back then. My father had lost his job what felt like years ago, and he wasn't able to find another one. He tore around the small apartment we shared, the one that my father tried to make nice with wildflowers picked from the ditch and calendar pictures carefully cut out and tacked up. She hadn't been able to disguise how run down and worn the apartment was, and now a broken chair at the center of the tiny kitchen where my father had smashed it before he stormed out in a rage. She knelt down to pick up the pieces, and something in my 16-year-old mind just broke. Why do we have to live like this? Can't you see he's never going to change? I hate him. I hate this place. My mother glanced up at me, and I could see the bruise on her cheek. This time he had only smashed the chair. Last time he had struck her as well, and I felt furious that I had to call this a lucky thing. Because he's under a lot of stress right now, sweetie. It'll be better when he gets a job. He's never going to get a job, and he's never going to stop beating you. We must do something. For some reason, that statement made her lunge to her feet. My mother was built like me, short and slight. We're just having a rough time, and we have to be patient. Nothing's going to change if you keep believing his lies. I was so angry I stomped my foot, something that my mother hated, and her hand lashed out faster than I thought possible. The sharp slap rang through the room, a bright sound like a firecracker, and we stared at each other. My hand went up to my cheek, which was hot to the touch. My mother looked shocked. Darling, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I hate him. I hate you both. She reached for me, but I dodged around her, grabbing my jacket from where it slung over a kitchen chair and dashing outside. It was fall then, and the leaves were a brown, crunchy layer on the sidewalks. I walked down the street and around the block, expecting at any moment that my mother would come running out to grab me and drag me inside. She didn't like the neighborhood, and I wasn't permitted to roam very far. This time, however, she let me go, and defiantly I kept walking. There was a drugstore on the corner, one full of adults who had nowhere to be during the day, and I walked in. There was $1 in my pocket, and I bought a stale candy bar. Sitting at a bus stop, I ate it even if it made me want to gag. I didn't talk to my mom for days on end, trying to keep myself away from home as long as I could. And when she approached me at home, I would simply ignore her. And then one day, I decided I was sick of this cold treatment toward her. Mom, where are you? I called out when I came home from school one afternoon. Sometimes in my worst nightmares, I could still hear those words echoing in that rotten little apartment. I somehow fought back the tide of fear that flooded me. I knew that if I just found my mom when I apologized for what I did, it would all be better. The door to the single bedroom which she shared with my father was slightly ajar. I knocked like I was supposed to, and then hesitantly I went in. My mom was lying on top of the covers, curled up on her side, and my heart ached. I had spent a lot of last year crying myself to sleep, and I understood that. Mom, I called to her motionless body. I put my hand on her shoulder, somewhere between comforting her and waking her up, and somehow I realized that she wasn't sleeping at all. She was dead. It was as if I saw all the details at once. I saw the medicine bottle in her hand, all the pills gone, and I saw that her eyes were partially open. Her nightgown was pulled up too far, and there was something helpless about how loose her legs were on the bed. She looked like a doll that someone had tossed away, never to be played with again. At some point, I started screaming, and night dissolved into red and blue police sirens, the hands of kind EMTs who had seen this too many times, and the bright lights of the hospital where the doctors asked me stupid questions as if everything would be all right again. No matter how many times that man lied and abused her, she gave him another chance, thinking he would change one day. But it only got worse, And you started to distance from her. You hated her, the mirror monster said, knocking me out of my reverie. Much as you couldn't stand the sight of your dad, you resented your mother. You blamed her for being weak, a fool, the reason your life was never getting better. Not wanting to be a burden to you, she committed suicide. Unable to face the truth of being responsible for her death, you put the blame on your life and those who made it a disaster. That was when you called me to shield you from the blame, to make it so that it was the tragic work of fate that caused her death, your abusive father, life, and the ugliness of the world, all the culprits, when the real culprit is you. Words escaped me as hot tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. I wanted to argue, but deep down I knew better. The mirror monster was right. I transformed my guilt into anger so that I could live with myself. I had kept this knowledge buried so deep that what I once tried to deny had become a truth on its own, a truth made up by myself that my father was entirely to blame. My mom loved me, and in return, I forced her to her death. I was a murderer. I broke down, tears clouding my vision, and the world seemed to have frozen. The threat of the mirror monster no longer burdened me. All I could think of was how disgusted I was at myself and what a sinner I was. It's all right. There's no use fighting. True love, family, fairy tales. They're all unreliable. You don't need those things. You don't need the truth. The truth only hurts. I will make things right for you again. With that, the mirror monster turned away, and the voice of Mal brought me back to the present situation. Laura, Mal called me in a weak voice. All must perish so we may live, starting with him. Laura, what happened wasn't your fault, Mal said. It was. I killed her. I don't deserve to live. You were cruel to her as much as you're cruel to yourself now. You seek forgiveness, yet you are acting on the same emotion that caused her death. Laura, your mom loved you, and I love you. But all that doesn't matter if you don't learn to love yourself, Mal said. Silence. Your time is up. The mirror monster loomed over Mal's fallen figure, ready to deliver its final blow. No! I screamed. I had expected the worst to happen, but my heart lifted slightly as I saw Mal block the monster's fatal jab with his hammer. Every inch of his body trembled as he summoned all his remaining strength, but the monster's shard drew even closer toward his chest. Mal would not hold for long. I had to stop the mirror monster. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. I will not be a coward anymore. I will do which I have failed to do all my life. I will learn to forgive, to be kind, no matter what happens. I created the monster to run away. I don't need it anymore. Mal spared a last look at me, knelt down a distance with his eyes closed. As his last strength left him, the monster's shard pierced down and broke into pieces just before reaching his chest. Its roar shook the room, and cracks started to appear at different parts of the monster's reflective body. The mirror monster stumbled backward with a newfound bewilderment and fear. It headed and reached for me the next second. I opened her eyes as it closed in. As its cracked arms extended toward me, the noise of a crashing chandelier surrounded, and the next thing I saw was the scattering of 1,000,000 shards all over the floor, and Mal sending his hammer down the spot where the monster stood only moments ago. For a moment, Mal and I just stared around us at the mess, and then he crossed the floor towards me, throwing the hammer away as if it weighed nothing and snatching me up in his arms. I hugged him as hard as I knew how. You saved me, I said. No, Mal replied. You saved us. Mal, I broke off as a bright light danced across my face, momentarily blinding me. I blinked and we both looked down. At the center of a vast pile of glass, a diamond had risen to the top. It was faceted to show its perfect depths, and it was the size of a hen's egg. I stared and Mal lifted it up. It gleamed in his hand.
I think this is it. I think these are the parts of Illiros's heart.
How are we going to bring them together?
There are witches and wizards we could speak to, a university on the other side of the Shivering Sea.
And would I be along for the trip? I still didn't know, no matter what my heart told me. To avoid thinking about it, I reached down to pick up a sliver of glass that had caught my eye. Improbably, it was nearly a perfect heart, and I tilted it in my fingers. When Mal gave me a quizzical look, I smiled at him. A souvenir. I don't want to forget any of this. He smiled a little.
Small chance of either of us doing that.
His words cut off, and at the same time, I cried out. I was suddenly aware of a deep warmth that surged through my hands, and that warmth was focused on the glass shard, the map ring on my finger, and the leather string looped around my wrist. The warmth was so shocking that it panicked me. With a sharp cry, I tried to tear the ring off, to remove the leather string, but it was as if they had become stuck on me. There was a moment of intense heat, where I thought I would surely be incinerated, but then the light swelled up to a blinding flash, and the heat was gone. So were the mirror shard, the ring, and the leather string. In my hands rested a perfect heart crafted out of what looked like an enormous ruby. It was the size of my fist, and it had been polished rather than faceted. The red was so deep and rich that I could not see all the way into its middle, and somehow it was warm in my hands. Mal, what? I cut off my words when I realized that Mal was staring at the heart in my hands with an expression of awe. The precious diamond that had been in his hands fell down to the floor, and he never looked twice at it.
The heart of Illiros.
Chapter 29. There was a kind of holy quiet in the training hall. Outside, the sun had set, and all around us, the torches on the wall lit one after another with a soft hiss. Soon the training hall was bathed in a soft golden light that was reflected back by the million mirror shards all around us. I stood in the middle of this strange and eldritch beauty with a ruby heart in my hands. Mal's hands, shaking slightly, came up to support mine as I held it. In the growing dimness, we could see that it had its own cherry glow, soft and warm like the embers of a fire. Is this what you have been searching for all of this time? Is this what you have needed?
All my life that I can remember and longer.
Mal started to touch the heart itself, but then he pulled back, shaking his head.
We should return to Illiros. The answers we need are going to be there.
Even with the spirit gone?
The soldiers of Hasty are defeated now. The people might awaken with the return of the heart.
As firmly as Mal spoke, there was still a note of hesitation in his voice, and I looked up at him. For some reason, despite knowing how very important the heart was to Illiros's survival, I felt oddly protective of it, as if I was not certain about whether I should hand it over. You don't have any idea what to do with it, do you? No more than I do. I thought Mal might have been angry at my words, but instead he gave me a wild smile.
I don't know, but I know I'm going to find out.
How are you so confident? In response, Mal swept me up in his arms, far above the mountain of mirror shards. Laughing, he danced me away from them. I yelped with offended dignity, hugging the ruby heart to me with one hand, while the other hand scrambled at his chest for purchase. Oh God, what if I dropped it right now? What would that even be like? Mal's been questing for this thing for his entire life, and then it shatters in front of him. Mal, for goodness sake, put me down.
Why should I? This is it, Laura. This is what I've been searching for so long. My country is coming back. It's all coming back, and it's all thanks to you, you beautiful mad woman.
Mal set me on my feet again, but he didn't let me go. The heart was still cradled protectively close to my body, and I looked up at him dazed. He was everything I had ever wanted, and I couldn't imagine being parted from him now. There was no world that I could see for me without him in it, and if that meant that I would never return home again, what of it? The real world had never treated me so well in the first place, and this world, as dangerous as it was, had the one man I could ever love. Mal, My confession was on the tip of my tongue. Maybe a poor repayment for his declaration when we were facing the mirror monster, but true. Before I could get the words out, however, I felt a growing heat in my hand where the heart was pressed so closely between Mal and me. Mal, what's happening?
I don't know, but oh.
Mal gasped, and I yelped with surprise as the heart seemed to take on a life of its own. I had been pressing it against Mal's chest, but now it was pressing itself there. My mind flashed back to seeing him on the banks of the river, and hurriedly, I tore at the hem of his shirt. Laura, what? Take your shirt off. Take it off right now. If Mal were another man, he might have joked about my words, but instead he did as I said. He tore off his jacket and the plain white shirt he wore underneath, revealing the terrible scar that cut across half of his body. The ruby heart seemed to glow even brighter, and it pressed against his chest right over the scar. We stared at the heart, and then Mal shouted with surprise as it started to sink into him. He fell to his knees, and then to his back as it entered him, his hand clutching to mine the whole time. It was a strange sight, the red glow disappearing into Mal's body, but at the same time, there was something right about it. Who better to guard Illiros' heart than its paladin? Where would it be safer than in that paladin's chest? There was something precious and holy about the moment where the cherry red glow disappeared when Mal stretched on the ground, his eyes closed, and his bare skin golden in the torchlight. I felt as if I had witnessed something that would happen once in all the worlds. I waited for Mal to open his eyes, wondering what would happen next. But then I came to a terrible realization. Mal wasn't breathing. At first I thought I was imagining it, but in a fit of fear, I held my hand over his mouth. There was no warmth there, nothing that showed him as a living man. When I pressed my ear to his chest, I could feel no beat. I might as well have given him a lump of clay for a heart, and I realized I was saying his name over and over again, as if that could call him back. No, 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 Mal, please. I pounded on his chest, drawing up my murky memories of CPR from a long ago first aid class. I pounded on his body until my fists hurt. I breathed into his mouth. I cried his name over and over again, but nothing seemed to work. He was as still as a statue, and even as I touched him, trying to restore some hint of life, some indication that he had not left me alone in a world that was surely too cold without him, I could feel the life leaving him. No, 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 Mal, please, please, I love you. I love you. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I love you so. Finally, hope drained away from me like water, and I was left crying bent over his chest. My fingers traced his scar over and over again, which hadn't disappeared, and I wondered what it was all for. What terrible thing had set this in motion, sending Mal on a quest that now seemed destined to end in his death? I'd known all my life that the world was unfair, but this felt even worse somehow, like a dirty trick. I cried for a while over his body, and then I started to bargain, first in my head and then out loud. I promised an uncaring universe anything it wanted if it would give me more time with Mal. I wanted a lifetime. I wanted 20 years. I would settle for 5. I would accept 1. By the end, I would accept an hour. And in return, I would give all these years I had to live. Just one more moment, just one. And then I'll go too. It doesn't matter. When the words crossed my lips, I became aware of the torches going out. I looked up from my grief to see that one by one, they were being snuffed as if by some great hand. Soon I was sitting in total darkness. But before I could begin to be afraid, a soft glow came up from the mirror shards at the center of the floor. Was the monster we had slain together rising up again now that Mal was gone? I didn't care. At this point, it could take my head off with one clean swipe of its talons, and I wouldn't fight. I watched as the mirror shards rose up in the air, each one glowing a soft gold. They rose up and spun like flower petals in the breeze, but flower petals were never this sharp or this deadly. The shards spun, and slowly they came together, not into a monster, but a mirror. It was a mirror that I had tried very hard not to think about in the past few weeks. The mirror that formed just a few yards behind where I knelt with Mal's body was identical to the one that had been shattered in Illiros by the Red Knights of Hastia. When it stood whole and beautiful in front of me, the glow dimmed to reveal a figure at the center of it, myself again, solemn-faced and serious. I looked at the spirit of Illiros. My heart reddened, my throat choked with grief. Fix him. Why? The spirit's voice was soft and curious, more as if it were asking about the time than the life of a man who had given his all for it. I had thought that nothing in the world would make me move from Mal's side, but I was wrong. At the spirit's careless question, I was up and on my feet, bounding toward the spirit with the spear in my hand. "You think you have the right to ask why?" I shouted. "This man has served your body and soul for years. He deserves better than to be cast aside like a piece of trash when he's served his purpose. What the hell kind of game are you playing? He holds the heart and he's dead? What kind of sick, twisted, sadistic peace?" The spirit said the word, and I could feel it tug at me. It wanted me calm. So I was calming whether I wanted to or not. I fought it because I refused to be calm when Mal was laying dead behind me. I glowered at the spirit, and it nodded as if it understood me finally. "You can't make me, you can't." "Lay your hand on his chest." Still glaring mutinously at the spirit in the mirror, I dropped the spear and did as it said. To my shock, his chest rose and fell, and when I put my hand over his mouth, he still breathed. Tears welled up in my eyes again, but this time they were tears of relief. "But how? He was dead." "He nearly was. He was a long way away before you called him back. Will you come and sit with me? I have much to tell you. Mal and Mel will find his way home, whether you are watching or not." With a final glance at Mal, I came to sit tailored fashion in front of the mirror. The spirit inside sat as well, and I saw that she had the same scar that I did on my shin, a legacy of tripping and falling over the curb when I was 15. It comforted me that she had my scars, that she wasn't some perfect version of me. "Are you just toying with Mal and me? Have you been laughing at us all this time?" The spirit winced. It wasn't sadism. I sensed from it, but grief. It would have affected me if Mal hadn't been dead just a few moments ago. "I can see how you would believe so, but no. What was done was necessary. Illiros has been dying for a long time, and it was time to take action. We could die slowly, or we could take a chance and try to seize the life we once had." The spirit took a deep breath and started to speak. "Long ago, thousands of years ago, Illiros was ruled by its heart and its spirit. The two ruled wisely and well, and it seemed as if they would continue to do so for all their days. Then came war, as it always did, and in the great battles, the heart of the realm was broken." "Wait, is Mal the heart of Illiros?" The spirit smiled. "Yes, he always has been, and when the heart was broken, part of him went missing. That's why he has no memory before that wound. Yes, he gained it in defense of the country against a legion of cruel giants, and in the end he still sent them running. You should have seen it. You've seen him fight before, but when he is whole and when he wields the power of the land, there was little that could stand in his way. So what happened? What beat him? Doubt. The spirit must have sensed my skepticism because she shrugged. It is true. We ruled together for so long and so well, but as with all things, doubt creeps in. Perhaps in that very happiness, there was a seed that sprouted into a malignant weed that forced a gap in his armor. In a moment, I doubted, and right then, he was struck down. I flinched at how that must have felt to Mal, and then I looked sharply at the spirit. You sound like you loved him. To my surprise, she laughed. So you have not guessed yet. Guessed what? No matter. We will continue for a little longer. He was struck down and then he fell. The armies of our enemies had been driven off for a while. He came limping home, trailing a broken spear behind him, and the moment I saw him, I knew that he was no longer whole, no longer what he had been. And so you kept it from him. The spirit looked down. You must not be so angry with me, though perhaps you of all people have the right to be so. No, not me, Mal. Mal has every right to shatter you again if what you're saying is true. Well, that is true. I kept the country together as best I could over the months and years and centuries that followed. It was not so noticeable at first, but then when the cracks came, they came hard. Our people fell into endless twilight and eternal sleep, and all around us, the lands that had once acted as one started to fall to corruption. The spirit looked straight at me. You were our first hope in 500 years. No, I have no idea what my role in all of this is, but it was Mal. Mal was the hero. He defeated the monsters and brought the life back to this place. It wasn't me. You still don't understand. No, Mal could not have done this without you. You are two parts of a whole. We are two parts of a whole. We? It's not an accident that I look like you. I am you. Or, more precisely, I exist because of you, the last pure mortal to truly believe in true love. But I didn't. You say that only to hide the fact that you still did. You tell yourself not to believe to spare yourself the disappointment and pain. So you will not be hurt again. You are afraid to be weak. You doubt true love, yet you can't be free of your desire for it, and you hated yourself for it. It felt like a fist hitting my heart. I knew it was true, just as I didn't want to believe it. The spirit was right. My foolish heart yearned for true love even after being proven wrong so many times. The more I wanted to destroy that part of me, the stronger it became. All I did best was pretend it didn't exist. Illiros is built by true love that exists in the hearts of those in your world, but that power has been fast diminishing. That is why I sent for you, because only a mortal has the power to defeat the monsters created by the hearts of mortals. So we humans are like a poison. We were the cause of Illiros's downfall. I leaped to my feet, turning around, and there was Mal, whole and standing on his own 2 feet. His eyes were intent on mine, and I could feel a kind of passion burning in him that would never die. Mal. He came to me, sweeping me up in his arms. Do you believe me now? He whispered in my ear. Here, feel. Hesitantly, I rested my hand on his chest, and then I could feel it, a beating heart with a rhythm that echoed in my own chest. That's your belief, your regained love beating in my chest. I love you, Laura. Every part. My eyes filled with tears. I dashed them away angrily because this was no time for tears, but they continued, and finally I gave up, throwing myself into Mal's arms, hanging on for all that I was worth. I love you, Mal. I love you so much. The words hurt. They were barbed and so caught up in remembered pain that I nearly choked on them, but that was all right. I knew that they would be easier to say with every repetition and that I could say them for the rest of my life. He leaned down to kiss me, and when he claimed my lips, it felt as if I was flooded with light. I swam in an ocean of brilliance, and the warmth that filled me threatened to spill over. When we broke apart, we saw that the mirror was empty, showing nothing but our faces. "What happened to her?" I asked, and Mal smiled, resting his hand over my heart.
"She's gone home."
I looked deep inside myself, and I realized that he was right. I had finally accepted love into my life, not just true love, but self-love. I could hear footsteps in the hall and joyous shouts throughout the castle. I wondered if in Illiros people were walking out in their yards and if the sun had finally risen. Mal took my hand in his.
"Come, my love. We're going home."
Chapter 30. Despina was newly awakened before we left. Mal looked closely at the people who were stumbling about and grabbed a stern-looking old woman by the arm. It turned out that she was the castle librarian, had been for more than 30 years, and she was the one Mal picked to rule over the country. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" I asked as we took horses from the stables and supplies from the kitchen. Where I come from, librarians aren't really known for their ability to rule over emerging nations. Mal grinned at me, giving me a boost up into the saddle of a tall, dappled mare. He had said that the ride between Despina and Illiros was a fine time to learn to ride.
"I think you might be surprised, even by the librarians of your world, but no, she's the right person for the job. I looked into her heart, and she will be a fine queen or lady or magistrate or whatever they choose to call her."
You looked into her heart?
"I did. I expect it will come to you in time."
I started to ask what he meant by that, but then the mare decided that she wasn't so sure about having a person on her back and snorted, dancing side to side. Mal had to calm her for me, and then we were on the road. I had been bundled all over the length and breadth of this world in several very strange ways, but when I was on horseback, I realized that I knew it. It wasn't just that we were passing things that looked familiar to me, or that they matched places I had been on Earth. No, I knew the land. I knew where to turn and when to stop to check for rock slides. I knew when there was an inn ahead, and how a certain blue-breasted bird's cry meant that there was a storm coming. I mentioned this hesitantly to Mal as we took shelter in an abandoned barn, the pelting rain soaking everything outside. He grinned with delight, hugging me.
"Good. It makes sense. You're the spirit of Illiros. Illiros once ruled over the realms in this part of the world. It makes sense you would know the land."
It gave me a warm feeling when Mal spoke like that, and for the first time in my life I felt something bloom inside me. It was a sense that I truly belonged. All my life, I'd felt rootless, as if I were a piece of dandelion fluff lofted high in the air and which the wind decided to keep in the sky. Now I realized that no matter I had ventured on Earth, I was never at home, not really. I had found my home in another world entirely, and it was welcoming me. 4 days after leaving Despina, my hips, thighs, and legs had finally stopped screaming with exhaustion, and we crossed a dark woods that Mal told me was the boundary between Despina and Illiros. "What are we going to find when we get back?" I asked, walking my mare close to Mal's gelding.
"I don't know,"
he said, and despite his excitement to be home, truly home as himself for the first time in 500 years, I could hear a kind of hesitation in his voice.
"I hope the healing would have begun."
Hearing the pain in his voice made me ache. He needed to be all right again, and I didn't know what I could do for the man I loved if it wasn't. Mal must have caught a bit of a dark mood because he smiled, reaching between our mounts to squeeze my hand gently.
"Whatever it is, we will deal with it. It is our country, And together, no matter how great the wound, we will heal it.
I smiled at him, but there was a doubt growing in my chest. I believed that Mal was the heart of Illiros, just as I was the spirit. I knew that in a way we were thousands of years old, meant to rule over this land and be its guardians. However, despite knowing that with the kind of bone-deep certainty that allows birds to fly, I was still a messed-up girl with a terrible life behind her. I no longer believed that I had killed my mother, but it didn't change the fact that she had left, taking a part of my heart with her. It didn't change the fact that my father had been who he was or that Franklin had been who he was. Who was I to try to guard and guide a country? Then we broke through the dark woods behind Illiros and Despina, and for a short while at least, all my worries were laid to rest. We had come from darkness into a bright dawn, the pale blue sky arching over us and streaked with pure gold. We looked out over gorgeous fields where straight rows of crops were tended by people who called out to each other in greeting, and we both laughed as a little girl ran down the lane, pursued by a pack of puppies. I laughed at their falling, eager antics, and with a grin, Mal stopped the girl.
Are they old enough to be away from their mother yet?
Aye, sir. Their father was a champion guard, and their mother is as sweet as honey.
Well, that sounds like a winning combination.
I didn't know what Mal was thinking of until he handed the girl a gold coin, making her eyes turn wide and round. He came down to the ground, petting the puppies and crooning them in a soft sing-song voice until he scooped one out of the pack. She was smaller than the others with enormous brown ears and ears that looked velvety to the touch.
She's very fine. I promise we'll give her a good home.
The girl nodded, but when she spoke, her words were timid.
You're not just travelers, are you?
Mal shook his head and gave her a friendly wink.
No, not really. Good fortune keeps you all your days, lass.
He held the puppy in front of him as we rode on, and when he saw me gazing at her, he winked.
You like dogs, don't you?
Well, I don't know. I was never allowed to have a dog when I was little.
Well, I have one now. I'm delighted to share with you.
Maybe it was the adoption of the dog that I named Star that made me start to realize that things were different. Things were changing, and maybe I wasn't the person I used to be, or maybe I wasn't just her. The palace of Illiros was something out of a storybook. Made of white stone and roofed with green tile, it rose up like the dawn itself. Mal strode in like the king he was, and the sleepwalking servants greeted him with pleasure and relief. To my shock, they seemed to know me as well, and the more I walked through the palace, Star at my heels, the more I realized that I knew it as well. I remembered without being prompted where my dressing room was, full of the jewel-toned dresses I favored, and I found my library as well, full of books that had been brought to me from all over the world. I thought back to my library job on Earth, and I supposed it made a strange kind of sense when all was said and done. Mal at least had lived in Illiros, but it turned out his returned memories were just as powerful. I saw him greet an old sword like a long-lost friend, and when he climbed up to the tallest tower in the palace, one with a glass dome instead of a roof, I remembered the night we had spent watching the stars after Hastia. It wasn't the first time we had gazed at the stars together, watching their slow dance across the sky. I should have been happier. Of course, Mal noticed sooner than I did. A few days after we had returned to Illiros from Despina, he asked me up to the glass dome tower. We sat in silence for a while under the stars, leaned against each other, and we were both aware of a strange tension in the air. Is it me? Am I the one causing this? It figured. I was in a beautiful fairy tale world where I was actually the queen, and I still wasn't happy.
I want to marry you.
I stared at Mal. Yes, of course. Mal laughed.
This isn't a proposal.
Hey, I'm not a sure thing. That was totally a lie. For Mal, I was, but he shook his head.
Of course not. When I propose to you, I want it to be, well, perfect. And I think after all we've been through, we deserve a bit of perfect.
He sure had it right.
But you're not done with Earth yet, I can tell. There's too much grief there, too much pain, and it hangs on to you. Your joy here is diminished because of it.
I stiffened. So what? You want me to get whatever the Illiros version of therapy is?
No, I think you need to go back.
I stared at him, and all of that grief and pain he had talked about so blithely roared up in my heart again. What are you talking about? No, I'm not going back. You can't make me. I won't. The terror of returning to Earth weared with a different need, the sudden and powerful urge to return to a place I thought of as my real home. I couldn't shake it off any more than I could change the color of my hair on a whim, and the paradox made me leap to my foot.
Laura, listen to me.
No, I won't go. And why would you make me go? You can't. Mal reached for me, but I jerked away, tears running down my face. Was this his way of getting rid of me? I knew it. I knew that he never wanted to be with me, that he felt burdened with me. He was getting rid of me. I'd be back in the crappy apartment I shared with my roommates, pinching pennies and jumping at shadows. I can't do it. I can't.
You can, I promise. It will be fine.
Faster than a wink, Mal made a motion, and I saw a flash of light appear in front of me. The air looked ragged as if something had torn, and I saw a portal open in front of me. Through it, I could see Earth, round and blue, home until just a few weeks ago. I stared at it with a terrible mixture of longing and dread, and then Mal pulled me into a deep kiss.
I love you. You will never forget that.
A hard push, and I was falling. Chapter 31. I opened my eyes, blinking up a ceiling that was painted blue with fluffy clouds. My head felt briefly clouded, full of strange, dark dreams. There had been a mirror, an army of knights in red, and a man. For a moment, he shone out in my memory like the sun, a smile like honey and eyes as green as summer leaves. He looked sad, as if he were doing something that he didn't want to do, but there was so much love coming from him that I felt warm. Then I blinked, and the dreams fell away from me. By the time I was brushing my teeth at the bathroom sink, I had forgotten them. At breakfast, Mom asked me if I wanted a ride to school. I said yes because it beat walking, and then for some reason, as she grabbed her keys, I gave her a tight hug. I was already as tall as she was, but just then, I felt 10 instead of 15. Well, what's this all about? She sounded surprised, but I could hear the pleasure in her voice. I guess a few years ago I decided that hugging my mom was decidedly uncool, but as she returned the hug, I decided that that was a bad decision. Nothing. I'm just really glad you're my mom.
Oh, Laura, I'll always be your mom.
Always, I promise. And you're not going anywhere. It was silly, but when she shook her head, I felt tears prickle at my eyes. I wiped at them roughly, and Mom chuckled. I used to get weird and emotional too when I was your age. Want to do family dinner tonight? We always ate together, but a lot of our meals were really simple. Family dinner meant some of our favorite side dishes, and always ice cream from Coney's, the ice cream place around the block. Yes.
I'll ask your father to pick some up.
School was just fine. I was eager to get home for some reason, waving goodbye to my friends. Mom was already cooking when I got in, and she made a pleased sound when I came to help her without asking. She put her arm around me for a quick, tight hug.
You're already getting so big. I'm glad we're doing this.
Me too. We must have had hundreds of family dinners before that, and we had hundreds after, but that was the one that sticks out in my memory. We lingered over our food, smiling and laughing, and my parents were so pleased I woke up from the usual teenage melodramatics enough to enjoy their company. After dinner, while my mom was showering, I sat on the kitchen counter while my dad did the dishes. "Dad, do you think we live other lives?" I had forgotten everything about my strange dreams besides the fact that I had had them, but some of the unease lingered. He looked at me curiously.
I don't know what the truth of it is, sweetheart, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I graduated early, a full year ahead of the rest of my class, and with the help of my parents and some very well-timed scholarships, I completed my doctorate on sociology. I skipped through a number of different majors, political science with a special disaster, but at the end of the day, I wanted to see how we put the world together, what a human perspective could do to the world around us. There's a great picture of Mom and Dad at my graduation, smiling and so proud as I got the right to call myself Dr. Laura Sheffield. Paul's in the picture too, shy and sweet and giving the camera a happy thumbs up. I loved Paul almost from the moment I met him. I always said there was about a 10-minute delay because I hated his sweater, but he won me over with his sweetness and his smile. I loved Paul for just 10 minutes less than I knew him, and after more than 40 years together, first in New York and then in Belgium, I decided that was a fairly good record. We never had children, but we saw the world following one teaching assignment or another, either in his field or mine. I made so many friends, and I like to think I did some good in the world. That dream I had as a 15-year-old came back to me at the oddest of times. It came to me at my goddaughter's wedding when she married the person who made her shine like a star. It came to me when I taught my first class at the University of Chicago, when I saw a floppy black and white puppy and knew she was to be mine. It came to me when my parents died, and again when Paul breathed his last as I held his hand and told him it was all right to go. It came to me in the hospital, finally. I could not remember why I was there, no matter how many times my goddaughter told me, and I promised I would listen. But I was just so sleepy. I thought of that dream again, and I wondered, drowsily, and without any pain or anger, if this would be the last time. I was falling. I could feel the wind rushing up towards me, carrying away first my hearing aids, then my hospital gown, and the IV in my arm. I just had time to realize how very strange it was when I realized that it was blowing everything else away as well. It blew away the last 50 years, my loose skin, my wrinkles, the gray in my hair. I was tumbling through air. Though I should have been terrified, I was simply excited instead. It felt like the first day of summer vacation. It felt not like falling, but like flying. I could feel the air knit around me, covering me tenderly with a dress in a deep ruby fabric. There was a sudden weight on my head, and I reached up to touch the points of what I knew would be a slender golden crown. My memories returned to me in a rush, and as the wind slowed, I started to laugh. There was a life where I could have never laughed like that, but now I could. I was the same. I was different. I was only myself. I fell through light and shadow, and then finally, the wind brought me to a tall tower where instead of a solid roof, there was a glass dome. I looked around in surprise at the flowers that had filled it, flowers of every type, giving the air a heady perfume. An overgrown puppy named Star barked at me from the corner, coming to dance around my ankles, and I was so enchanted by her antics at first that I didn't hear the step on the stair. Then I looked up, and there he was. In a blue velvet jacket, dark trousers, and tall boots, Mal looked incredibly handsome to me. For a moment I had wondered if he was why I loved going to the Renaissance Fair so very much, but then, to my surprise, he knelt down in front of me.
Welcome home, my love. Will you marry me?
I couldn't help the tears that streamed down my face, tears full of joy and sweetness and relief to be at home. I will. I love you. Oh, I love you, and I am home. Mal laughed a sound that made me smile through my tears, and then he stood up, slipping the ring, a sparkling star sapphire in rose gold, onto my hand.
Have you had a good time, my darling?
He asked, his voice soft and warm. Oh, yes, I did. And Mal, I will kill you if you ever push me away again.
Never. It was pain enough letting you go for as long as you did. I will never let you go again.
As he leaned in to kiss me, I knew it was the truth. And as I threw my arms around him, I started to laugh with joy. Epilogue. That's not the end, of course. Illiros thrives, and we thrive with it. We watch the months and years and centuries pass with a new delight for every dawn we see, every night we lie down together. There are 1,000 stories that come after this one, 100,000, where we defend our world, where we learn about the lands beyond our own, where we fight each other and come together again. At the end of every day, no matter how strange or light or dark, we remember that it is love that holds us together, that keeps our land safe and that keeps us whole. It is love at the root of our story. It is love at the root of yours as well. This has been The Torn Fairy, an action-adventure fantasy romance, written by Mira Crest, narrated by Ivy Starlight. Copyright 2018 to 2025 by Alvin Chiu. Production copyright by Alvin Chiu. Other books by Mira Crest. Land of Shifters series, Witch and Wolf Shifter Romance, Rebirth Book 1. Maragon series, Mermaid and Dragon Shifter Romance, Mermaid's Destiny Book 1. The Fae Queens series, The Crown of Myth Book 1.